Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 226 Opponent? The one you just sent flying is 3. Xingji's college entrance examination results are not bad, the city's military champion, the province's Tanhua. This result can impact Kyoto Zhenghua University. But Xingji didn't go, but went to the number 1 Wuhan University in the province. Before Kaiming's general selection, Xingji was arrogant and confident. After Kaiming was selected as a general, his mentality completely changed. The world, oh no, Dragon Kingdom is too big, there are really many martial arts geniuses like him. Xingji has a clearer understanding of his position. So he chose between the chicken head and the phoenix tail, and finally chose the former. Not without benefits. At least, if he really went to Kyoto Zhenghua University, he would not have the opportunity to observe with the team at this National Martial Arts Conference for college students. In the provincial Wuhan University, Ji is still highly valued by the school. The situation of Kongqing and Xingji next to her is similar. At this moment, Kongqing bit her lower lip tightly, said nothing, and didn't know what she was thinking. Strong, very strong. At this time, Liu Ming, who had just greeted Liu Sheng, came back, sighed and said, I have definitely reached that step. In front of him, I even find it difficult to breathe. The pressure is too much. Just kidding, Liu Sheng is known as the strongest evildoer in the history of the Seven Saints University. After 2 months of enrollment, he pushed the Seven Saints University and ruined the records of the Wushan Tower. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying character to appear in the eastern part of 063, I really didn't expect. Representatives of Wuhan University in several provinces followed suit. Suddenly Liu Ming set his eyes on Xingji and Kongqing, and said in an envious tone, Liu Sheng still remembers you and said that you are his friends, let me say hello to you on his behalf. You guys are so lucky to be in the same district as Liu Sheng. Maintain this relationship well, wait until 10 or 20 years later. God knows how beneficial it will be. Xingji didn't speak, but turned to look at Kongqing, who was also silent beside him. Maintain? How to maintain it? People like them, Liu Sheng will at least crush thousands of them in his lifetime. Who would have thought that the young man who participated in the selection with them back then has grown to a height that even their seniors can hardly look up to? Is this the gap between people? Xingji was thinking in his heart, his eyes were full of bewilderment. Liu Sheng waited for dozens of minutes, and the lottery was finally over. The next step is the formal competition in groups. Before the competition, a member of the host martial arts association stood up and said, because the contestants from 3 martial arts gyms did not arrive as scheduled, the lottery numbers are invalidated. 0384,0483, 0135. The organizer read a few lottery numbers and said loudly, the contestants with these lottery numbers have a bye, and they will be automatically promoted. Liu Sheng accidentally found his own signature in the voice. It's really a lucky lottery, to be able to get a bye in the first round. The bye is also good, saving Liu the trouble of getting up and down. The contestants who were divided into groups went to their own competition venues one by one. The huge competition square was divided into hundreds of competition fields, and the participants were expelled to the edge of the square. Only photographers and referees are allowed to walk freely in the arena. Liu Sheng felt a little sympathetic when he saw the photographer running around the venue with his nose running from the cold wind blowing from the top of the mountain. I found a seat nearby and watched the competition on the stage at will. The martial arts field in front of him is about 20 meters square, which is really a bit small for a martial artist with an average strength level over 5. But this is more powerful. Because once it is kicked out of the field, it will be directly judged as a loser. Liu Sheng heard of many cases where a certain powerful martial artist lost the game because he rushed too hard and ran out of the field without control. Two people competing in the martial arts field in front of Liu Sheng. A man in his early 20s, with a vigorous appearance, wearing a martial arts uniform with the words Sichuan University printed on his body. Students of Wuhan University in Sichuan Province. His opponent was older than him, with a calm temperament and even breathing. Even if you don't look at the logo on the martial arts uniform, you can know the origin of the martial arts school. Start! The referee of the Wushu Association issued an order, and the players from the Sichuan Provincial University immediately rushed towards their opponents. The latter's face remained unchanged, and the two quickly stood together. The white gang chi tore through the air, making a crackling sound. Just a few minutes later, the Sichuan University player was kicked out of the arena by his opponent in the martial arts gym. Bao Hall Homid wins. The referee announced loudly. Immediately, people cheered from the sidelines, and several younger young men and women rushed towards the young man with raised eyebrows. As expected of a senior brother. Elder brother is too powerful, this year our Bowu Hall can hit the top 100. Hee. The victorious martial arts youth was also in a good mood, and followed his senior brothers and sisters off to rest with a smile. The Sichuan University youth who lost the competition looked frustrated and unwilling. A young man also wearing a martial arts uniform with the characters of Sichuan University quickly came over to comfort him. It's okay, these martial arts disciples are older than us and have been practicing martial arts longer than us. It's normal to lose. If I were the same age as him, he would definitely not be my opponent. That's natural. Liu Sheng's spiritual power radiated, he listened to the conversation, and shook his head slightly. Many people from Wuhan University always use their age and martial arts training time as an excuse when they lose a game. Say what if how, I must be better than him. The question is, if it's a real battle of life and death, will your opponent care about this? He will choose to act softer because you have a cold today, diarrhea, lovelorn, wife cheating, internet cafe last night up all night? To lose is to lose. A true warrior will never make any excuses for his failure. And the real strong. The word failure does not appear in the dictionary. Liu Sheng thought lightly. Martial arts disciples are martial arts college students who have an advantage in age. But martial arts college students are also superior to martial arts disciples in terms of martial arts training environment and various training conditions. Many martial arts disciples don't have such good conditions when they usually practice, and they have to earn every penny with their own hands. Wuhan University has various resource subsidies. That's why this martial arts conference will relax the age limit to 30. Liu Sheng was thoughtful. The first round of competition ended very quickly, and the weakest part of the contestants were quickly eliminated. Soon the second round of draws will begin. This time Liu Sheng is not eligible for the bye. No 0135 Liu Sheng, against No 0247 Zhang Yuan. As soon as Liu Sheng's mental strength was swept away, he found his own playing field. Walking into the martial arts arena, Liu Sheng had just stood still when he saw a young man standing on the sidelines shouting at the referee. No 0247 Zhang Yuan abstained. Liu Sheng was slightly taken aback, and immediately understood when he saw that the other party was wearing a martial arts uniform that belonged to the Seven Sacred University. Did not say anything, turned around and left. The young man Zhang Yuan's voice came faintly from behind, "Crazy, you want me to fight the devil?" Bai Heng Chuan was so scared by his punch that even his martial arts will almost collapsed. "I don't want to die." The second round of competition also ended without any disturbance. As a matter of fact, the fight between warriors is to decide the winner very quickly. Speed, strength, martial skills, stellar chi, actual combat experience. When all kinds of factors are superimposed, unless the overall strength is extremely similar, a few or more than a dozen moves will tell the difference. Those who fight for 300 rounds at every turn are novels and TV, not reality. When the third round of competition started, the field gradually became lively. More than 3/4 of the players were dismissed. These people lost the pressure of the game and naturally turned into spectators. Many of them even came here for the purpose of watching the battle, and it was just a formality to go on stage. The martial arts competition venues on the martial arts square are getting bigger and bigger. As the strength of the two sides of the competition increases, the intensity and appreciation of the competition will be greatly improved. Many powerful players are very popular, and the sidelines of the competition are full of spectators. For example, Gemini from Jideo Martial Arts, Zhang Ju from Transcendence Martial Arts, and Wang Xin, a great master disciple from Heilong Martial Arts. Liu Sheng is also one of them. His reputation is not weak, the most monstrous martial arts student in the history of the Seven Saints, the Devil King of the Seven Saints, the one who caused the spectacle of 100 whales to sing. With many titles, the fame is as great as those senior masters who have been famous for a long time. As a result, when Liu Sheng's lottery results came out, many people surrounded his competition venue. Many people have heard about the deeds of Liu Sheng climbing to the top and screaming, causing 100 whales to sing together, but they haven't seen it with their own eyes, and it's hard to scratch, so they rushed to see his strength. Liu Sheng didn't care who his opponent was, he walked calmly towards his competition venue. The crowd was packed. Liu Sheng let go of his aura, and his huge mental power was like an invisible hand, separating those who stood in front of him to the two sides at will. In this process, it is inevitable to cause some disturbances. Some people whispered, some complained, and some directly cursed. "Fuck you, what are you squeezing, you want to die?" A burly man with a fierce temperament and black hair on his hands and chest was pushed by Liu Sheng, turned around and punched Liu Sheng in the face. The thick white ganglion wrapped around his fist, tearing the air apart, and unexpectedly brought up bursts of small hurricanes, with an astonishing momentum. "Give you a face." Liu Sheng's right foot bounced like a whip, and he kicked hard on the stomach of the 4.4 black-haired burly man. The gang chi on the latter's body shattered like glass, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. It flew directly more than 20 meters away, smashing a few ghosts and wolves who watched the excitement in the distance. The strong man didn't say a word, just rolled his eyes and passed out. Liu Sheng's face was calm, and he turned his head and glanced at the crowd. Wherever it sweeps, the people there quickly retreat to make way for a spacious passage. Liu Sheng walked towards the field. He wasn't going to be so angry at first, the main reason is that the strong man dared to use gang chi even if he did it first. This is obviously going to hurt people. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng suddenly couldn't help frowning, looked at the empty field in front of him, and asked the referee. "Why hasn't anyone come yet?" The referee also wondered, "Yeah, why haven't you come yet? Gu Dai Mao, is Gu Dai Mao from Nanlong Wuguan here? If you don't come up, you'll be considered a loser." Even shouted a few times, no one responded. A weak voice from the crowd said, "Just now, the one that Liu Sheng sent flying was Gu Dai Mao." Someone echoed in a low voice, "Yes, he was blocked by someone, and he hasn't had time to come in yet." Referee. "Well, CO authors have to suffer from themselves anyway." Liu Sheng shook his head, the guilt in his heart disappeared. Then he is not wronged. 227 did and number 039, I tell you to use all your strength? Why not? 4. Ask for a monthly ticket. After the 3 rounds of competition, there are less than 100 players still qualified to continue on the field. Those who can reach this step are already regarded as the top 100 masters in the country. One more point in the 4th round, that is the top 50. There are fewer and fewer people on the field, and more people watching off the field. Liu Sheng was patient and continued to fight one game at a time. He pinched the Grandmaster like a chicken cub. These contestants whose strength is generally below the 6th level, really couldn't even warm him up. In the eyes of others, those amazing and wonderful competitions and battles, in Liu Sheng's eyes, are really no different from children's playhouse. It was only one hit by Liu Sheng to deal with his opponent, never a second hit. No one needs him to play a second time. Basically, his competitions would end in less than a minute. This minute even includes the introduction of the players, the referee's preparations, the announcement of the official start of the competition and Liu Sheng himself felt very normal. But in the eyes of others, it is a different feeling. This Liu Sheng from the Seven Sages is a bit strong. A middle-aged man wearing a martial arts uniform with the words Hey Long Martial Arts Hall sitting in the spectator seats, said to the young man with a steady face and a calm breath, even Yu Jingtong, who was ranked in the top 20 in the previous session, was not in his hands. Go through a trick. If you meet him, you probably have a bad chance of winning. The Bankan youth was silent for a while, then slowly grabbed the long knife in his hand, and said in a low voice, I will try my best, but it really won't work. The Bankan youth paused, and said, just use that move. The middle-aged man nodded, yes. Although the move of 02 was tailor-made for you by the respected master, it was specially prepared for dealing with the extreme twins and transcendent Sheng Miao. But the strength currently displayed by the seven sacred great Liu Sheng is faintly at the level of the Gemini. Use it on him, Brick. You still have a chance to hit the top 4. The Bankan youth didn't speak, but silently wiped the long knife in his hand. There's something. In Jidao Martial Arts Gym, Lian Jibei, who was surrounded by a group of disciples, looked in the direction of Liu Sheng and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, that's good too, there is only one Zhongju in Cheyu Martial Arts Hall, the pressure on you from this conference is already considered a bit small. One more Liu Sheng, just about the same. This kid is a good whetstone, maybe you can use it to promote to the master faster. Beside them, the gazes of the Jidao Gemini wandered back and forth between Liu Sheng and the cute girl who surpassed the martial arts school, with cruel smiles on their faces, and sparks full of fighting spirit in their eyes. Very scary. The cute-looking girl with short hair reaching her ears stared intently at Liu Sheng's position, her pretty face tensed. The man next to him was surprised, not at all, although this Liu Sheng is really strong, but at best he is only at the level of Gemini, maybe even worse. Are you not confident? The cute girl shook her head, not knowing what to say. The world in her eyes is different from that of ordinary people. In her eyes now, it is clear that the setting sun has not yet set. But in the huge martial arts square, more than half of the sky has been shrouded in thick black fog. The thick black mist was like smoke and fire. The mountain wind can't blow it away, and the sun can't penetrate it. All kinds of terrifying shapes are transformed in midair, like shadows covering half the field. And the source of all this black mist? It all came from the handsome young man sitting quietly on the bench in the distance, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. Although the young man's face is full of calm, Zhang Ju can feel it. There is something extremely terrifying hidden in this young man's body. So far, the thing hasn't woken up. God knows what kind of horror will break free from the darkness when the black mist completely fills the sky. I hope I can meet him at the end. The cute girl let out a long breath, turned her face away and didn't dare to look again, and then added a sentence silently in her heart. In that case, it won't look too ugly to take the initiative to admit defeat. The 7th round of lottery competition begins. Following the announcement of the host Martial Arts Association, the crowd in the square burst into commotion. There are only a dozen people left in the 7th round. The one who can win this round of competition will be the top of the country. In addition to generous rewards, it also represents fame, honor. For the spectators, the next competition is the highlight, and it will be extraordinarily exciting. Because those who can make it to this round are all true young martial arts leaders. Liu Sheng still had no mood swings. He briefly scanned the Kishan University. Besides him, Wen Jinjian from the number 1 Chengwu University and the number 3 Chengwu University student who was ranked in the top 5 of the 7 sages were left in the 7th round. Bai Heng Chuan, who was second on the Seven Saints ranking, was unlucky. In the last round, he encountered one of the Gemini twins and was eliminated early. The lottery for a dozen people ended soon. Liu Sheng glanced at his opponent. Wang Xin, a disciple of the great master of Heilong martial arts. The mental power captured the discussion of some people in the crowd, and Liu Sheng accidentally learned that the other party also graduated from the 7th Sacred University. Although he is not his direct senior, but he can barely be regarded as a teacher from the same school. Would you like to be a little more gentle? Liu Sheng was thinking about it in his heart as he walked to the stage. Liu Sheng, the demon lord of the 7 sages. As soon as they heard the news, all the disciples of Heilong martial arts had a bad look on their faces. Judging from Liu Sheng's performance in previous competitions, the title of Demon King is well deserved. Many people have listed him as Hejidao twins, a master who surpassed Sheng Miao's level. Although Wang Xin is strong, his strength and reputation are not as good after all, and he has always belonged to the next level. Now meeting Liu Sheng, the situation immediately becomes not optimistic. Wang Xin, a young man with an inch-cut head, looked calm, and stood up from his seat with a long knife in hand. Fame is all earned by playing. If you have never played before, who knows which is stronger and which is weaker? The Grand Master leading the Heilong martial arts team showed admiration on his face, nodded and said, Wu Dao strives for supremacy, you should have such a determination to do your part. Go ahead and do it all. Wang Xin strode towards the competition field. Soon, both he and Liu Sheng stood firm on the field. The sidelines were full of spectators, except for a few who went to watch Wen Jinjian's competition. Almost all of them came from the 7th Saint University. The main reason is that the other top 5 of the 7 Saints list met the Gemini in this round basically goodbye. Rather than watching him being abused, it is better to watch Liu abuse others. Come on, Demon King! The old man from the 7th Saint shouted out loud. Then the referee on the stage began to announce, the competition begins. Neither Liu Sheng nor Wang Xin did anything. Liu Sheng glanced at the long knife in Wang Xin's hand. The use of weapons is allowed in the competition, but he thinks it is unnecessary. You go first. Liu Sheng said to Wang Xin. This can be regarded as a little courtesy from Liu Sheng to the head of Kishan University. Let him make the first move. That's how it's played on TV. Wang Xin squinted his eyes to look at Liu Sheng, and said calmly, Before I graduated, I stayed at the top of the 7 Saints list for 2 years. Liu Sheng nodded and boasted, You are awesome. Wang Xin choked on his words, and couldn't say the rest. Never mind. He shook his head and said coldly, Anyway, you should be careful. Remember to use all your strength. Liu Sheng reminded seriously. Angry was in Wang Xin's eyes, and he walked with the knife, striding across a distance of more than 10 meters in one lunge, and when he got close to Liu Sheng, he slashed down fiercely with the knife. This Liu Sheng didn't know why, every word he said made him feel very uncomfortable. Since I'm upset, then let's fight. Wang Xin's long knife shot out a gorgeous white aura, almost thick and solid, and the aura extended several feet long. Before the Dao Gang came, the fierce Dao Qi had already filled the entire arena. Many onlookers standing behind Liu Sheng, who were facing Wang Xin's knife, felt the sharpness of their faces, and couldn't help but backed away. With this knife alone, Wang Xin's strength far exceeds that of ordinary 6th level peak fighters. Too strong. But before some people exclaimed and lamented the power of this knife, Liu Sheng made a move. He raised his right hand, with a calm face, and punched lightly. This punch contains the boxing techniques of the 4 realms, and a small part of Liu Sheng's physical strength. The fist has not been punched yet. A visually distorted area appeared above the face of the fist. It was an optical illusion caused by the sheer power to compress the air to the extreme. Once Wang Xin's Dao Gang Dao Qi invaded the twisted mass, it would be annihilated immediately. It's like running into a black hole and everything disappears. Wang Xin stared wide-eyed, watching helplessly as the blade at the front of his long knife shattered inch by inch before Liu Sheng's fist landed. Like poor quality porcelain. Tell him directly, if Liu Sheng's punch falls, he will die. Wang Xin didn't care about anything else, almost subconsciously. Burning blood, 3 folds of crazy knives, the waves are surging. A certain secret technique was activated instantly, and the blood and vitality in the royal family's body exploded. Gang Qi originates from Qi and blood. The sword on the long knife also skyrocketed, and followed a certain special frequency to vibrate at high speed, arousing an unparalleled sharpness. This is Wang Xin's mentor, the master of the 8th level Master Heilong, the secret sword technique personally created for him. It can make his strength skyrocket by more than 50% in an instant. Although there will be a long period of weakness afterwards, it is worth it. This was specially prepared by Wang Xin for the Jidao Gemini and Transcendence Sheng Miao, and it was his biggest reliance to hit the top 3 in the martial arts tournament. Now, it is forced to be used on Liu Sheng. But that doesn't matter anymore. Defeat me! Wang Xin roared. Then the next second, Liu Sheng's fist dropped. The fist as white as jade easily smashed the thick blade, and smashed heavily on Wang Xin's chest, blasting him with the blade more than 20 meters away. Liu Sheng frowned, took 2 steps forward quickly, stared at Wang Xin and said with some dissatisfaction, "Didn't I tell you to use your full strength? Why didn't you use it? If it was a real life and death battle, you would be dead now, you know?" Goshawk fought the rabbit with all his strength. As a graduate of the Seven Saints University, don't you even know this truth? Never mind. Liu Sheng shook his head, and said solemnly, "I'll give you another chance. If there are any secret skills to stimulate your potential, or great tricks, let's use them all." In the distance, Wang Xin, who had just struggled to get up, heard this sentence. A lump of blood in his chest immediately surged up. "Where did I not use all my strength? Which eye of yours saw that I did not use all my strength? I even used the secret technique of pressing the bottom of the box. Grass mud horse." Finally, Wang Xin couldn't help it, a mouthful of old blood spewed out, and he passed out as soon as he rolled his eyes. 228 I don't want my parents to see me kill someone on TV, 1. Is it because the punch I just shot was too hard? No way, it's obviously only a little bit of power. Even the power of the stars is useless, let alone the power of the magic whale. Liu Sheng was speechless. Looking at Wang Xin who was in a coma, he shook his head. Forget it, anyway, the meaning has come, and the certificate has been given up. He wants to hide his clumsiness and hide it, so he can't blame others if he loses. After all, nothing will change in the ending. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng turned his head to look at the referee who had been staring at him for a long time, and said calmly, "Announce it." "How can it be?" In the stands, Master Chang, the leader of Heilong Martial Arts Hall, suddenly stood up from his position with a shua. An unbelievable look was written on his face. They had high hopes in the Heilong Martial Arts Academy, and Wang Xin, who originally planned to compete with the Gemini twins and beyond Sheng Miao, lost. In fact, losing is not unacceptable. In the world of martial arts, a mountain is higher than a mountain, and no one can guarantee that he is the strongest. The key is, Wang Xin couldn't even block Liu Sheng's punch, so he lost. Moreover, his strength was at full strength, even the owner of Heilong Pavilion, the 8th level Grand Master, was using the martial arts secret skills tailored for him, he was punched away in seconds. This is very outrageous. What kind of strength does this Liu Sheng of the 7 sages have to be in order to have such an effect? The leading master of Heilong martial arts looked blank, and murmured in a low voice, "Also," are the last 2 words he said ridiculing. Not to mention the referee, All the warriors watching the battle around were dumbfounded. I didn't respond for a long time. They thought about Liu Sheng beating Wang Xin. But for Liu Sheng's understatement, he directly killed Wang Xin with a single punch. Destroyed, the casual movements are like the scene of slapping a fly away. Really unprepared. The referee woke up from a dream under the reminder of Liu Sheng, and hurriedly announced, "No 0135 Liu Sheng won." This sentence also brought back the shocked souls of the onlookers. The buzz off the court suddenly became noisy. Many people were emotional, with shocked expressions and talking non-stop. The old students of Kishan University were full of excitement and surprise, and their spirits were so high that they almost jumped up on the spot. Devil King Liu Sheng. I don't know which guy it is, raised his arms and called out Liu Sheng's nickname in the Seven Saints University. The rest of the old students of Kishan University immediately had an outlet to vent their excitement, and shouted, "Ning! The Demon King!" Driven by the atmosphere, some young warriors who were intimidated by Liu Sheng's might and posture also shouted, "The Demon King! The Demon King!" In a world where the strong are respected, pushing is a fashion. Just like ordinary people chasing stars. Worshipping a young, handsome, and frighteningly powerful young man like Liu Sheng. No shame. Although warriors compete for the front, the decisive victory is often between a few moves. But the martial arts tournament has been going on until now, and the people who can stay on the stage are not weak. It is no longer a simple matter to solve the opponent within a few moves. Liu Sheng defeated Wang Xin with one move, and the speed of ending the battle was a bit too fast. Coupled with the noisy scene, many people shouted "Devil King," which made many people who were watching other competitions curious to come over. Liu Sheng was quite speechless, and quickly stepped off the stage. To be honest, he thinks this kind of support method like shouting slogans is quite zhong-er. And he didn't like the nickname Devil King very much. One thing to say, instead of being called the Devil King, it's better to be called the Holy Heavenly Emperor, Baichuan Immortal Venerable, and the Werewolf Great Sage. These are all powerful. But isn't it a little early for me to use these nicknames now? Liu Sheng thought about this problem very seriously. At the same time, at the highest sponsor position in the competition venue, the masters of several martial arts associations were also looking at this side, making various exclamations from their mouths. A boxing method above the control level, an unparalleled strong physique, and without even using the stellar energy, he can instantly kill Wang Xin of Heilong martial arts with one punch. Isn't Liu Sheng's foundation too solid? Wang Xin from Heilong Martial Arts Hall is considered to be the top 3 seedlings in this martial arts conference. I didn't expect that he didn't even receive a punch from Liu Sheng. I heard that Liu Sheng's strongest skill is spearmanship. Tisk tisk tisk, he didn't even fire a gun. It's really a monster. Let me see, the Gemini may not necessarily be his opponent. This year's martial arts leader is basically him. It's too early to say this, the Geminis are not ordinary Tongtian talents. 2 years have passed, God knows how far they have grown. Okay. The chairman of the organizer, Zhang He, interrupted the discussion of several masters. There is no need to argue about these meaningless things, just read on. Several masters nodded respectfully and stopped talking. However, Zhang He changed the topic, showing unabashed admiration for Liu Sheng on his face. Such a solid foundation, such an outstanding talent, is the true talent of a martial saint. It is indeed the seedling who can be favored by Tan's Hongai Wuxian, and it really is an existence that breaks the common sense. Here, the Jidao twin stars who have just resolved the battle have successively sat in the watching seats of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Kill Wang Xin with one punch. The 2 Jidao twins were stunned for a moment, but soon their expressions relaxed again. Wang Xin didn't use all his strength because he was too big? No wonder. The handsome young man casually picked up a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed it, took a sip, and said casually, I paid a little attention to Wang Xin before, but I didn't expect him to be an idiot. But that's fine too. The handsome young man said with a smile, the stronger this Liu Sheng of the Seven Sacred University shows, the stronger we defeat him, the brighter the halo on us will be, and the greater the benefits we will get in the martial arts. In another place, Zhangju, a cute girl who surpassed the martial arts school, glanced silently in the direction of Liu Sheng, and looked away, with a worried and nervous expression. That shadow spreads even more. Wen Jinjian made the cut in a thrilling manner. Kishan University is as happy as New Year. Now they have 2 candidates in the top 10. It is also an extremely good result in the history of the 7th Sacred University. With Liu Sheng here, we can still hit the top 3, or even the first place, maybe we can make history. An old student from the 7th Sacred University said with a smile. The others were also very happy, except Bai Heng Chuan who was eliminated early. Ever since this kid was beaten by Liu Sheng, his martial luck has been poor, and his light tends to gradually dim. Several leading masters of the 7th Saint University were also in a good mood, and they gathered together to discuss whether they should order peanuts for a few drinks at night. Only then did Liu Sheng know. Nima's competition for today is over. No wonder the photographer before said that the entire conference would take 2 or 3 days. 1 day today, 1 day of finals tomorrow, and finally an award or something. Not 2 or 3 days. It is estimated that it will take a little longer this year. Because, a grandmaster will die in this year's martial arts conference. All kinds of turmoil in the future may take a long time. Liu Sheng thought casually. He is ready for any storm. After sitting in the seat and waiting for a while, the 7th round of competition is over. It was already sunset at this time, and the organizer Wushu Association announced that today's competition ended here, and it will continue at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. In fact, it is still comparable to turn on a light at night or something. However, the temperature on the top of the mountain is already low, and at night it turns into ice when falling into the water. The physique of a 6th level martial artist will be affected by such severe cold, let alone ordinary people. They will be frozen to death if they shoot the broadcast at night. After the competition ended, the crowd scattered and left. The contestants who won the 7th round and the forces behind them can have the right to stay on the top of the mountain, while others do not have this privilege. If you don't want to be frozen alive all night, you will obediently go down the mountain and find a place to stay by yourself. If you want to continue watching the battle tomorrow, you will come up early. The old students of Kishan University are very happy, they have not stayed on the top of the mountain for many martial arts conferences. In the past, after the first day of the competition, I went straight down the mountain, didn't even bother to watch the second day's game, and went back to school overnight. Liu Sheng was assigned to a separate room. The conditions are still good, all kinds of facilities are available, even the Wi-Fi is full. Liu Sheng first went to the cafeteria with the big troops to have a meal. The food in the cafeteria is all made at the bottom of the mountain, Numas. It's good luck, and it tastes good, but the quantity is a bit small. Liu Sheng ate with restraint, and casually ate a portion for 7 or 8 people. Then I went back to my room and took a shower, lying on the bed and playing with my phone. Click on the message list, the first one is a message from my younger sister Liu Qinghe. Bullfrog. 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 Brother, you are on TV again, and try to get the number 1 in the country again. Every TV station of the National University Martial Arts Conference will broadcast it live, just like the World Championships and Winter Games in the previous life. There are quite a lot of people watching, especially those who practice martial arts. Liu Sheng smiled, and was about to answer her a few words casually, when he suddenly remembered something, and quickly replied, "Don't let your parents watch tomorrow's game." "Why?" Liu Qinghe replied quickly, with doubts. "Don't ask so many questions, anyway, just don't let your parents watch the live broadcast. Do whatever you want, if you really want your parents to be well. The seriousness in Liu Sheng's words surprised Liu Qinghe a little, but she still insisted on asking Liu Sheng to make it clear. Otherwise, she would have no idea. Liu Sheng was so annoyed by her, so after thinking about it, he replied directly. Because I don't want my parents to see me killing people on TV, nephew. Ask for a monthly pass and be the first. Ask for flowers, 2 million, thank you. 229. Try pointing fingers in front of me again? 2. Liu Sheng sent out these words, but Liu Qinghe didn't reply for a long time. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and then he replied, just kidding. But tomorrow's finals, the level of combat will increase, and there will definitely be blood or something. I don't want my parents to be scared and worry about me. It's not good for you to read it, or it may leave a psychological shadow. Liu Sheng seldom typed so many words, seldom explained his words and actions, and seldom made jokes. When all these 3 points are gathered, it means that something is wrong inside and outside the matter. I don't know if Liu Qinghe will see it. After sending out this message, Liu Qinghe finally replied. Scare me, bro, don't make such jokes, okay, I thought you were going to be a murderer. Alright, I will try my best to tell my parents not to watch the live broadcast tomorrow. But they will definitely watch the rerun when they think about it, don't say I didn't warn you. Your actions are superfluous. Liu Sheng didn't return, and he also knew that he was unnecessary. So when he just responded to the message, he thought of a better solution. I can't stop others from watching it, but can't I stop the screen from broadcasting? The location of the live broadcast camera set up on the mountain-top platform can be seen at a glance. With his huge spiritual power of level 7, it is not easy to destroy a small live broadcast. Just wait until tomorrow. Liu Sheng flipped through the chat history again. There are a lot more unread messages recently, and most of them are from today. The National University Martial Arts Conference is still a very authoritative competition in the circle of young martial artists, and many people watch it. After seeing Liu Sheng appearing on TV, I was so excited that I even posted screenshots on Moments to show off. High school students, the seat is separated by 2 tables. This year's National Dragon Martial Arts Champion in the college entrance examination has now entered the finals of the National Martial Arts Competition for all 890 national students. Thumbs up like a god. Awesome! This was sent by an old classmate of Class 5, Grade 3, Beihai No. 3 Middle School. Liu Sheng smiled and gave a thumbs up below. Dozens of comments exploded in an instant, scaring Liu Sheng down quickly. Come on, although I know you can't hear or see. I dare not expect too much, being under the same starry sky and occasionally hearing news about you is already very satisfying. Rose. This circle of friends is also accompanied by a picture. 2. One is a screenshot of Liu Sheng leaning sideways and staring coldly at Wang Xin, who fell on the ground and vomited blood. The other one is a silhouette of Liu Sheng sitting on the seat of the bus, raising his hand and gently throwing a red plastic ball. In the photo, Liu Sheng has clear eyebrows, a smile on his mouth, and the sun shines on his body, which is as clear and sparkling as a clear spring in a mountain stream. Zheng Dandan. Liu Sheng said the name silently, since Zheng Dandan seldom sent him messages since Liang Cheng last time. Sometimes I send it late at night, but when I see it the next day, it always shows that the message has been withdrawn. Liu Sheng didn't like or comment, and slid over silently. The next one is a bit funny. The angle of view is facing the TV screen, red wine and barbecue are placed on the table in front of it, and the copywriting is "It's really cool to watch the students I taught before fight in the National Martial Arts Competition after finishing the mission. Contact Qin Shaojun." Liu Sheng also saw Dong Qingxiu's comments under this circle of friends, which also had 3 points. Dong Qingxiu's circle of friends happened to be next to Qin Shaojun's. The two have similar ideas for taking pictures, but the results are very different. Dong Qingxiu's circle of friends simply shared a photo. Her desk. On the desk are some well-arranged books and gadgets, the background is a blurred computer screen, and on the screen is the silhouette of Liu Sheng punching. Look, this is the gap in the realm of pretend. Liu Sheng looked at it and wanted to laugh, and suddenly remembered the name of the spouse in the dream space, which also belonged to Dong Qingxiu. Immediately I didn't want to laugh anymore, and hurriedly quit the circle of friends. Unknowingly, Liu Sheng has become a star figure in the circle of friends, and has also become a heavy or light concern in many people's hearts. Liu Sheng temporarily lost his interest in entering the dream space to practice. He didn't want to go to bed so early. Let's go for a walk. Liu Sheng pulled on a coat casually and walked out of the room. On the top of the cumulus mountain, the night wind is bitter. A thin layer of snow accumulated on the Budao Plaza on the top platform, and the temperature dropped below -10 degrees. A petite and cute figure wearing a milky white thin down jacket stood on the edge of the cliff at the top of the mountain, exhaling into the night sky. About there. Zhang Ju rubbed his little frozen hands and turned around. As Sheng Miao, who transcends the martial arts school, her martial arts practice route has long been planned by the transcended martial arts saint. Practicing the secret breath for half an hour every night, Zhang Ju didn't dare to miss it all day. The closer this breathing method is to the natural effect, the better it is, which is also the main reason why Zhang Yu ran to the top of the mountain to blow the cold wind without sleeping in the middle of the night. It's cold. After more than half an hour of cold wind blowing outdoors at a temperature of more than 10 degrees below zero, even Zhang Ju, a warrior with a strength of level 6, could not stand it a little, and was flushed from the cold. She glanced overhead. The night sky at the top of the mountain is very clear, and you can see beautiful stars. Zhang Ju stared at it for a while, feeling a little reluctant to leave. Suddenly at this time, there were light footsteps in my ears. Rustle. It was the sound of someone walking slowly on the snow. It was also when this voice sounded that Zhang Ju found that the night sky above his head was no longer clear. Large swaths of black fog shadows that only she could see spread from the direction of the sound. The stars are covered one by one, the stars and the moon, have no light, and the deeper night falls. Zhang Ju turned his head abruptly. The sound of footsteps stopped abruptly, and a tall and slender figure stood tens of meters away from her and looked at her quietly. That figure merged with the darkness completely, the shadow rose from behind, and a pair of eyes shone slightly. It's him. Zhang Ju's heart tightened, and his body straightened instantly. Fear surged up like a tide, she lowered her head almost subconsciously, and quickly ran in another direction. Am I that scary? Liu Sheng looked at the quickly disappearing figure, and touched his cheek inexplicably. Obviously, the number of names on the spouse column of personal data is increasing day by day, but why do I feel that my relationship with the opposite sex has never been good? Liu Sheng didn't understand. The morning at the top of the mountain is always earlier than that at the bottom of the mountain. Many people ran to the platform to watch the sunrise. Liu Sheng put on a t-shirt and was about to go out. After thinking about it, he put on his coat again. Maybe my parents will see him in today's game, wear less clothes, and have to blame him later. While Liu Sheng was having breakfast with Kishan college students in the cafeteria, people came up one after another from the bottom of the mountain. These people got up early and climbed up the mountain for today's final. I ran from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain in one breath, sweating all over, and my blood boiled all over. Watching the sunrise on Cumulus Mountain again, I felt so happy that I couldn't help shouting. Outside the cafeteria door, there were sounds like howling of apes one after another, which was quite lively. You'd better pray that you don't meet me in today's competition. When Liu Sheng went out for breakfast, he saw a group of people from Kishan University gathered around the entrance of the cafeteria. A figure more than 2 meters high, like an iron tower, blocked the gate tightly, and warned Wen Jinjian in a low voice. Wen Jinjian's face was ugly, but he didn't speak. A group of students from the 7th Holy University also dared not speak out. Liu Sheng recognized this guy's identity. One of the twin stars of the Jidao Martial Art Museum, what does it seem to be called? Chao Zhou, the demon pole star. Liu Sheng is here. Someone shouted, and in an instant, everyone at the door looked at Liu Sheng in unison. The people of Kishan University seemed to have a backbone all of a sudden, and they all looked at him excitedly. When Jinjian and Moji seeing Chao Zhou also noticed Liu Sheng's arrival. The former obviously breathed a sigh of relief, while the latter set his eyes on him with interest. A bit of cruelty appeared in his eyes, he grinned, and made a gesture of cutting his throat at Liu Sheng. The same as you. Chao Zhou didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly there was a sudden gust of wind blowing. His heart seemed to be hugged by an invisible big hand, and it tightened suddenly. The strong sense of crisis made the alarm sound in his heart, his scalp was numb in an instant, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. While breathing, a figure appeared in front of him as if teleporting. Staring at him indifferently, he raised his hand to catch him. Chao Chu's fighters reacted instinctively, with energy and blood surging all over their bodies. Their 2-meter-high iron tower-like body suddenly swelled, and a white wave of air visible to the naked eye exploded around them. But all his protection in front of that person was like a fragile dam in front of a tsunami, and it collapsed after a little blocking. A big hand ripped open his defenses violently, grabbed his neck, and his 5 fingers sank deeply into the flesh, lifting his whole body alive. You are in front of me again. Try pointing fingers. Liu Sheng grabbed Chao Zhou to his face like a chick, and said each word in a calm tone. Chao Cut's pupils contracted, and his eyes protruded little by little. He could clearly hear the creaking sound of the brittle bones of the throat being squeezed and deformed from his neck. He tried to break the grip of that big hand, but he felt more and more that the other party was unshakable. An unprecedented sense of fear and despair spread from the bottom of my heart. He thinks, I am about to die. At this time, ask for a monthly pass, flowers. 230 Your neck is beautiful. 3. Stop. A figure walked quickly, and the whole body was full of energy and blood, like a fireball in an oven. The energy turned into smoke above the head, and went straight to the sky. 7th grade master. This person was originally in a very far away place, but in an instant he arrived near. He is wearing a martial arts robe with the words Judo Martial Arts Hall printed on him, with thick eyebrows and long and thin eyes. Jidao Martial Arts. Lian Jibai. The martial arts tournament hasn't started yet. If you want to be disqualified, you have to try again. Lian Jibai stared at Liu Sheng coldly. A powerful aura belonging to the master was crushed down here. The Kishan College students at the entrance of the cafeteria retreated one after another, and even when Jinjian involuntarily moved out of the way. Liu Sheng, who was pinching Chao Chu's neck with one hand, instantly created a vacuum around him. The air condensed into glue, and wave after wave squeezed hard towards Liu Sheng. The so-called prestige of a master. Liu Sheng seemed to be on a reef amidst the stormy waves, standing still. He squinted his eyes and looked at Lian Jibai. The murderous intent in his heart was surging like a tide, and he almost wanted to see through his body. Liu Sheng was sure that he would kill Lian Jibai in one breath. But the aftermath. Killing a grandmaster in public, I guess I will be marked as a wanted criminal immediately, not to mention how to follow up. I am afraid that even my family will be implicated. Calm. Be calm. I have endured for so long, seeing that success is close at hand, why should I fall short? As long as half a day passes, I can crush him to death openly. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Liu Sheng's chest quickly subsided. His eyes calmed down again, and the hand pinching Chao Chu's neck relaxed a little bit. Pa-ta! Chao Zhou was gently placed on the ground by Liu Sheng. Before Liu Sheng's right hand was about to leave Chao Chu's neck, he gently stroked his throat twice. Your neck, beautiful. Liu Sheng said something casually, then turned his head and grinned at the gloomy Lian Jiabei, showing his white teeth, and strode away. As if nothing had happened. The eyes of the surrounding people subconsciously focused on Chao Zhou, glanced at his thick and dark neck with bulging veins, and their expressions became strange. This neck? Called pretty? Chao Cut's face was flushed red, and he didn't know whether it was because of being pinched by Liu Sheng, or because of shame and anger. Walk. Lian Jiabei in the distance dropped a word coldly, turned around and left. Chao Cut didn't say a word, but quickly followed. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a crowd of onlookers looked at the backs of Lian Jiabei and Chao Zhou, still immersed in the shock of what they had just experienced. A few seconds later, fierce discussions suddenly exploded. Damn it! Liu Sheng killed the magic pole star in the Jidao twins in one go. The devil star Chao Zhou couldn't even resist in front of Liu Sheng. How strong is Liu Sheng? He must have been promoted to Grandmaster. The number one in the country this time, is stable. What's the matter with you? On the side of Jidao Martial Arts Hall, Lian Jiabei stopped, turned around and stared at Jiangzi. Chao Cut replied in a muffled voice, I thought he would attack suddenly. I didn't react. I guess so. Lian Jiabei sneered. The handsome young man next to him heard the general idea of the matter, and couldn't help saying, Chao Yu, you are really a waste. Try to say it again. Chao Cut stared at the handsome young man with red eyes, his originally burly body swelled rapidly, and even the breath from his mouth and nose became hot, like an angry bull. You're a piece of shit. The handsome young man finished speaking word by word, slowly stood up from his seat, squinted his eyes and said, Why, you were beaten up outside, and you find your own people to vent your anger when you come back. Chao Chu's chest rose and fell rapidly, the white airflow from his mouth and nose became more and more intense, and he let out a low growl, his whole body was about to erupt like a volcano. But was interrupted by a voice. Enough. Lian Jiabei scanned the two of them with cold eyes, and finally fell on Chao Zhou. The shame you have caused Jidao to suffer, you have to find a way to wash it away. Even the instructor can rest assured. Chao Cut's voice seemed to come from the magma flowing at the bottom of the volcano, full of extremely suppressed anger. The same mistake, I won't make it a second time. Regardless of whether we can meet him in the ring next. Chao Zhou stomped his feet fiercely, causing the thick floor tiles under his feet to be cracked and sunken, and large pieces were rolled up. I want him to die. The news that Liu Sheng, the seventh sage, defeated one of the extreme twin stars, the demon pole star Chao Zhou, quickly swept across the mountaintop platform like a hurricane. Before the martial arts conference started, it caused quite a commotion among the crowd. In a short period of time, Liu Sheng has become the biggest favorite to win this year's martial arts tournament. The vice principals who led the team from Kishan University were so happy that their faces burst into flowers, but despite their joy, they still walked over to Liu Sheng with earnest words. The Gemini twins have been able to dominate the National Martial Arts Conference for so many sessions, their true strength should not be underestimated. Even if you took advantage before and waited for the competition stage, don't take it lightly. Liu Sheng said he got it. But his face was as calm as the blue sky on top of cumulus clouds, and no one knew what was going on in his heart. When Liu Sheng sat on the chair, he could feel countless gazes gathering at him from all directions. Among them, the gaze from Jidao Martial Art Museum is the most intense. There are 3 in total, and Liu Sheng knows who they are from without looking at them. The draw for the 8th round of competition begins. Soon, the host Martial Arts Association staff announced that today's conference has officially started. A dozen or so contestants including Liu Sheng came to the stage to draw lots. Because there is enough time and the level of the competition has increased, today's competitions are all conducted one by one. The lottery results come out. Liu Sheng glanced at his opponent, his expression immediately became playful. He slowly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, facing a pair of eyes full of anger and resentment. Eyes intertwined, there seems to be a little spark in the air. 7 Sages Lu Shen's Jidao Martial Arts Club Chow Chow. As soon as the lottery result was announced, the crowd below erupted into a commotion. Damn it, the organizer did it on purpose. Is there such a coincidence? Encounter road is narrow. Lu Sheng from the 7 Sages and Chao Zhou, the extreme demon, had just clashed in the morning, and they met again in the first match. This is a good show. It is said that Lu Sheng defeated Chao Zhou with one move. It seems that Lu Sheng will win this round. Not necessarily, no one expected that Lu Sheng would make a sudden move in the morning scene. Kun was caught off guard. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Lu Sheng found it interesting. 0. Ask for flowers. He imitated Chao's movements in the morning, with his right hand horizontally placed on his neck, and he made a slow throat cut movement towards Chao's. I am going to kill you. Chao Cut's eyes spewed fire, and he almost couldn't help but rush forward on the spot. The aura around him surged like waves. Lu Sheng smiled and said, I let you kill. A group of people left the stage after the lottery. Perhaps it was deliberately arranged by the organizers. The battle of grievances between Lu Sheng and Chao Zhou was specially put to the last battle. The first match was the competition between the 7th sage Wen Jinjian. He was unlucky, and met another one of the extreme twin stars Tian Jixing Qiu. It was the handsome young man who always liked to look at people with a sneer. Don't care about the result, calendar days, and battles. The old master who led the first Chenggu University encouraged Wen Jinjian earnestly. Wen Jinjian nodded, but his expression was still a little nervous. Lu Sheng was sitting next to him, thought for a while and said casually, hit whatever you want, and I will avenge you if you get killed. Wen Jinjian's expression froze, and he forced a smile at Lu Sheng. Thank you. 0. We are also students of Kishan University, so don't be polite to me. Lu Sheng waved his hand casually, with a grand expression on his face. Wen Jinjian went to the stage without saying a word. Then it was quickly lifted down. The battle ended quickly, mainly because the strength gap between the two was too great. Perhaps it was because of the humiliation of the demon pole star Chao Zhou in the hands of Lu Sheng in the morning. The Jidao Martial Art Museum wanted to prove something. Tianji star Chi Yu showed unparalleled strength on stage. His speed is so fast that it is difficult for live cameras to capture him. Although Wen Jinjian also worked very hard, and even showed his martial arts will, he was still defeated in just a few moves. The fight went on for several minutes. Tianji star Chi Yu has been deliberately playing with Wen Jinjian, like a cat playing with a mouse. When Wen Jinjian left the field, he had 4 broken ribs and fractures in his hands and feet. Tianji star Chi Yu stood in the middle of the competition stage, smiling, and looked at Kishan University provocatively, as if he was declaring something. The vice-headmasters of the 7th Sage University all had bad expressions on their faces, and all the 7th Sacred University students glared at them. On the other hand, Lu Sheng had a calm face, carefully counted the wounds on Wen Jinjian's body, and said to him, it's a pity, if you can get hurt, then focus on it. I have a reason to beat him to death on stage. Wen Jinjian's expression was suffocated, and he couldn't say a word. The competition continues. It went on without a hitch. In the second round, Sheng Miao Zhongju, who surpassed the martial arts school, faced another disciple of the big martial arts school. The result was no surprise, Zhongju won. This girl who looked cute and weak on the outside burst out with an unbelievably strong fighting instinct on stage. Often the opponent's attack has not yet been launched, and she has already realized the prediction. It's almost like a prophet. As soon as the competition was over, Zhongju left in a hurry. Looking at the girl's back, Lu Sheng inexplicably remembered a person from the talent training camp back then. Charlene. The temperament of the two is quite similar. And they have one thing in common: the first reaction when they saw him was to run away. Is it because my looks are vicious to cute girls? Sheng touched his smooth jade cheeks, thinking silently. Then, finally, it was his turn. 231 Magic Pole Star? Then my punch is called Explosive Star. 4. Ask for a monthly pass. The last game. The host referee looked at the two places below the stage, and slowly announced, Sheng, the 7th sage, is facing Chao Yu from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Please come to the stage. The crowd of onlookers immediately became agitated. All eyes were on Sheng and Chao Zhou. The cameraman in charge of the broadcast carried the camera to find close ups of the two people. It abruptly creates an atmosphere of a war that is about to start. Sheng stood up from the chair and stretched his muscles and bones a little, giving people the feeling of a tiger standing upright. He walked slowly onto the stage, where Chao Zhou was already waiting for him. Rules of the National University Martial Arts Conference, Article 32. Chao Cut breathed heavily, and his voice was full of deep and depressing. During the competition, if you accidentally kill your opponent by mistake, if the circumstances are reasonable, you will not be held responsible. Do you understand me? Chao Cut's eyes locked on Sheng, and he said word by word, wait a while, I will hit hard, very hard. I hope you can be prepared. Sheng looked at him with a smile. It's like watching something extremely interesting. I am looking forward. The referee next to him felt the strong smell of gunpowder on the competition platform 563, and hurriedly announced, the competition begins. Then quickly ran to the outside of the competition venue. 7 or 8 photographers carrying cameras walked quickly around the two of them. Everyone was paying attention to this battle, their expressions were serious, and their voices disappeared unknowingly. I know you're not convinced. Sheng stretched out his hand and touched his fair, tight, perfectly lined neck, and said with a smile, I'll give you enough time to transform. Hurry up, I don't have much patience. Sheng twisted his neck slightly, and his body made a bone-to-bone sound. Sheng's blood became a little hot. But not because of Chao Zhou. Instead, he thought that after 2 more games, the script he wrote would usher in a real climax. What a scene that would be! Sheng is looking forward to it. Chao Chu's eyes quickly turned cold. He inhales deeply. Airflow tracks that are almost visible to the naked eye appear in the test field. The air in a large space was almost evacuated by Chao Cut. His chest protruded high, and his whole body swelled up like a balloon. But it didn't give people any sense of vanity. Chao Chu's skin quickly turned from dark to red, and his muscles bulged out one by one. Like a piece of hot iron. There are also blue veins entrenched like little snakes on it. Magical state. Chao Cut spit out. A circle of white air waves visible to the naked eye spread out around him. Before waiting for the onlookers to show their expressions of emotion. The second level of the magic state. Crunch _. There was a tooth-piercing sound of bones, and Chao Chu's body, which had swollen to the extreme, began to shrink inward again. His skin turned from red to black again, but unlike before, this black was terribly deep. If we say that the previous Chao Chao was a piece of pig iron that had just been burnt red. So now, all the impurities in the pig iron have been driven out. His muscles and bones are like steel, and his whole body seems to be forged from pure iron ingots, giving people an extremely strong sense of visual impact. It was a power that could only be felt with the naked eye. Incomparably powerful. The surging heat wave spread out from Chao Chu's body. He breathed slowly, and every breath he exhaled was condensed into white liquid in the air. A terrible feeling of depression spread around him, and the air around him was almost distorted. Hiss! There were gasping sounds from the sidelines one after another. Even many masters were moved. What kind of physique is this? The body of a master is nothing more than that. Magic star, magical star. Chao Zhou who has turned on the demonic state is the real demonic star. Someone couldn't help but murmured, last time, Cao Cha, who activated the first level of demon state, was able to sweep the conference, and he was known as the most powerful person under the Grand Master. This year, his demon state has entered the second level. How terrifying is it? Before the game, Liu Sheng, who had been infinitely optimistic, immediately changed the direction of the situation after the second level of Chao Yu's extreme state was revealed. Compared with Chao Zhou, who was as terrifying as a demon god, the plain Liu Sheng was like a baby in front of murderous thugs. The thinness makes people sympathetic. On the side of Kishan University, the faces of a group of students and the vice principal of the Grand Master changed, and their faces became tense all of a sudden. Damn it! Thinking of Wen Jinjian's tragic situation before, someone subconsciously clenched their fists. On the other side of the Ji-Dao Martial Arts Hall, everyone smiled. Is it true that the title of Extreme Gemini is called for nothing? Lian Jiabei leaned his back gently on the chair, showing a very relaxed state. When the second layer of Chao Chu's demon state is successfully revealed, the result is already doomed. Extreme Way. What is Extreme Way? You will see it soon. Lian Jiabei thought casually. On the other hand, Qi Yu, the star of Tianji, kept casting his eyes in the direction beyond the martial arts hall in the distance. One per person, you can't steal all the limelight by yourself. He licked his lips, with a trace of cruelty in his eyes. You'd better not think about throwing in the towel. Chao Chu's voice changed, became dull and rough, like two pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Because that would make me very angry. Chao Cut lifted his head up vigorously, pulling out the black and twisted veins on his neck. He grinned at Liu Sheng, the smile was twisted and full of cruelty, like a ferocious beast saw its dream prey and began to lick its minions. Liu Sheng's expression was very calm, he just stared at Chao Zhou indifferently. In Chao Chu's eyes, it is the best expression of cowardice and fear. It can be over. Chao Cut moved his legs, and his elephant-like thick feet stepped on the hard floor of Martial Arts Square, leaving cracks and cracks. His speed was getting faster and faster, and the extremely suppressed aura on his body finally exploded. Martial arts are extremely powerful. Chao Cut roared, and the terrifying air waves rolled outward layer by layer, and the terrifying momentum overflowed like a volcanic eruption. The white air waves visible to the naked eye spread wildly, forming a hurricane on the ground. Combining martial arts will with a terrifying body, he unleashed a punch with all his strength. At this moment, he finally released all the rays of light belonging to Chao Chu's extreme twin demon pole star. Many people on the sidelines looked moved, and the shoulders of several photographers who were in charge of broadcasting the camera were trembling uncontrollably. Some grandmasters stood up abruptly from their positions. Even Zhang He's urgent voice came from the rostrum, be ready to avoid bloodshed and casualties. At Ji-Dao Martial Arts Hall, the smile on the corner of Lian Jiabei's mouth is getting bigger and bigger. Finally. Boom! Chao Kun's fist, like a nuclear bomb explosion, hit a certain body firmly, and a terrifying white air wave erupted. The sound roared. The hearts of many people present also shook violently following the sound. A super shocking punch. Everyone was shocked, and tried to find out the result of this punch with their eyes wide open. The onlookers received such a huge impact, but Liu Sheng who was facing the punch. What's next? Soon, the air wave and smoke dissipated. Two figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw the scene in the competition field clearly, everyone was stunned for an instant. He froze in place, his brain seemed to be grabbed by some invisible big hand and pulled out violently. Left over. Just a blank sound of buzzing. This is impossible. Lian Jiabei, who was still sitting on the chair, stood up suddenly, his eyes widened and he stared at the field, his expression was like seeing a ghost. Qi Yu, the star of Tianji beside him, also stood up immediately, with a look of horror on his face. There are many people with expressions like them, including some masters. Many people stared blankly. I see, the center of the venue. Chao Kut stood in a punching posture. His veiny arms were firmly imprinted on Liu Sheng's chest. But it was blocked by a piece of golden chi like quicksand amber. Chao Chu's face was ferocious, his teeth were almost gnawed into pieces, and his fists only slightly dented the clothes under the golden aura. He had an unbelievable expression on his face, and there was even a hint of deep confusion in his eyes. It's like a child who suddenly lost his way and wants to look up to find the guiding star in the sky. Unfortunately, what he met was a pair of 4.9 eyes that were deeper than the night sky. That's all. Liu Sheng stretched out his hand, and gently opened Chao Chu's fist on his chest. Is there something like the third level of the magic state? What about the stronger martial arts? Liu Sheng asked. Chao Zhou looked bewildered. It's gone, isn't it? As Liu Sheng spoke softly, his body made a sound like ice cracking. A terrible breath leaked out from his body bit by bit. Gemini Demon Polar Star. Liu Sheng raised his shoulders, his body became stalwart. He raised his right hand and slowly clenched it. It was as if a large shadow quickly climbed up from behind him. Then my punch. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, condescended, and said calmly, it's called Explosive Star. Boom. As Liu Sheng said the last word, a terrifying aura that was more than 10 times stronger than that of Chao Zhou erupted from him. The invisible momentum soared upwards, stirring up waves of air, and then pouring down like a landslide and tsunami. Die! Liu punched out. Ask for flowers and monthly tickets. 232. Have you bought insurance? No, I push you one. You dare! Lian Jiabei roared and flew out from his position, his figure was like an arrow. Not only him. Many figures leaped up, their chi and blood were like an oven, and their energy was like smoke. All masters. Among them are the masters of the Martial Arts Association, and the vice principals who lead the team of 7 saints. Boom! Liu Sheng's fist landed, and Chao Kut's body flew upside down like a cannonball. Lian Jiabei's eyes were shattered, but he didn't go to meet Chao Zhou, but went straight to Liu Sheng. Lian Jiabei, how dare you! Someone shouted loudly, intercepted Lian Jiabei's figure, and fought with him. Boom! The Grand Master clasped palms together, and a terrifying sound wave erupted, like 2 huge blazing ovens colliding fiercely. The air wave spread, and the spectators around the test field retreated one after another. The 2 figures separated from each other. Lian Jiabei's face was gloomy, and the martial arts uniform on his body was blown up by waves of killing intent. And here, Zhao Kangtai, vice principal of the 7th Shengwu University, silently took off the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and put them in his shirt pocket with a blank expression. At this time, Zhao Kangtai's bookish spirit was gone, revealing the iron blood and majesty of a master. Even Liu Sheng was a little surprised. Stop! Someone yelled and stood between Lian Jiabei and Zhao Kangtai. It was the woman in the blue Cheongsam who was in charge of drawing lots from the Wushu Association. They are all masters, so if you make a move here, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The blue Cheongsam woman looked at the 2 seriously. This kid killed someone on purpose, and he killed the future star of my Ji-Dao martial arts gym. 02 He deserves to die. Lian Jiabei fixed his eyes on Liu Sheng, his face made no secret of his murderous intent. He participated in the National Martial Arts Conference to make a name for himself, to show the power of the martial arts, not to be a stepping stone for others. Not to mention, an extreme genius died. As the team leader of the Ji-Dao Martial Art Museum this time, he also has to bear certain responsibilities for such a major accident. Although it will not be punished, it will definitely not look good on face. It is inevitable that someone will say something against him behind his back. If you're willing to take a look at Chao Zhou, you'll know that the Moji Sing in your Ji-Dao martial arts gym isn't dead yet. Someone interrupted abruptly. It's Liu Sheng. Lian Jiabei was taken aback, and turned his head to look at the place where Chao Zhou landed. At this time, Chao Zhou was lying on the ground upright, with a huge depression in his chest. His body has been restored to its original shape, loose and loose, like a brick that was smashed by life. 18. His chest was still heaving, and there were indeed signs of life, but he was not dead. Call. The Blue Cheongsam woman and Zhao Kangtai were obviously relieved. Even Ji Bei's eyes relaxed, but soon became cold again. He narrowed his eyes to look at Liu Sheng, and said, "Boy, your teacher at the 7th Sacred University never taught you. What is a master that cannot be humiliated?" Liu Sheng looked tight, subconsciously took a few steps back, and hid behind Zhao Kangtai. The corners of Lian Jiabei's mouth curled up. Zhao Kangtai yelled with a cold face, "Lian Jiabei, since the disciple of your Ji-Dao martial arts school is not dead, this matter will be exposed. Don't push yourself." Lian Jiabei sneered, his eyes swept over the vice-principal masters who were about to step up from Kishan University. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Without saying a word, he turned around and left. "Take it down and treat it." With a wave of Lian Jiabei's hand, several disciples from Ji-Dao martial arts school rushed up and ran towards the medical station with their spiritual rate up. On the other hand, he himself sat on the chair with a big sword, staring at Liu Sheng coldly, his eyes fluttering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. "Then I declare that Liu Sheng, the 7th saint, wins this battle." The woman in the blue Cheongsam took over the power of the referee and announced the end of the competition. At this moment, the shock and horror of being interrupted by Lian Jibai broke out from the crowd of onlookers. "It's too strong. Liu Sheng is really too strong. Chao Zhou, who is fully activated on the 2nd level, can't block his punch. Isn't he really a master? What if Grandmaster Liu Sheng just hid from Lian Jibai from the Ji-Dao Martial Arts Academy? His Grandmaster's force field has not yet been generated. But the strength is indeed super strong, it has surpassed the average quasi-Grandmaster, infinitely approaching the limit below the realm of a Grandmaster. It is even said that in some aspects, it may not be worse than the Master. The Devil King. You really are the Devil King. There is no wrong nickname. Even the magic pole star can't stop Liu Sheng's punch. I think the position of the leader of this National Martial Arts Conference has basically been confirmed, and the subsequent competition will just go through the motions. I heard that Liu Sheng is only 18 years old this year. He is like a monster. From now on, the Demon King will rule the National Martial Arts Conference for many sessions. The era of the Gemini stars has come to an end. Liu Sheng listened to the other people's comments, without any fluctuations on his face, and followed Zhao Kangtai down the arena. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Zhao Kangtai thought he was still thinking about what happened to Lian Jibai just now, so he comforted him, "Don't think too much, even if you really killed someone. As long as it wasn't intentional, it's not your fault. There is no one who does not bleed in martial arts competition, and if he dies, he can only blame himself for being inferior to others. The school will naturally help you withstand the pressure from the Ji-Dao Martial Arts Hall, and the Ji-Dao Martial Saint is not the only one in this world who is level 9. Zhao Kangtai's last sentence leaked a little bit of domineering. Liu Sheng immediately showed relaxation on his face, and nodded. Understood. Zhao Kangtai looked at Liu Sheng with complicated eyes. He now somewhat understands why Liu Sheng gave up the second option in the Martial Saint test. He saw everything from the step back when facing Lian Jibai on the competition stage, to the expression of lingering fear. That's right. Grandmaster, it's easy to say, but how many people are not afraid of facing a 7th level Grandmaster? There is really no one in 10,000 who understands the power of a master and is not afraid of it. Liu Sheng's talent in martial arts is already second to none, and if he wants to have such courage, the requirements for him are too high. Zhao Kangtai is very sure that if he and Lian Jibai switch positions, it will be Liu Sheng who is injured now. He shot out in a rage, and the two Gemini stars in Jidao Martial Art Museum probably turned blue with fright. In comparison, Liu Sheng has only taken a step back, and he is already very good. It's a pity that if you want to become a martial saint disciple, being outstanding is not enough. Zhao Kangtai sighed in his heart. The more outstanding the strength and talent Liu Sheng showed, the more he felt sorry for Liu Sheng in his heart. But there is only regret. The National Martial Arts Conference has progressed to the present, and Liu Sheng has long since missed Martial Saint Tan's Hongaiu. Zhao Kangtai sighed and walked away. As soon as Zhao Kangtai left, Liu Sheng's eyes immediately relaxed. I'm too strong. Liu Sheng couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. Of course not in terms of strength. His strength is already very strong, what he marvels at now is his own acting. My little step back was a stroke of genius. The artistic elements contained in this small step are at least as high as several floors. Liu Sheng was amazed by himself. The potential of the human body is indeed unlimited. Before that, he had no idea that he was still so talented in acting. Lian Jiabei can die at the hands of someone as good as me. Liu Sheng felt Lian Jiabei's gaze on him all the time, and while gently stroking the face of his fist, he thought casually. You should wake up with a smile while lying in a coffin. The 8th round of the competition is over, and the following 9th round will be equivalent to the semifinals. There are only 4 people left on the field. Liu Sheng, Tianji star Chi Yu, Sheng Miao Zhongju, and a young man named Deng Rui from the Zunwoi. This guy is the oldest among the 4, just 30 this year. Stuck on the threshold of the General Assembly. Has participated in 4 martial arts conferences, and his strength is still quite strong. But even the martial arts will has not been condensed. To be able to get here all the way, in addition to relying on his own extremely solid martial arts foundation, rich practical experience and competition experience, there are also unrivaled luck. Of course, his luck had clearly run out. The 9th round of lottery ended, and Deng Rui's opponent was Zhang Ju, the saint seedling who surpassed the martial arts gym. But when he saw the result of 200, he breathed a sigh of relief, with a pleasant expression on his face. This is the best result expected. He couldn't beat any of the remaining 3 people, and he would lose if he met anyone. But there are good and bad losers. Meeting Liu Sheng, the demon king of the 7 sages, is the worst way to lose. Even Chao Zhou, the superstar of Jidao martial arts, was punched half to death by Liu Sheng. Deng Rui suspected that if he went on stage to face Liu Sheng, there was a 90% chance that he would be directly beaten to death by the opponent on the spot. The name of the devil is not called for nothing, the most brutal and ruthless person in this martial arts tournament. So far, I don't know how many famous masters have been crippled, and those who vomit blood have been vomited. For example, Wang Xian from the Sea Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Jidao Mog Sing. The second worst thing is to run into the heavenly pole star Qiu. This guy is a bit perverted psychologically, he likes to torture his opponents, many people know that. Before Liu Sheng's rise, Tianji star Chi Yu was recognized as the most hated opponent, bar none. But Zhang Ju was different. She looks cute, has a good personality, is the most measured striker, and is also very polite when she finishes her fight. Sometimes if you accidentally make a heavy shot, you will ask someone to apologize afterwards. He is simply the most perfect martial arts opponent. Deng Rui grabbed the lottery number and walked off the stage with a smile, as if he had won the first place. Zhang Ju also quickly stepped down. One person looked at the sign in his hand, and his face became extremely ugly. Qiu, the star of Jidao martial arts. Seeing his appearance, Liu Sheng couldn't help but took a step forward, leaned close to Qi Yu's ear, and comforted him softly, "It's okay, it's still too late to get the accident insurance right now. Do you know anyone? If not, I can push you too." They all have a good reputation in the circle. I have a friend who just died 2 days ago, and the insurance money came down. Chi Yu suddenly raised his head and fixedly looked at him. A handsome face was extremely pale, and his shoulders seemed to be trembling slightly. Please ask for a monthly ticket and flowers, thank you. The flowers are worth 2,233. You are also called wind? I tell you, what is the wind, too? Kidding. Liu Sheng smiled, and patted Tianji Xingqiu on the shoulder. If I beat you to death, wouldn't even Master Jai Bei from your Jidao martial arts hall beat me to death? Chi Yu's slightly trembling body stopped instantly. Liu Sheng's words seemed to give him strength all of a sudden, and his whole body was immediately supported. As long as you know. Chi Yu sneered and said, also, do you think I'm the same trash as Jiang Shao? Of course not. Liu Sheng shook his head. I think you are more trash than Chao Zhou. Chi Yu's expression froze immediately, and then became extremely ugly. Liu Sheng didn't talk nonsense with him anymore. He glanced in Lian Jiabei's direction, and Qi Shiran stepped down. His competition was still scheduled for the second game. Liu Sheng sat on the chair with his elbows on his knees, his eyes fixed on the field, his posture was casual and his face was calm. His spiritual power radiated the audience. Can clearly see the side of Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Tianji Xingqiu bowed his head beside Lian Jiabei, listening to what Lian Jiabei said. During the conversation, the eyes of the two never left themselves. A cold light appeared in Lian Jiabei's eyes repeatedly, as if he really wanted to kill himself but couldn't. This is exactly what Liu Sheng wants to see. There's a little too much trash talk. Liu Sheng shook his head. Fortunately, the effect is good. If he wanted to kill Lian Jiabei, he had to be famous. And the name must be reasonable, for everyone to see, to make everyone feel, it should be like this, it should be taken for granted. So Liu Sheng severely injured Moji Xing Chao Zhou with one punch, and then spat a few words of rubbish at Tianji Xingqiu. It's not enough to kill people. Although these two people are annoying, they are not enough to die. Liu Sheng is not a murderous person either. But this is enough to fill Lian Jiabei's hatred. In this case, what happens next will seem logical. Even Jiabei himself can't wait. Actually, in the final analysis, my strength is not enough. Liu Sheng looked down at his hands. His palms are white and delicate, with clear palm lines and a natural beauty. Because the strength is not enough, so we have to take this into consideration, take into account that, we must act within the rules set by others. If I am strong enough now, I can completely ignore the Jidao Martial Art Museum, as well as the pressure and influence from the country, the government, the Martial Arts Association, etc. Don't say that even Jiabei deserves to die, even if he didn't do anything wrong. If I kill him, no one else will have any opinion. The real strong should be the one who breaks the rules and makes the rules. Instead of following the rules and using the rules. Liu Sheng let out a breath, thinking silently in his heart, so I'm not strong enough, I have to keep working hard. The competition between Zhang Ju and Deng Rui was quite exciting, and the performance was very high. The battle that could have ended long ago was dragged on by Zhang Ju until 10 minutes later, and then politely sent Deng Rui off. Surpassing the martial arts hall won without any suspense, and Deng Rui's Martial Arts Association is also bright. The Martial Arts Association and various martial arts schools commented on this battle, and explained. The shots from all angles and characters are full, and the photographer is walking like flying. Finally, there are some professionalism and appreciation of national competitions. Then, it was Liu Sheng's turn to compete with Tianji Xingqiu. The atmosphere on and off the field changed immediately. Just now it was full of friendly and harmonious martial arts academic exchange atmosphere, suddenly became tense. Of course, this tension fell more on Tianji Xingqiu. I heard that Chao Chuan's spine was about to be broken, and he was only able to breathe when he was sent to the medical station. Liu Sheng's attack was really ruthless. It deserves it. Jideo twins have never been a good thing, there have been examples of being half paralyzed by them during the competition before, and the martial arts were completely cut off. It's just that the Jideo martial arts hall is so powerful that it has been forced down. It's just that the wicked will be punished by the wicked. Lian Jibei threatened Liu Sheng just now, and I reckoned that with Liu Sheng's temper, this time the attack will be more ruthless, and Qi Yu will be in trouble. Do you think Qi Yu will have to be helped to go to the toilet in the future? Who knows, even if he is disabled by Liu Sheng, he is still a genius, just change his name. Tian can sing, it's also very nice to listen to. A burst of whispering voices reached Qi Yu's ears, and Qi Yu's face turned blue and white, which was extremely ugly. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yu stopped listening to those voices and tried to calm down his emotions. He strode up to the stage. In the middle of the process, a bit of sadness and absurdity can't help but appear. As one of the extreme twin stars, Tian Jixing, he has never put anyone in his eyes except for the master. He has always been the only one who brings fear to others. When facing an opponent of the same age and level, he feels scared. In a trance, Qi Yu felt extremely unreal, as if what he saw and what he was experiencing now were all dreams and illusions. Wake up, prepare to be beaten. A voice pulled Qi Yu back from his trance. Liu Sheng stood calmly in front of Qi Yu, just like he stood in front of the demon pole star Chao Zhou before. Qi Yu's complexion changed for a while, and he wanted to say a few words on the scene, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of anything hard. He could only wave the alloy sword in his hand, and said, "It's still too late for you to go down and get the cold weapon, don't say that I bullied you." Liu Sheng was slightly taken aback, and then looked at Qi Yu with an idiot-like look. "Do you really want to die?" Qi Yu looked suffocated. Not daring to say any more, he muffled, "Come on." Seeing this, the referee quickly raised his hand and announced, "Start." Then run back. The competition officially began. Liu Sheng didn't fluctuate, but still had a calm face, standing in place casually. But in Qi Yu's eyes, Liu Sheng is like a mountain, a piece of sea. The sun and the moon are gradually spreading the terrible shadows to the four sides. Liu Sheng was full of flaws. But there is no flaw. Qi Yu raised the alloy sword in his hand, gritted his teeth and chose to attack actively. His figure disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already less than 2 meters away from Luxin. Too fast. The naked eyes of the vast majority of people who are approaching the scene cannot catch it. All he could feel was a flash in front of his eyes, and Qi Yu flashed in front of Liu Sheng across a distance of nearly 20 meters. And the alloy sword in Qi Yu's hand had already stabbed straight out. The tip of the sword pierced the air, and a small white air wave swayed, and the sound of Qingdalizi's curtain sounded. That's the sword breaking the sound barrier. An amazing sword. Make full use of Qi Yu's strength as the extreme twin star of heaven. Many onlookers touched their necks subconsciously after seeing the sword. They are not sure. If he faced Qi Yu directly, would he be able to fully see the trajectory of the sword before he died? A sword that makes people feel horrified and chills all over the body. Pity. Before the light contained in this sword had time to fully bloom, it was snuffed out by someone. Too slow. Liu Sheng gently clamped the tip of the sword with the index finger and middle finger of his right hand, and opened his mouth calmly. The tip of the alloy sword vibrated violently between Liu Sheng's fingers. Liu Sheng grabbed the sword, as if choking a trembling snake. A look of shock flashed across Qi Yu's face, and then he withdrew the alloy sword vigorously. Liu Sheng cooperated and let go, allowing his figure to disappear in front of him. In the next moment, Qi Yu's figure somehow appeared behind Liu Sheng again, pointing his sword at the back of Liu Sheng's head. Liu Sheng tilted his head, casually dodging the sharp edge of the sword. The pure white aura and fierce sword wind wrapped around the alloy sword blew Liu Sheng's hair. Too slow. Liu Sheng said again. Chi Yu's face changed slightly, and he changed his figure again. Next, Chi Yu continued to attack Liu Sheng from various angles. His speed is getting faster and faster. It was almost enough to drag out an afterimage visible to the naked eye in the air, and the white chi was connected into pieces. Before the last sword fell completely, the next sword had already pierced out. Br. Too slow. Too slow. It's too slow. Liu Sheng didn't even move his footsteps from head to toe, he just made some small evasive movements at will. But Chi Yu's attack was missed, and he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. There are thousands of onlookers in the huge field. In a daze, no one spoke, not even a sound came out. Only the crisp sound of the long sword piercing the air and breaking through the sound barrier can be heard. Everyone was stunned. It was an almost numb state. No one could have imagined that the speed of a 6th level, warrior could be so fast, and the speed of drawing a sword could be so fast. No one can think of. With such terrifying body skills and sword speed, is there anyone who can dodge it again and again? Many masters couldn't help standing up, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief, wanting to see more clearly. When Chi Yu's speed reached the limit, the afterimages were almost connected together. Sudden. Liu Sheng shot. All movement stopped. Liu Sheng grabbed Chi Yu's neck tightly with one hand, and dragged him roughly in front of him. Condescending, with calm eyes, he said word by word, "Are you here to be funny?" Chi Yu's face was ferocious, his head was covered with sweat, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing wildly. He suddenly raised the alloy sword in his hand, and shouted loudly, "Wind!" The pure white chi turned into thick blue. It is stronger than the wind on the test bench. At this moment, Chi Yu seemed to be transformed into a tornado, about to break free from the sky and wreak havoc on the audience. And Liu Sheng stood in the middle of the violent tornado. The blue gust of wind blew the hem of his clothes. He remained motionless, his body like a mountain. "You're also called Feng Zhang." Liu Sheng let go of Chi Yu's neck and said calmly, "Let me tell you what is wind. Ask for flowers and ask for a monthly ticket." 234 Incomparable Shock, Coming Climax. 3. In the next second, the wind around Liu Sheng disappeared. To be precise, it's not that the wind stopped, but that Liu Sheng disappeared. He seems to have completely melted into the wind. Chi Yu's gangster energy is surging, a cyan hurricane controlled by elements. Although he couldn't shake Liu Sheng's body before, he could at least shake his clothes and hair. But now, even this cannot be done. Chi Yu gritted his teeth and stabbed Liu Sheng with his sword. The tip of the alloy sword penetrated easily. Well! Chi Yu was stunned for a moment, with a slightly astonished expression. The onlookers also froze for a moment, not understanding what happened. In the next breath, Liu Sheng's voice came from behind Chi Yu. "Turn back!" Chi Yu turned his head abruptly. He watched Liu Sheng appear on the edge of the arena tens of meters away from him. With the same calm face as always, he walked towards him. "How can this be?" someone shouted from the audience. The voice was full of disbelief. Many people behaved in the same way, their expressions were like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. His gaze swung back and forth between Liu Sheng, who was stepping forward from a distance, and Liu Sheng, who was pierced by Chi Yu's alloy sword. Two Liu Sheng. Two Liu Shengs appeared on the field at the same time. Chi Yu was also stunned, turning his head back and forth, with deep confusion on his face. At this time, the Liu Sheng in front of him slowly disappeared. Melt in the air like foam. Hiss! Only then did the onlookers gasp in horror. There are not two Liu Shengs. It's that Liu Sheng's speed is too fast. The afterimage left by the body is almost as realistic as the real one. How fast does this have to be? Nobody knows. Because the third Liu Sheng appeared. Find me. Chi Yu and Liu Sheng in front of everyone were still walking, and the first 90 rate voice came from the other side of the competition field. Touch me! The fourth Lu Sheng. Then the fifth, sixth, seventh. Every time Lu Sheng takes a step, there is one more Lu Sheng than on the test field. Appearing in different directions in the competition field, walking forward calmly. It seems that there are many Lu Shengs coming from all directions towards Qiu in the center. Mouth at the same time. You will win. Several cameramen in charge of the broadcast were completely dumbfounded, switching their heads back and forth between the test field and the screen of the camera they were carrying, rubbing their eyes vigorously, and opening their mouths in a daze. The onlookers were also completely dumbfounded. Even some masters stood up from their positions with a shua and took 2 steps forward. His eyes wandered over all the Lu Sheng in the field, with incredible shocked expressions on their faces. When the speed reaches a certain level, after images will be left in the air, just like what Tianji Xing Qiu did just now. The essence of afterimage is actually a visual residue. Resense in a signal from the eye while the optic nerve retains visual memory. The old visual memory has not been eliminated, and the new vision has been produced, which will cause the afterimage effect. The stronger the martial arts and the more developed the visual nerve, the more difficult it is to leave an afterimage. If you want to create an afterimage effect in the eyes of ordinary people, many people present can do it. But in the eyes of a group of general 5th, 6th, and even 7th level grandmasters, afterimages too difficult. So Qi Yu's speed is amazing. But if Qi Yu's speed is just surprising, then what Lu Sheng showed is shock, Axi. Unparalleled shock. Amazing skills. It can almost be regarded as martial arts supernatural powers. A master murmured in shock, how did he do it? Probably because of his martial arts will. Someone answered with a complicated expression. Indeed, at this time Lu Sheng was surrounded by a layer of shimmering light. This light is like the wind and like the moon. Gives a strange feeling like a dream. If this sun is promoted to Grand Master, the speed can be even faster. At that time, under the Great Master, who can keep up with his speed, who can block his blow? It's really scary like a demon. A martial arts master spoke with emotion. Many masters nodded in agreement. Only a few Grand Masters and Vice Principals from Kishan University had shocking eyes with a hint of puzzlement. They remember. Isn't that the martial arts will that Lu Sheng showed before? Changed? Don't know, don't know. Even Jai Bei's face was gloomy, and the light in his eyes flickered, but he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, 7 or 8 Lu Shengs in the arena had all walked in front of Qi Yu. Qi Yu frantically waved the alloy longsword in his hand like crazy. Fake, all are fake. Only one is true, I can find it. Qi Yu danced his sword into a sword curtain, and set up a thick blue barrier of energy around his body. 8 Lu Sheng stood beside Qi Yu and surrounded him. They all looked at him calmly, and then at the same time shot. New Moon Divine Wind. Crack click. There was a series of sounds of bones breaking. Qi Yu lay on the ground like a ball of mud. Lu Sheng took a step forward, and the other 7 figures slowly dissipated behind him. Obviously he was the only one who made the move, but Qi Yu was in the tragic state of being surrounded and beaten by 8 people. Lu Sheng looked down at Qi Yu who was lying on the ground twitching, and said indifferently, your limbs will be broken, and 8 ribs will be added. It can be regarded as paying back what you said to Wen Jing earlier. After finishing speaking, Lu Sheng stopped looking at him, but raised his head and glanced in the direction of Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Then turn around. 7 sages. Lu Sheng wins. The referee's announcement was long overdue. When Lu Sheng left the field, the people on the sidelines took the initiative to make way for him. The gazes cast from both sides are full of awe. After defeating the twin stars of Jidao Wuguan with a crushing posture, Lu Sheng has a status in the minds of many warriors in the field. It seems that he has risen from a stunning genius to the height of a strong man. After a short break, the last final of the National University Martial Arts Conference has finally arrived. 7 Saints Ilyushen's Beyond Martial Arts Zhangju compete for the top spot. The people of Zunhui were as happy as the Chinese New Year. Although Deng Rui lost to Zhangju, he lost decently. Moreover, Tianji star Qi Yu was beaten by more than a dozen bones by Liu Sheng, and he had to lie in bed for at least half a month. There is no way to participate in the third-place competition. Deng Rui picked up the third place for nothing. Everyone in Jidao Martial Art Museum is depressed and the atmosphere is depressing. Who would have thought that the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, which was so famous in the past, didn't even get a top 3 in this martial arts conference? And it was Liu Sheng who caused all this. There was no need to draw lots and the crowd dispersed. Countless people's eyes converged on one person. Liu Sheng stood up slowly from his seat, as if he had been dazzled by a halo. So far, almost all the light of the entire martial arts tournament has been taken by Liu Sheng alone. No one can match his style. Almost already the default champion. There is only one last step left before the country's #1 throne, and one more step forward. He is the king among young warriors. Liu Sheng walked towards the middle of the competition field. Every time he took a step, the blood in his body became hotter, and his aura increased by an inch. Everyone thought that Liu Sheng was running after the leader. But only Liu Sheng knows. His planned orgasm just began. Zhangju stood awkwardly in the middle of the competition stage. Liu Sheng walked across from her, looked at this cute, petite, and beautiful girl, and slowly showed a smile on his face. He slowly moved his muscles and bones, and the sound of bones intermingling came from his body. Thinking of the upcoming plot, Liu Sheng couldn't wait. There was a sound like ice breaking in his body. Quickly end it. Liu Sheng said softly, I also want to start quickly. At this moment, Zhangju, who had been standing in front of him with his head down, suddenly raised his head, turned to the referee who was about to announce the start of the competition, and quickly said, I abstain, I admit defeat. Well. Liu Sheng froze when he moved his shoulders, and looked at the cute girl in front of him with a surprised expression. The referee was also stunned. The crowd of onlookers didn't react at all, and stayed for a while. I admit defeat, I don't want to compete, that's it. Zhangju repeated it again, then bowed to Liu Sheng and the referee respectively, turned around and ran back quickly. Zhangju's footsteps were fast, and his heart was pounding in his chest, and he had already broken through 200. Half of it was because I was nervous about admitting defeat in front of too many people. The other half is rejoice like the rest of your life. Zhangju can't explain to others what the world looks like in her eyes now. The thick black fog has completely covered most of the mountain top, the shadow covers the sky, and the light cannot be seen. And the source of all darkness, the terrifying monster dormant in the shadows, is also slowly waking up. Let me fight with such a monster? Go crazy! Zhang Shuifei also ran out of the competition venue, and the long-haired master who surpassed the martial arts gym jumped out with a look of incomprehension. Why admit defeat? If you don't want to fight, you can't fight. How do you know if you don't try? Besides, even if you can't fight, being able to fight against a master of this level will be of great help to your martial arts. I think that admitting defeat directly is the biggest help for me. Do you know that this is a live broadcast? Retiring without a fight will have a great impact on the reputation of our martial arts school. Oh, Coach Su, you are really annoying. The question and answer between the leader of Cheiyuguan and Zhangju made everyone's expressions weird. The end of this meeting is really a bit sloppy. But fortunately, the result has not changed. Seeing the noisy discussions started to sound from the field, several leaders of the Wushu Association discussed a few words and sent representatives to announce the final result of the meeting. 235 Peerless Demeanor, I want to fight the master, I hope the chairman will complete it. 4. In this National Martial Arts Conference for college students, every contestant showed their spirit and demeanor. A master of the Martial Arts Association stood up and said some unnutritious scenes. The voice from below grew louder. All eyes are on one person. Liu Sheng. Dozens of cameras surrounded Liu Sheng and took pictures from various angles. The old students of Kishan University were going crazy with joy, each of them was extremely excited, and they took out their mobile phones and sent messages frantically. In fact, people who are watching the live broadcast in front of the TV are more excited than they are. Kyoto Province, Jinghe Wuhan University. Several girls gathered together, looking at the handsome and tall figure on the tablet computer, the stars in their eyes popped out one by one. Wow! A girl sighed, and said to a girl who was surrounded by them in a very envious tone, Yang Yuan, your boyfriend is really handsome. The first place in the National University Martial Arts University. Yang Yuan blushed a little when she heard this, and said shyly, what kind of boyfriend? I said he was a classmate. But the joy and excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. Beihai City. Liu Qinghe jumped up directly from the sofa, his face was full of brilliance. My brother won the first place. My brother is the leader of the National Martial Arts Conference. He specially asked for leave, and Liu Dahai and Zheng Yufen, who couldn't get out despite Liu Qinghe's best efforts, were also incoherent with excitement. Okay. Hurry up and call to book a restaurant, and invite your relatives and friends to have a good meal. Liu Haihei frantically made a fuss. Everyone knows that he gave birth to a dragon in Liu Haihei, and now the dragon is flying all over the world. When the ancestral grave is full of smoke, it is not necessary to celebrate it. Turn around and tell Liu Qinghe again. Xia He, call your classmates over later, let's have fun together. No. Liu Qinghe responded, keeping his eyes fixed on the TV screen, and said, Mom and Dad, don't be in a hurry to set up wine. The awards haven't been presented here yet, and the awards will be my brother's highlight moment later. Right. Almost forgot. Liu Dahai and his wife woke up like a dream, and hurried back to the TV and sat down again. Dongning Wuhan University. A cafe in the school. Lin Zishan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the computer screen in front of her, her face full of complexities. Every time she thinks back to the trip to Nyudishan Xianlin village, she always feels like a dream. I don't know if it really happened or if it was just a figment of my own imagination. It was really hard for Lin Zishan to connect the young man who was shining like the sun and the diamond in front of her with the handsome young man with gentle brows and eyes in her memory. In fact, she's fine, mainly because her best friend Zheng Dandan. Lin Zishan turned her head, and Zheng Dandan was sitting next to her. Compared with before, Zheng Dandan seems to have changed now. She straightened her hair, dyed it back to black, and her personality was no longer as carefree as before, and she became very quiet. I rarely communicate with boys, and the things I usually do most are practicing martial arts and reading books. Of course, there is also holding someone's photo in a daze. Right now, Zheng Dandan was staring at the screen intently, and what was revealed in her eyes made Lin Zishan feel distressed when she saw it. Dandan. Lin Zishan couldn't help reaching out to hug Zheng Dandan's shoulder. I'm fine. Zheng Dandan shook his head, smiled at Lin Zishan, and said softly, I think it's good now, I can see him often, and I can send him messages, although… Zheng Dandan's voice dropped. He won't read it, let alone return. Why? Lin Zishan sighed, leaned her face close to Zheng Dandan's forehead, hugged her gently, and stopped talking. Eastern Military District. Fug. Liu Sheng is really awesome. Qin Shaojun straightened up abruptly, pouring red wine all over his body, but he didn't take it seriously. Dong Qingxiu glanced at the speckled red floor, and said expressionlessly, help me mop the office floor later. It's easy to say. He waved his hands grandly, and said happily, Urban Xiao is happy to mop the floor, and I can help you with the toilet." Dong Qingxiu gave him a disgusted look, but didn't continue to chat with him, and looked back at the screen in front of her. The corner of the mouth also unknowingly evoked a deep arc. Happy. Seeing Liu Sheng, who is considered to be a martial arts seedling discovered by them alone, has come to this step by step, it must be a feeling of pride. Proud of it, proud of it. But more, or complicated. Unknowingly, Liu Sheng's achievements in martial arts have already surpassed them, and in the future, the gap will inevitably be further widened. The teacher is probably going to be overjoyed. The strange marrow fluid he had at the beginning was really not in vain. Qin Shaojun said beamingly. Dong Qingxiu shook her head and said, "Not necessarily." "What's the meaning?" Qin Shaojun was stunned. Liu Sheng will come to our eastern military region as soon as he graduates from university, didn't we agree earlier? Liu Sheng is not the kind of ungrateful white-eyed wolf. The eastern military region is still sending exotic animal meat to Beihe City every month, and the treatment of Liu Sheng's family is almost better than that of the military region's family. Liu Sheng is a man who won't break his promise, but if he really can't come, then there's nothing we can do. Dong Qingxiu said lightly, "Don't forget who is behind the 7 sages." Marshal Saint Tan's Hongaiu has long taken a fancy to Liu Sheng. After this National Martial Arts Conference, it may be officially announced that Liu Sheng will be recruited. No matter how great the face of the teacher seat is, how can it be compared to the martial saint? Qin Shaojun nodded, his expression couldn't tell whether he was disappointed or happy for Liu Sheng. "It's a pity, I thought I would be able to go to the battlefield with this kid Liu Sheng after waiting for a while. There will be such a day. Even the disciples of martial saints will not just stay within the high walls." Dong Qingxiu casually comforted her, then straightened her face, and said, "You should prepare well. A crack in the new crypt was found in the number 85 battle zone, and it is estimated that the task will be done in 2 days. "Why?" Qin Shaojun sighed, and said with a sad face, "We have only rested for a few days, and we have to go to the battlefield again. Same time, different place." Either they had crossed paths with Liu Sheng, or they didn't know him. In front of the screen, off the field of competition, countless people, countless pairs of eyes, all converged on Liu Sheng alone. Under the superimposition of layers of halos, in the atmosphere of much anticipated attention, Liu Sheng, whose appearance and temperament were originally excellent, now shines even more brilliantly. The young man standing quietly, with drooping eyelids, was fair and handsome like clouds flowing on the top of a cumulus mountain. A word pops up in many people's minds involuntarily. Zero looking for flowers. Peerless style. A young man who is like the wind and the moon is a new star who shakes Kyushu. The chairman of the conference, the 8th level Grandmaster Zhang He, who took over the right to speak, was also full of joy, looking at Liu Sheng with unabashed admiration in his eyes. He took a step forward and announced loudly in a loud and clear voice, "On behalf of the National Wudao Association, I would like to announce that the champion of this National Martial Arts Conference for college students is..." Just when Zhang He was about to say Liu Sheng's name, a voice suddenly interrupted his words. Etc. The noisy field suddenly fell silent, and everyone followed the sound. It's a bit of a surprise to find that speaking is Liu Sheng, the protagonist himself who is about to step onto the throne. I have an unfeeling request, I hope Chairman Zhang He can grant it. Liu Sheng raised his head and looked at Zhang He on the rostrum with gentle eyes, with a bit of sincerity on his face. Zhang He paused, then quickly nodded with a smile and said, "Liu Sheng, if you have any requests, just ask them." "Thank you, Chairman Zhang." Liu Sheng took 2 steps forward, and everyone was looking at him. "I came to this conference with the idea of appreciating the skills of the heroes and sharpening martial arts." Liu Sheng spoke slowly, his voice neither hurried nor slow. Everyone also listened quietly. "However, so far, I'm disappointed. I didn't feel any pressure during this conference. Boring, boring." Everyone in the field looked stunned for a moment, and their faces gradually became ugly. What does Liu Sheng mean by this? Say they are useless? They can't even bring him a little pressure. Although this is the case, it is really embarrassing to say it in front of the live TV broadcast in such a large audience. Some people who fanatically admired Liu Sheng before, their attitudes began to change now. The Kishan University looked at each other even more in blank dismay. A Grandmaster Vice Principal shouted anxiously, "What does Liu Sheng want to do? Become the target of public criticism in martial arts gyms all over the country." Zhao Kangtai's expression was condensed, and he shook his head, "I don't know. From what I know about Liu Sheng, he is not such a conceited person who forgets himself when he succeeds." Just when the eyes of everyone below looking at Liu Sheng gradually became unfriendly, Liu Sheng's words suddenly changed, and people also faced a certain direction. Especially the Jidao Martial Art Museum. Liu Shengping said plainly, "Before I came here, I thought the Jidao Martial Arts Hall was so powerful, but I never thought about it, and they are all just waste for fame. Of course, I am not saying that the Jidao Martial Arts Gym is full of waste, but the so-called Jidao Twin Stars. It sucks. I haven't even learned a little bit of the inheritance of the extreme way, the generation of native chickens and dogs." Boy! A figure with smoke above his head and blood like an oven strode out from the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, staring at Liu Sheng with a gloomy expression. "What do you mean?" When Liu Sheng saw that person, a smile appeared on his face. He turned his head to face Zhang He, and said loudly in an extremely earnest tone, "I want to sharpen my martial will with the help of a very strong man, so as to defeat the Grand Master. Extreme Gemini can't be reused. Therefore, I want to challenge the Extreme Master Lian Jiabei here." Tank. Chairman Zhang He allows? When Liu Sheng said this, it was like a nuclear bomb was thrown into the crowd. All of a sudden, full of voices. Just a few seconds later, another bang completely exploded. Chuan. 236. The Holy One punched, wanting to ask the Grand Master to die. One asking for a monthly ticket. Damn it! Liu Sheng wants to challenge the Grand Master? Is he crazy? The pot immediately exploded off the field. Those who were standing in front of the TV also stood up abruptly from their seats. The new martial arts star who just won the first place in the National Martial Arts Competition for college students turned around and said that he wanted to challenge the 7th level Grand Master? This is more exciting than any news. Those who were familiar with Liu Sheng exclaimed even more. Ah! Liu Qinghe covered her mouth, her eyes were wide open, her face was full of shock and disbelief. Brother wants to challenge the Grand Master. This kid is really bold. In his excitement, Qin Shaojun crushed the red wine glass in his hand. Even if he is unparalleled in talent, it may not be too crazy to defeat the master in adversity. I can probably guess what Liu Sheng is thinking. Liu Sheng wanted to use the knife of the Jidao Grand Master to pierce the last layer of window paper, and to attack the 7th level Grand Master in the battle. At that time, Dong Qingxiu turned her head to look at Qin Shaojun, her eyes were miraculous, and she said word by word, "He is the first person in the history of our Dragon Kingdom to be promoted to the 7th level at the age of less than 20. Junior Grand Master. Then you don't have to challenge Lian Jiabei." A vice principal of the Grand Master of Kishan University blurted out emotionally, "Liu Sheng injured the Jidao twins consecutively in the previous competition on 187, and made insulting remarks, which made the Jidao Martial Arts Hall disgraced. Lian Jiabei is notoriously narrow-minded, and has long wanted to do something to Liu Sheng. To challenge him, isn't it clear that the sheep will fall into the tiger's mouth? To use the pressure of the master to break through the bottleneck, which one of us can't be his training partner? He can fight whatever he wants. Perhaps it is because of the rift between Lian Jiabei and Lian Jiabei that I chose Lian Jiabei. Ordinary sparring can't give Liu Sheng the pressure he wants." Zhao Kangtai guessed and said. But for some reason, he looked at Liu Sheng standing in the middle of the martial arts arena, who was full of fighting spirit and fighting spirit. There is an indescribable strangeness. In his memory, Liu Sheng was the kind of character who never showed any emotion on his face even if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky. But now, he's acting like too much fanaticism and longing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Even if he doesn't need to be honed under the pressure of a grandmaster, he can quickly advance to the 7th level step by step. Zhao Kangtai murmured. Lian Jiabei can bring him pressure, and it is the real pressure of life and death. With Lian Jiabei's temper, if he had such an opportunity, he would definitely be ruthless. Liu Sheng has swept away too much face of Jidao martial arts. On the rostrum, a martial arts master looked at Liu Sheng with strange eyes, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This kid is worthy of reaching such a height at this age. Knowing that it is a great danger, but dare to take the initiative to move forward. This character, this courage, are all superb. 1 in a million. Since that's the case, then it's better to fulfill him. The middle-aged woman in the blue cheongsam also said something full of appreciation, and looked at Zhang He beside her. What does the chairman think? Zhang He nodded slightly. Then let him be fulfilled. When we fight later, you should pay attention to the point and don't let Liu Sheng get seriously injured. This kid is indeed rare. This is absolutely assured. A master laughed and said, those of the 7 sages are precious to Liu Sheng. Yes, haha. After a brief shock, many people gradually understood Liu Sheng's thoughts. The look in Liu Sheng's eyes changed from shock, to stunned, and finally to deep admiration. Use the pressure of the master to break through the 7th level bottleneck. There are many people who can think of this, but only Liu Sheng dares to put it into action. Even Jiabei figured out what Liu Sheng was thinking. His eyes were cold, and he smiled like an embarrassing poisonous snake. Boy, as you wish. Lian Jiabei strolled onto the stage and said casually, but don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. You have no eyes, if you accidentally get killed by me later. You have only yourself to blame. Don't worry, Master Lian, I've been mentally prepared. San looks a little weird. When he answered Lian Jiabei, his eyes kept looking at Zhang He on the rostrum. It seems that he is eager to get Zhang He's authoritative permission. Zhang He read the longing in his eyes and finally nodded. Since there is no problem with both sides, then I will not obstruct it. The two of you can start at any time, just pay attention to what you do. Hearing this sentence, Liu Sheng let out a long breath. After exhaling this breath, the raging fighting spirit, fanatical desire, and high fighting spirit rose from Liu Sheng's body. They all disappeared in an instant. The whole person returned to calm again. He turned his head and looked at Lian Jiabei who was stepping on the grey-white floor tiles of the competition field. His eyes were miraculous. It's like seeing a prey that has finally fallen into a trap that you have carefully laid out. He had waited too long for this moment. The power in his body has been suppressed for too long. Why borrow the power of Lian Jiabei to break the 7th level? Why use the pressure of life and death to sharpen one's martial arts will? It's all fucking shit. Liu Sheng. I just want to be simple, simple. Kill someone. Boy, are you ready? With a cold killing intent on Lian Jiabei's face, he walked towards Liu Sheng step by step with a sinister smile. Ready, to feel the pressure of the Grandmaster. Liu Sheng didn't seem to notice the turbulent momentum and killing intent on Lian Jiabei's body at all. He is like a spring breeze. He even smiled back and asked, is Master Lian ready? Lian Jiabei slowly moved his muscles and bones, his eyes were like knives. Of course, I can't wait to. Even before he finished speaking the Jiabei dialect, he heard Liu Sheng say something softly. That's good. The next breath. The sound of something being smashed came from Liu Sheng's body. The airwave visible to the naked eye spreads in all directions at Liu Sheng. An invisible huge force field burst out through the body, distorted the air. The terrifying aura is like 100 volcanoes erupting at the same time, soaring upwards, straight into the sky. The grey roulette rotates, and the invisible pointer falls on the great sun. Endless light and heat rose from behind Liu Sheng. He appeared on the field like a dazzling golden sun at noon. 2 hearts pounded. Divine illumination of Pluto Sutra, Qi and blood increase. Shiquan martial arts second form. Stellar power. Fingertips blazing sun, master the stars. The power of divine whale. The domineering momentum swept the audience, and countless people retreated one after another. Liu Sheng's pupils were filled with gold, and his gestures exuded an incomparably bright radiance. He is like the sun, like a king. His eyes fell on Lian Jiabei in front of him, and he smiled. Holy One Punch! I want to ask Grandmaster to die. Finished. Liu Sheng's body shook slightly, and invisible waves spread out. Dozens of cameras exploded at the same time. Then, Liu Sheng's figure disappeared. Lian Jiabei had no time to react. He just changed his face drastically and his pupil shrank. Next second, he saw a round of golden sun fiercely imprinted on his forehead. Boom! The power compressed to the extreme aroused circles of terrifying air waves to spread around. Deafening bangs. The air is torn into rags. Brilliant to eye-catching golden brilliance. All this happened so fast that no one could react. It was too late when Zhang He, who was standing on the rostrum, realized something was wrong. Not good. He rose into the sky like the sun. When he reappeared in the arena, Liu Sheng had already calmly closed his fists. In front of him, above the chest, Lian Jiabei, who had completely disappeared and evaporated, crashed to the ground. Like a scarecrow whose upper body was burned off. Zhang He was stunned. He stared blankly at the headless corpse in front of him. Before a few breaths. This is still a 7th level Grandmaster with a high position and great power. You. A hint of hostility suddenly appeared on Zhang He's face, and he turned his head abruptly. But it was facing Liu Sheng's dazzling golden eyes. Great Master. Liu Sheng licked his lips lightly, do you want to fight me too? Boom. An unprecedented and terrifying fighting spirit rose from Liu Sheng's body, hunting like a flag. Zhang He's expression was suffocated, and he didn't even know how to react for a while. This kid just killed a 7th level Grandmaster. Still thinking now? Challenge yourself to this 8th level Grandmaster? Zhang He was a little dazed. And at this moment, all the onlookers in the field. All are dumbfounded. The master of the Martial Arts Association was dumbfounded. The old students of Kishan University, as well as Zhao Kangtai and other grandmasters and vice principals were stunned. The disciples of Ji Dao martial arts were dumbfounded. Standing on the sidelines, the martial arts elites who were still looking forward to an unprecedented 6th level grandmaster battle were all in a daze. Lian Jiabei is dead. Lian Jiabei of the 7th level Grandmaster died unexpectedly. 5.9. He was instantly killed by Liu Sheng with a punch to the head, not even a whole body remained. They originally thought that Liu Sheng wanted to use the pressure from Lian Jiabei to break through the 6th level barrier and break through the 7th level. But I never thought of it. Liu Sheng immediately became a master, and then killed Lian Jiabei with one move. Liu Sheng didn't want to take advantage of the situation to break through. He is clearly. I made up my mind from the beginning. Want to kill. Kill the Grandmaster. After figuring this out, many people subconsciously couldn't control their bodies and trembled violently. Looking at Liu Sheng's eyes again, it has completely changed. Seeing Liu Sheng is like seeing ghosts and gods. I get it. I get it. Zhao Kangtai stared blankly at the field, including Jiabei's headless corpse, and Liu Sheng, who was as imposing as a landslide and tsunami, and the midday sun, murmured, I finally know what he wants to do. Cause and effect, countless fragments flashed back in Zhao Kangtai's mind. Finally converged into a picture. That was a sentence that Liu Sheng said calmly while standing in front of him before the National University Martial Arts Conference started. Vice Principal, didn't you say it? It's just a dream. Only mind. It turns out that this is Liu Sheng's real idealism. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for rewards, thank you. 237 It's too late, I have to go to a place, too. Zhang He began to recall what Liu Sheng had done before. The talented martial arts monstrous evildoer, because he must retaliate, and the narrow-minded grandmaster targets. Helplessly, he was forced to go step by step to the opposite side of the Jidao martial arts school, and finally had no choice but to fight for the martial arts he insisted on. Until the moment before Lian Jibei stepped onto the competition stage. What Liu Sheng showed was all normal. But once it is connected with the ending, the nature of the whole incident changes immediately. Zhang He smelled a strong smell of conspiracy. Looking at the overall situation, Lian Jibei is like a prey that has been locked for a long time, being led by the nose, step by step, slowly walking into the trap carefully woven by Liu Sheng. No one can tell. Even Jibei himself didn't know until his death. Even before Liu Sheng shot to kill Lian Jibei, he even smashed all the cameras on the field. What does this mean? This shows that he still remembers that this is a live broadcast, he doesn't want more people to see it, he knows that even Jibei must die. Well planned. Think carefully. Looking at Liu Sheng standing in front of him, his body was as dazzling as the scorching sun, but his eyes were as calm as a deep pool of thousands of years. The body of Zhang He, the majestic 8th-level Grand Master, broke out in a cold sweat under the blue sky in broad daylight. Terrible! This Liu Sheng! The depth of the city and the cleverness of the means are simply breathtaking. Even I was counted into it without knowing it. Zhang He didn't forget that Liu Sheng challenged Lian Jibei, but he got his own approval. If it's just these things, it's fine. However, Liu Sheng's martial arts talent is so terrifying. This year, 02 should be more than 18 years old, maybe less than 19 years old. 7th grade master. And it is the 7th level of combat power that can instantly kill a long-established old master of the same level. He is unparalleled in talent, wise and close to a monster, and his city is like a deep place. Combining the two, no one knows where Liu Sheng will go in the future. I will truthfully report this matter to Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and Lord Marshal Saint Tan's Hongaiu. Zhang He took a deep look at Liu Sheng full of complexities, and said slowly, you can take care of yourself. After speaking, he turned and left. Liu Sheng's face was calm, and the fighting spirit in his eyes faded away like a tide. To be honest, he is still looking forward to Zhang He's ending. After entering the 7th level, he eagerly wanted to know how big the gap was between himself and the 8th level Grand Master. Pity. Liu Sheng said regretfully, then turned around and left. Countless eyes focused on Liu Sheng. It is different from the previous amazement, awe, appreciation, worship, etc. At this time, the only thing contained in these eyes is thriller and fear. This thing is really big. Even though Liu Sheng had consciously interrupted the live broadcast before making the move, with so many people present, sooner or later, what happened here would be spread to the public. In other words, it has now begun to slowly spread outward. Liu Sheng saw that many people took out their mobile phones and tapped the screen frantically, and some took pictures of him. Those people kept talking with their mouths, and their expressions were wonderful. Familiar or unfamiliar faces. Continuously across the front. In the end, Liu Sheng's eyes fixed on a person. Vice Principal. Liu Sheng stopped and said to Zhao Kangtai calmly. Zhao Kangtai looked at him, his lips trembled slightly. Then rushed over, pulled his arm, and said in a hurry, quick, go. Come down the mountain with me. Liu Sheng let Zhao Kangtai drag him. The two sprinted down from the top of the mountain in a commotion. Gallop all the way. After being promoted to Grand Master, Liu Sheng was much faster than Zhao Kangtai. He followed Zhao Kangtai unhurriedly. Zhao Kangtai's body is like the wind, jumping up and down the steep stone steps like a bird. On the road, he met people wearing mountaineering suits who came up to travel. Zhao Kangtai ignored them and walked directly through them. There was a riot and complaints. Liu Sheng felt the changes in his body. His mental strength has increased again. The gold obsidian human figure has been fully formed, sitting in the mind and shining brightly. In the middle of the chest, a scarlet blood cell the size of a ping-pong ball was spinning around. His body is giving birth to new blood all the time, injecting it into the blood cells. And the blood cells spit out power all the time, returning to the body. During this process, Liu Sheng's physical body was washed over and over again, and his physical strength was growing every minute. The metabolism is more than 100 times that of ordinary people, and a large amount of body impurities are excreted every second. Congeal into a pill. The state of qi and blood of the Great Master. As Liu Sheng guessed at the beginning. This is also where he was able to stand in front of Zhang He, the 8th level Great Master, and say the sentence, "Do you want to fight me too?" The real confidence lies in it. Pure physical strength has increased by at least 5 times, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. It is estimated that if I punch casually now, I can hit the effect of using the power of the stars before. Liu Sheng was thinking silently in his heart. In addition to the improvement that can be felt on the bright side, there is also the hidden improvement in the dark. Liu Sheng possesses so many master wills. Controlling the master's martial arts will with a 6th level body and controlling it with a 7th level master's body are two completely different effects, okay? Of course, how much it has been enhanced can only be known after the experiment. Liu Sheng was thinking about whom to turn to, or how to verify his current strength. Taking Cumulus Mountain as the origin, a huge storm is about to be generated. Liu Sheng, who was in the center of the storm, was calm as if nothing had happened. If people knew about it, they would probably be shocked to the ground. Zhao Kangtai, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. We have reached the foot of the mountain. Both of them have the strength of the master level, and the way down the mountain is nothing to them. Zhao Kangtai's face sank like water, and he quickly walked to a black business car and opened the door. I'll take you back to the 7 Sacred University right now, to see the Wu district. You made too much trouble this time. Lian Jiabei is not an ordinary master, he is the relative of the extreme martial saint. If you kill him, it is equivalent to sweeping away the face of the extreme martial saint. Except for Tan Wushan, no one in this world can protect you. With that said, Zhao Kangtai had already sat in the cab and started the car. But when he turned his head, his expression froze suddenly. I saw Liu Sheng standing there, watching him quietly. Thank you, Vice Principal, but... Liu Sheng shook his head slowly, no need. Are you crazy? Zhao Kangtai stared at him, do you know who Lian Jiabei's sister is? Even if you are not afraid, what about your family? Friends? With calm eyes, Liu Sheng said, I've already figured out a way. You? Zhao Kangtai stared at Liu Sheng blankly. He didn't really confirm it until now when Liu Sheng said this. Liu Sheng had already decided to kill Lian Bei here a long time ago. Not to mention how confident you should be in your own strength, just talking about this character. Zhao Kangtai didn't know how to describe it, so he could only say sullenly, Liu Sheng, you are still young. There are some things, don't be arrogant, otherwise you will regret later. Get in the car quickly, otherwise it will be too late when the people in the Lian family get the news. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered. Yes, when the people from the Lian family get the news, it will be too late. So Vice Principal, I can't go with you yet. Zhao Kangtai froze for a moment, as if he suddenly remembered something. He took a deep look at Liu Sheng with horror, and finally, taking a deep breath, 193 said slowly, "Okay. Then I'll wait for you in Kyoto. Do you want me to give you a lift?" "No." Zhao Kangtai didn't speak anymore, and rolled up the car window. The black car started and quickly drove away from Cumulus Mountain. When the car was completely out of sight, Liu Sheng looked away. He turned his head and glanced in the direction of the top of Cumulus Mountain. With excellent eyesight, some small figures can be seen coming down from the top of the mountain, going down quickly. It's like a group of ants panicking and fleeing in all directions. Liu Sheng didn't look any further, took out his mobile phone, called up the map and glanced at it briefly. Draw a straight line in your mind from Cumulus Mountain to the nearest high-speed rail station. Ka ka ka. Liu Sheng twisted his neck slightly, and the sound of bone and bone mingled in his body. The invisible Grandmaster's force field let go a little. He stretched his body, like a cheetah slowly standing upright, ready to go. Try it. Liu Sheng faced a certain direction, licked his lips lightly, and there was a glint of blue in his eyes. My Grandmaster speed. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng froze. After about 10 seconds, 2 tour group ants wearing red tourist hats and holding small flags walked by. "Young man, please give way," an ant urged. The two were about to walk around Liu Sheng. At this moment, the standing still figure quickly blurred, melting into the sunlight like bubbles and disappearing. Ghost! The two ants screamed and sat down on the ground, their hats were so frightened that they fell off. What time does the car arrive? Beihe High-Speed Rail Station. Liu Haihei's family stood in the waiting room. Zheng Yufen's eyes were red, and she didn't know how many times she asked. Liu Dahai didn't say anything, just glanced at his phone, and answered patiently. "It's coming in half an hour. Don't worry." 238 It's all program effects. How can I provoke the Grandmaster? 3. Go to the province and catch the last flight. We will arrive in Kyoto after 6 o'clock in the evening, and then go to Cumulus Mountain. Liu Haihei planned the itinerary and said, "This is already the fastest route." I know. Zheng Yufen nodded, suddenly her nose became sour, and tears poured down from her eyes. Can't it be faster? Isn't there any faster? Little Saint, what if something happens to Little Saint, what do you tell me to do? Liu Dahai's face was tense, his eyes were bloodshot. He took Zheng Yufen's body, and said to Liu Qinghe who was beside him, "Xia He, help persuade your mother. Tell your mother that your big brother will be fine of." Xia He. Liu Dahai shouted several times in a row, and Liu Qinghe, who was standing aside with a school bag on his back, suddenly recovered from his daze. "Mom!" Liu Qinghe opened his mouth, but didn't know how to persuade him. The scene from dozens of minutes ago still echoed in her mind. The saint has a punch, and wants to ask the master to die. A young man with a body like a scorching sun, with a figure that leaps out like a dragon. The picture freezes and the TV screen goes black. Reminiscent of the message Liu Sheng sent on his mobile phone last night, Liu Qinghe recalled it. Her brother Liu Sheng actually wanted to kill Grandmaster. No wonder I had to let my parents watch TV. Liu Qinghe was dumbfounded. She doesn't know why Liu Sheng did this, she just knows. That's a 7th level Grandmaster. Xia Pingnan, the provincial governor who came to the house at the beginning, is the master. Liu Qinghe still remembered that when Xiaoping came to the south, there were 18 cars accompanying him, and Xiao Yuhe, the mayor of Beihe City and the head of the Martial Arts Association, followed behind him, step by step, like a follower. The bitter woman's family who lived next to their house moved out overnight. That was frightened by the name of the provincial governor. For ordinary people like them, a 7th level Grandmaster. That is the character walking on the clouds, the out-and-out super boss. Now, suddenly tell her. Her brother Liu Sheng wants to kill Grandmaster. Although brother Liu Sheng's martial arts strength is very strong, but no matter how strong, is he still a master. Liu Qinghe saw his mother Zheng Yufen covering her face, shrugging her shoulders, crying and crying. Dad Liu Dahai had a tense face, his eyes full of worry. In case something happens to my brother. Liu Qinghe's inexplicable sadness came from her heart, her nose was sour, and she shed tears patter. Just then, buzz. The sound of the phone vibrating. Liu Qinghe wiped away his tears, forced himself to be calm and picked up his phone to check. In the next second, the expression of the whole person instantly rose from the trough to heaven. Mom and Dad. Brother is fine. Liu Qinghe pulled Zheng Yufen and Liu Dahai's arms violently, grabbed the phone in surprise and joy and shouted, "Brother is fine, he messaged me back. Said everything is fine, he can't leave now. But after the National Martial Arts Conference finishes awarding the awards, he will come back. Let me see." Liu Dahai quickly snatched the mobile phone from Liu Qinghe's hand, and then was snatched by Zheng Yufen. The two stared at the phone for a while. Zheng Yufen carefully clicked on the address book, and made a call. The phone rang twice and was quickly connected. A clear and peaceful voice came from the phone. Liu Qinghe. Hearing this voice, the hanging hearts of Liu Haihei and his wife instantly eased. "Little saint!" Zheng Yufen yelled, her voice still trembling a little. "Mom!" The familiar voice seemed a little surprised. "What's the matter? How do you call me on Qinghe's mobile phone? I have been unable to get through to you before." Zheng Yufen remembered the intersection just now, and couldn't help crying again. "Oh, it's because on the mountain, the signal is not good, and even the TV broadcast is gone." "Right on." Liu Dahai and Liu Qinghe on the side looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, you don't think I really went to fight with Grandmaster, do you?" The voice on the other end of the phone laughed. "It's all about the effect of the show, arranged by the conference. I'm not stupid, how could I provoke the Grandmaster?" Zheng Yufen finally calmed down, crying and laughing, complaining non-stop. "What kind of conference is this? How can you scare people like this? You don't even know how anxious me, your dad and Qinghe are. Ha ha." The voice on the other end of the phone is laughing like a child who has successfully played a prank. "Okay, Mom, I won't tell you any more. I still have something to do here, and I'm ready to go on stage to receive the award. You and Dad Qinghe are waiting for me at home, and I'll be back in 2 days. Remember to apologize to the Grandmaster when I look back, even though I acted it, I still said something bad." Liu Dahai interjected from the side and instructed. "Understood, the Grandmaster can hold a boat in his belly, but he is not angry at all. Parents, I will hang up here first. Remember to call when you get back." When the phone was hung up, the family of three all had expressions of relief on their faces. "I said earlier, Xiao Sheng will be fine, he has always been the most measured." Liu Haihei patted Zheng Yufen's shoulder, and his tense face only relaxed now. Zheng Yufen wiped the tears on her face while complaining, "It's still a national conference, it's so out of shape, what kind of show effect is it? Really? The previous conferences were very serious. I have never heard of any post-competition programs." Liu Qinghe muttered. "Then let's go back, make a false alarm, drink 2 more glasses in the evening, and calm down the alarm. Remember to refund the air ticket. Hey, the handling fee is a lot of money, how much can I buy? Since Xiao Sheng is fine, I will spend this little money. Or should I stop by and buy some food? Dad, I want to eat braised chicken wings tonight." "Okay, let your mother do it for you." The family talked and walked slowly towards the outside of the station. Behind him, in a hidden corner, a middle-aged man with a serious face and an icy demeanor looked at the backs of the three of them, and connected the phone in his hand. "Go back, we've been watching." "You're welcome, since we have taken the money, we will naturally get things done. Besides, there are orders from the master. Okay, you are busy. Hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man looked at the phone, and suddenly tapped a few times quickly. Soon a line of words popped up on the phone screen. Grandmaster Lian Jibei of Jidao Martial Art Museum died, and the murderer 7 sages Lu Sheng. Call. Long exhalation sound. The middle-aged man's face was full of complexities, and he sighed in a low voice. 19 years old, kill the Grandmaster. Anyway, it's only 2 days, just wait for me to come back, regardless of whether there will be an accident or not, the reward will be given. Take them to evacuate urgently when necessary. I believe that ordinary people in the military base still dare not intrude. Ding dong, the train is about to arrive at the station, this station, Mingcheng West Station. Okay, that's it. Lu Sheng cut off the phone casually, looked up at the arrival notice on the top of the high-speed train car, and stood up from his seat. Now he changed into a black t-shirt and khaki casual trousers, and a simple grey sports jacket outside. Wearing a mask, only a pair of bright and deep eyes are exposed. Sir, I wish you a pleasant journey. A beautiful high-speed rail steward in uniform came over and handed Lu Sheng a bottle of mineral water with a smile. Lu said thank you, and got off the train quickly after the high-speed train came to a complete stop. He took off his mask, unscrewed the mineral water and took a sip. I accidentally saw a thin note inside the mineral water label. Contact information, XXX, can I meet a handsome guy? Lu Sheng glanced at it, crushed the note casually, and threw it into the trash can next to it. Mixed in the crowd, Lu Sheng walked slowly towards the outside of the station. His steps are steady and his eyes are calm. From the moment he made the decision to kill Lian Jibei, Lu Sheng had already planned everything in his mind. Kill Lian Jibei first. Kill Lian Ye again. Not only to be decisive, but also to be fast. Before the Lian family could react, they had to take all the 2 heads. Do you know who Lian Jibei's younger sister is? Are you not afraid of revenge from the Lian family? Before leaving, Zhao Kangtai's words rang in Lu Sheng's ears. Lu Sheng answered silently in his heart. Obtained, afraid. He was too scared. He was too afraid of losing everything he had so far. But if you are not afraid of some things, you don't have to do them. I'm even more afraid that the rest of my life will be watched by those 4 pairs of eyes. A picture flashed before Lu Sheng's eyes. In the dilapidated and cramped low shed, 3 black Baxiang tablets were quietly placed on the wooden boards. The 3 women looked at themselves with a smile. As soon as he lowered his head, the eyes of the white-haired old man Fu Jianming were full of sadness and despair. Since you have promised, let's do it. Lu Sheng said softly to himself. After leaving the station, Lu Sheng found a random place to wait. There is a small noodle shop opposite the station, the color of the words on the signboard is almost faded. Lu Sheng thought about it, went in and asked for a bowl of noodles. The business in the store was deserted, and only a few people with big bags and small bags sat at their respective tables and concentrated on eating noodles. Lu Sheng put the phone on the table, took a pair of chopsticks from the chopstick holder on the table, and took out 2 paper towels and wiped them slowly in his hands. There should be no problem with the parents for the past 2 days. I specifically asked Yu Fei to send a few warriors from the military department to help take care of it. Although the strength is generally not strong, they are all masters in reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance, even sharper than modern instruments. 239 Who is Lian Ye? Your father Lian Jibei is looking for you, let me send you to see him. 4. What Lu Sheng valued was not their strength either, but identity. If necessary, you can even borrow Yu Fei's tiger skin to get protection from the eastern military region. Lu Sheng's idea is simple and crude. If it doesn't work, let the people from the military region drag his family into the military base. He expected that no matter how powerful the Jidao martial arts Lien family was, they would force their way into the military headquarters if they didn't dare to come up. You don't need to shelter for a lifetime, just for a while. Hold on for 2 or 3 days, until I finish the matter here and drive back in person. Lu Sheng is not afraid to owe favors to you Fei, anyway, he will repay them sooner or later. Noodles are here. White noodles in red soup, steaming hot, with a few chopped green onions sprinkled on top. Lu Sheng picked out a chopstick and put it into his mouth. Lu Sheng knew it very well. Even Jibei's death is nothing. Waiting for the night to die. Only then will the real storm begin. And he. Lu Sheng swallowed the noodles in his mouth, and took another sip of the hot soup. The perfect line of his neck moved up and down. Already prepared for everything. The phone rang. Lu Sheng casually picked it up to check. It's a text message from an unknown number. There is only one address on the text message. Number 323 Tonghe Road, Ding Sheng Tian Sheng Entertainment Club, Zun 8 private rooms. Lu Sheng glanced at it and put down his chopsticks. He wiped his mouth with a tissue from the table next to him, and looked up calmly. Boss, check out. What Lu Sheng was waiting for, arrived. In the suburbs of Kyoto, at the foot of Hemming Mountain. Somewhere in the valley where the Qingshui River flows, there is a quiet and elegant Chinese-style mansion. Every inch of land in Kyoto is expensive, but the real powerful people live 110 meters away from downtown Kyoto. Before martial arts flourished, Kyoto province was the heart of Dragon Kingdom, and it experienced martial arts for more than 300 years. In the outskirts of the city, any place with a bit of mountains and rivers and a good environment has been developed. For example, at the foot of Hemming Mountain, it is an extremely rare and quiet place, and there is only one family 10 miles away. It is conceivable that the people who live here. What kind of hand I Tongtian should be? At this time, Hemming was in the courtyard. A beautiful woman in her 30s, with excellent appearance and graceful manners, wearing a lavender brocade robe, stood in the courtyard with a pretty face, staring at the man in a black suit who lowered his head halfway in front of him. Lien Jibei is dead. Yes. The man in the black suit replied in a low voice. Grandmaster Lien led the martial arts team to participate in the National Martial Arts Conference for college students. During the conference, he was challenged and killed on the spot. Do you think I'm stupid? The beautiful woman said coldly, I don't know what Lien Jibei's character is. When will he dare to accept another Grandmaster's challenge in public? Have you taken too many drugs? It is indeed Grandmaster Lien who took the initiative to meet the opponent's challenge. The man in the black suit paused, and explained, the one who killed Grandmaster Lien was a level 6. The stunningly beautiful woman stared coldly at the man in the black suit for a while, then the robe with her left hand suddenly danced. White Gang Qi came out through his body, violently smashing the rockery in the middle of the courtyard beside him. Half of the rockery flew towards the man in the black suit in front of him like a cannonball. The man in the black suit was expressionless, turning a blind eye to the roaring rockery. The fragments of the rockery were blocked by an invisible force field after approaching a foot in front of the man, smashed into mud, and fell one after another. Ma'am, listen to me, the man who killed the Grandmaster was still at the 6th level before he did it, and after he did it, he became a Grandmaster. The man in the black suit said calmly. It turned out to be an amazing martial arts genius. The beautiful woman nodded, her expression softened a little. The tone became natural. The person who just smashed the rockery and attacked the man was not like her at all. Then you go and kill him. The beautiful woman waved her hand and said casually. It is clear that 1 second is still sad and angry, but the next second is calm and breezy. It is really rare to have moodiness and anger. I'm afraid not. The man in the black suit shook his head. Grandmaster Lien was killed during a formal martial arts competition, and his skills are not as good as others, so we can't blame anyone. If we seek revenge, we will definitely be criticized and damage the dignity of the martial saint. Then my brother died in vain, right? Did he die in vain? The woman suddenly changed her face, and the whole person yelled hysterically like crazy. A large amount of gang qi erupted from her body, and she frantically bombarded everything that could be attacked with her hands and feet. The man in the black suit just watched quietly, as if he was used to everything. It wasn't until the entire courtyard turned into a mess that the woman slowly stopped. Don't help me! The woman's chest rose and fell violently, looking at the man with a sneer. If I leave him, there will be nothing, right? What can I do if I don't use the power of Jidao martial arts? The woman gritted her teeth, not knowing whether to tell the man or herself. She looked around for something with her head down, and her white and smooth feet stepped on the black and grey gravel mud, showing a different kind of beauty. Suddenly, the woman seemed to think of something, and looked up at the man in the black suit in front of her. Help me contact Lian Jiabei's son. The woman ordered coldly, let him come back quickly to collect his father's body. Yes, ma'am. The man in the black suit nodded, turned around and stepped back. It's here. Through the window of the taxi, Lu Sheng saw the big characters of Ding Sheng Tian Sheng Entertainment Club flashing neon lights, and turned to greet the driver. Master, just stop here. 50. J. The taxi driver gave Lu Sheng some change, and joked with a smile, young man, come and play this afternoon. Lu Sheng got out of the car, smiled and said, look at what you said, do you have to pick a special time for playing? That's right, haha, you're young, it's better to be young. The taxi driver laughed, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Lu Sheng turned his head and looked calmly at the gate of the entertainment club in front of him. The afternoon sun shone on him and cast shadows under his feet. Soon, the shadows disappear. Lu Sheng melted into the air like a bubble, and the sunlight spread down without hindrance. Young Master Lian. A young man in a grey shirt hurried into the box. In the box, 7 or 8 women with scantily clad clothes and heavy makeup stood. Some were smoking, while others were numbly watching the lyrics scrolling rapidly on the TV screen. Heavy booze. Young Master Lian. The young man in the grey shirt held a mobile phone in his hand, stepped forward 2 steps, and said hastily to a man who was half buried in the sofa. Your phone number. The man buried in the sofa raised his head. He looks like he is in his 30s, with short hair, tattoos on his neck, and not very good looking, and his expression is a little dazed at this time. The female student from number 3 middle school, have you been arrested? The young man in the grey shirt tightly clutched the phone's receiver, bent down close to the man's ear, and whispered, it's Mrs. Su's call. Shua. He woke up instantly overnight, and his eyes were clear again. Get out of here, everyone. He violently drives away the women around him. Soon, the entire box was completely emptied, leaving only the young man in the grey shirt, Lian Yi, and a man sitting quietly in the corner of the box, drinking slowly with a glass of wine in his hand. Quick, give me your phone. Lian Yi dipped his hands in the ice bucket on the table, wiped his face vigorously, and then said quickly to the Qing army. The young man in the grey shirt handed over the phone respectfully. With one look at Lian Yi, he turned around and walked out of the box with great interest. Behind him, there was a warm and flattering voice all night, Uncle Zhuang, Aunt Su is looking for me. The young man in the grey shirt carefully closed the box door, and walked along the corridor to the lounge. When passing by the bathroom, the young man in the grey shirt thought for a while and walked in. What? Lian Ye stood up from his seat with a swish, his eyes widened, and his face was full of extreme shock and disbelief. The man sitting in the corner with a wine glass also raised his head, a bit of surprise flashed in his eyes. A few seconds later, Lian Ye put down the phone in his hand in a daze, stared blankly at the man in the corner, and said, My father is dead. Crack. The wine glass in the man's hand in the corner shattered, and the red wine in the glass spilled all over the floor. The man stood up, and an invisible momentum spread out, and the atmosphere in the box instantly became oppressive. Who killed Grandmaster Lien? He looked shocked, with disbelief in his eyes. Lien Ye numbly shook his head. I didn't say anything, but let me go back quickly. Then let's go. The man didn't talk nonsense, he grabbed Lien Ye and was about to walk out of the box. At this moment, the box door creaked and was pushed open from the outside. A tall, handsome young man strode in. Who is Lien Ye? With a natural expression, he looked at the two of them. The eyes are very clear, as if walking in and asking for directions. Who are you? The man who was holding Lien Ye stared at him unkindly and asked loudly. The young man ignored him, his eyes fixed on Lien Ye in the man's hand, and his eyes lit up immediately. You are the one. The young man stretched out his hand and grabbed Lien Ye, with a casual gesture, talking casually in his mouth. Lien Ye, your father Lien Jiabei is looking for you and asked me to send you to see him. The face of the man who was holding Lien Ye suddenly changed suddenly, he was full of hostility, his whole body was full of momentum, and he stepped out with a sudden step. Court death. 340 What kind of rubbish is a quasi-grandmaster? Bowling. 1. The rich white chi illuminated the dim private room, reflecting Liu Sheng's handsome and calm face. The middle-aged man was covered in brilliant white, and he rushed towards Liu Sheng like a tiger. Boom! The fist completely enveloped by the white chi slammed hard on the door frame of the KTV box. The pure steel door frame slumped suddenly, and there was a huge roar. The terrifying shock force spread along the door frame and spread throughout the private room in an instant. Speech. Large pieces of glass and ceramic tiles fell down like snowflakes. Well. The man stared blankly at his fist. His punch was completely in the air, and he didn't even know when Liu Sheng dodged it. Hey! Uncle Hey, save! Difficult and depressed breathing caught the man's attention. He turned his head abruptly, and saw that handsome and tall young man had appeared in the middle of the private room at some point. He was pinching Lien Ye's neck with one hand, looking at him with a casual expression. Boy! The man's face changed, and he was about to speak. But there was a crisp sound of click, and Lien Ye's head tilted to the side at a strange angle. Lien Ye's mouth was slightly opened, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. The man froze, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. After a while, the expression on his face returned to calm. The aura on his body withdrew like flowing water, and his whole body exuded a dangerous aura that was far more restrained and deeper than before. I can tell you very clearly. The man looked directly into Liu Sheng's eyes, and said very seriously, now, even if you want to die, it's very difficult. Liu Sheng felt the aura emanating from the man, and was a little surprised. Quasi-Grandmaster. The man stretched his body, and his expression became grim little by little. Do you know now? It's too late. After finishing speaking, he disappeared in an instant, and reappeared less than 1 meter away from Liu Sheng. Terrifying white gang qi gushed out from his raised right arm like a tide, rolling down like a landslide and tsunami. Liu Sheng reached out casually, and filled in the half-sentence that he hadn't finished speaking just now, but what kind of rubbish is Grandmaster? The invisible force field was released suddenly, and the aura like a tsunami was shattered before it could be released. Fall apart. Liu Sheng's right hand seemed to disappear out of thin air for a moment, and then reappeared in its original position. It's as if it was never lifted. A figure flew backwards like a cannonball. Passing through the huge KTV box, a boom was deeply embedded in the middle of the TV screen in the middle of the box. The shattered screen flickered twice, a large group of sparks burst out, and then fell into darkness. The man deeply embedded in the screen lowered his head in disbelief. His chest, the viscera inside the chest. It's completely broken. Master Zone. He raised his head and stared at Liu Sheng, spitting blood, full of shock, and murmured in disbelief, "So young. What do you think?" Liu Sheng said something lightly and didn't look at him again. He threw the overnight body in his hand on the ground and prepared to leave. Walked halfway and turned back again. "Got to take something home." Liu Sheng stared at Lian Yi's corpse lying on the ground, and said softly. From the moment he entered the private room, his mental power had enveloped the entire private room. Even if the sky is overturned inside, no one will hear it outside. So, he still has plenty of time. Liu Sheng's eyes wandered over the filthy corpse overnight, and finally, "Stay on his neck." Yet, the sound of the toilet flushing. A young man in a grey shirt came out of the toilet cubicle. "Comfortable." He breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his wrist and looked at the time. "Oops, Lian Xiao thinks he's done calling, so he has to go back quickly." The young man in the grey shirt changed his face and rushed out of the bathroom in a hurry. At the door of the toilet, on the sink, a tall young man in a black t-shirt stood in front of the faucet, washing his hands carefully. There was a black travel bag next to the faucet, and I didn't know what was in the bag, it was bulging. The young man in the grey shirt applied hand sanitizer and while rinsing his hands, he looked curiously at the young man and his travel bag a few more times. It seemed to notice his gaze. The young man who concentrated on washing his hands raised his head, and a handsome and bright young face was reflected in the mirror. "It's a bowling ball." The young man in the grey shirt smiled gently and explained proactively. Grey shirt froze for a moment, then nodded in embarrassment. "Wash your hands quickly, turn around and leave." Neuropathy. He cursed secretly, "When you come to this kind of place to play, you also bring a bowling ball." But I didn't take it too seriously, after all, there were more important things waiting for me. Soon, the net shirt youth returned to his familiar position in the box. But when he was about to reach the door of the box, his heart suddenly thumped hard. I saw a few people standing at the door of the box. "Is the waiter of KTV?" Several people stood at the door, staring motionlessly at the inside of the box, as if staring blankly at something. The eyes of the young man in the grey shirt quickly swept across the huge cracks and twisted marks around the door of the box, and quickly ran past it. "What's wrong?" The waiter turned his head, his face was pale, his lips were trembling, and he pointed in the direction of the box. "Young Master Lian." "What happened to young Master Lian?" The young man in the grey shirt rushed forward, pushed away a few people blocking the door, and was about to walk in. But there was a strong smell of blood. Then the next second, he was completely stunned. He saw a headless male corpse lying quietly on the ground in the middle of a messy box. The ground was covered with pools of blood. The face of the young man in the grey shirt suddenly turned pale. A young and handsome face flashed through his mind like lightning. The man smiled and said softly to him, "It's a bowling ball." The young man in the grey shirt trembled like an electric shock, and his mind went blank for a moment. I don't know how long it took, the heart-piercing sound passed through the corridors of the clubhouse and resounded through the passage. "Master Lian's head is gone." Liu Sheng looked back when he heard the heart-piercing shout. He didn't say anything, and stopped a taxi with a natural expression. "Boarding." "Master, please get off at the high-speed rail station, I'm in a hurry." "Okay." Liu Sheng leaned his back lightly on the car seat, completely relaxed. At his feet was the black travel bag with Lian Yi's head in it. The bag was taken casually when passing by the KTV utility room. When he went in to kill Lian Yi, Liu Sheng didn't deliberately disguise his identity, even if he was seen by others, he didn't care. He was not worried that the other party would call the police. 0. Ask for flowers. Because he used his mental power to block the surveillance in the entire clubhouse the whole time, without leaving any traces. Someone saw him. But so what? There is no evidence that he killed Lian Yi. Taking a step back, even if the evidence is convincing, Liu Sheng doesn't have to worry. Because he is now a master. Grandmaster breaks the law. It is not the same crime as the common people. Liu Sheng sighed suddenly, and didn't know whether to thank or dislike this so-called rule. But it is undeniable that this is right. Fist is power. A society where martial arts are paramount is just so cruel. The real thing to worry about is the follow-up revenge from the Lian family. But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, killing one Lian Jiabei is killing one, and killing one overnight is also killing one. Even if the family should seek revenge from me, they will seek revenge from me, and they don't care if there is one more or one less. Next, the regiment is storm. Liu Sheng looked at his hands and moved his fingers slowly. The invisible Grandmaster force field was released slightly, and attached to Liu Sheng's hand. The edges of the palms of Liu Sheng's hands present a visual distortion effect, as if there are invisible water waves spreading around all the time. 0. It's amazing. Also very powerful. It is much stronger than the force field of ordinary Grandmasters, but how many times stronger? Liu Sheng thought for a while, but did not come up with an answer. After he became a Grandmaster, the only Grandmaster he fought against was Lian Jiabei. But Lian Jiabei died so fast that he was never given a chance to experiment. No problem. Liu Sheng retracted the force field. After such a short time, the driver sitting in the driver's seat started to sweat and felt uncomfortable. If he releases it again, Liu is afraid that he will pass out while driving. The majesty of the master is not something ordinary people can afford. Anyway, we'll find out soon. The Lian family should send me a batch of good test subjects. Liu Sheng thought about it casually. At this moment, the mobile phone in Liu Sheng's pocket rang. He took out his phone and looked at the caller ID contacts. Vice Principal. Liu Sheng answered the phone calmly. Zhao Kangtai's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it over? Liu Sheng nodded slightly. It's over. Zhao Kangtai breathed a sigh of relief, and said quickly, then come back quickly. I have already informed Wu Shengren. Tan Wuxian said that he would formally accept you as an apprentice, and promised to help you resist all the pressure from the Jiadao Martial Arts Hall. Holding the phone, Liu Sheng smiled, and said softly, Vice Principal, I won't be going back. Zhao Kangtai on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, with a surprised tone. What do you mean? Liu Sheng didn't answer, but instead changed the subject and asked a strange question. Vice Principal, are you in the office now? In this and the next episode, Liu Sheng has completely lived in my heart. When readers are sifting through books, in fact, books are also sifting through readers. Thank you for subscribing until now. You selected Liu Sheng, and Liu Sheng also selected you. I will try my best to write this story well. Grateful. P.S. Recently, in the comment area, there are a lot of trumpets of other authors, who came to scold me without reading the book. It is estimated that there are too many monthly tickets, which makes some people unhappy. Then I will continue to ask for some monthly tickets and flowers, so that they will be even more upset. 341 In the future, when I become a saint, when the tower is smashed, everyone will praise my real N. How? I remember. Liu Sheng said softly, your office has a huge floor-to-ceiling window, through which you can see far away. Zhao Kangtai on the other end of the phone subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the window. At the same time, Liu Sheng who was sitting in the taxi also turned his head to look out the window. The eyes of the two seemed to converge in one direction at the same time. B. It is a towering, straight into the sky, a strange-shaped tower in the shape of a hexagon. This is the 7th Saint Wu Dai, the Tower of Wu Sheng representing the majesty and will of Wu Sheng Tan's Hongaiu. Farther away, there are 6 other towers of the same height. Liu Sheng's eyes seemed to reflect the phantom of the tower. He sat quietly in the back seat of the car with his back straight. Looking out the window, his face was unprecedentedly calm and stable. Vice Principal, Do you know what I'm going to do after I become a martial artist? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Kangtai froze for a moment. Before he could think of what to say, he heard Liu Sheng's flat voice. In the future, I will be a martial saint, and I will smash the tower, so that everyone can praise my real name. Do beep. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The phone hangs up. Zhao Kangtai stood there blankly, looking at the busy landline on the table in front of him. He didn't know how he felt for a while. August 40 day I was a martial saint, and I was a high-ranking tower. Everyone can praise my real name. Liu Sheng's words could not stop echoing in his ears. Zhao Kangtai turned his head and his eyes fell on a silver-grey tablet quietly placed beside the table. A completely pitch-black avatar is displayed on the flat screen, and below it is a beating number representing the duration of the call. Wu Sheng. Zhao Kangtai took a deep breath and spoke in a complicated tone. The pitch-black virtual human figure fluctuated, and a calm and gentle middle-aged man's voice came out from it. Since he doesn't want to, forget it. Zhao Kangtai opened his mouth and wanted to say something more, but in the end he could only nod and whisper. Okay, then I will cancel the ceremony and everything. You don't have to feel sorry. The black virtual figure then spoke. He has his own way to go, it's just not with us. Although the idea is quite naive and ridiculous, but it's true that I haven't seen such an interesting martial arts junior for a long time. Zhao Kangtai showed a complex face, making the person in front of him say the word interesting is already a very high evaluation. Zhao Kangtai gritted his teeth, and suddenly mustered up the courage to say, My lord, after all, it was because of us that Liu Sheng provoked the Lian family of Sheng Jidao martial arts. You know Lian Su's character, even Ji Bei and his son died at the hands of Liu Sheng, I'm afraid she won't let it go. Since Liu Sheng chose the path himself, he naturally knew what the consequences would be, and he had to bear it alone. The black virtual humanoid opened its mouth lightly. The indifference revealed in the words made Zhao Kangtai feel a little chilled in his heart. I'm afraid that Lian Su will go crazy and attack Liu Sheng's family. Zhao Kangtai knew that he was talking too much, but he really wanted to fight for Liu Sheng. The black avatar fell silent. Zhao Kangtai stood in front of the tablet with his head down, straight and humble, with drops of sweat sliding down his forehead. It's hard to imagine that Zhao Kangtai, who is a 7th level Grandmaster, also looks like this. I don't know how long it took, and the black virtual humanoid wave again. Then protect his family. A flat voice sounded. Zhao Ji has been sending Tong Kuoxing, who is in the 28 mansions under the seat of Jidao Martial Arts Hall, to follow him, the 5th lady. If Lian Su wants to take revenge, he must rely on his history. The voice paused, and said, I will let Hui Yu go, with her here, it should be able to protect the safety of Liu Sheng's family of 3. Zhao Kangtai raised his head in surprise, and said respectfully, Wu Sheng Sheng Ming. The black avatar didn't say any more. The tablet flickered once, and the call was completely hung up. Call. Zhao Kangtai let out a long breath, stepped forward and carefully put away the silver-grey tablet, and put it in the bottom drawer of the table. After finishing all this, Zhao Kangtai raised his head and walked to the French window of the office. Looking at the majestic Wushan pagoda in the distance, which seems to be indelible, complex, and difficult colors floated in his eyes. Crush the tower. Liu Sheng, that's all I can do for you. Liu Sheng cut off the phone and quietly watched the passing scenery outside the window. What he said to Zhao Kangtai was not a whim. But he had already planned in his heart. So far, everything Liu Sheng has done is for himself and for the little family in front of him. You can say that he is selfish, but Liu Sheng is not a saint, and he really can't sacrifice himself for the common people. After becoming a martial saint, with the absolute strength to flatten everything, at that time, Liu Sheng murmured to himself, I just tried to really save the sky. After personally rejecting the 7 sages, Tan's Hongaihu, Liu Sheng felt surprisingly relaxed. There is a sense of relief. To be honest, even if he bears the crystallization of the splendid civilization of martial arts for 10,000 years in the future, he doesn't think much of Shang Tan's Honggaihu's so-called inheritance. But in reality, it is possible to reject a 9th-level martial saint standing at the pinnacle of the world. It's really not something that ordinary people can do. After all, it is not necessary to worship Tan's Honggaihu as a teacher, but there is no harm, and it can even be said that there are many benefits. Biography of Wu Sheng. More than 99% of warriors in the world can hardly resist the temptation of these 4 words. And then there's the consequences of rejecting Wu Sheng. Liu Sheng didn't even choose to refuse Xia Pingnan's kindness from Governor Xia Pingnan back then, let alone Tan's Honggaihu, a martial sage whose strength and status far surpassed Xia Pingnan's by hundreds and thousands of times. It really takes a lot of courage. Ding dong! Just as Liu Sheng was thinking, a text message rang from his phone. He picked it up and took a look. It was news of a certain bank card deduction. Transfer out 50 million. Liu Sheng didn't care, and quickly put down the phone. This is the cost of buying an overnight address. The information comes from the House of Warriors, an enthusiastic netizen who is unwilling to reveal his true identity. It was also through this that Liu Sheng learned that the Martial Artists' House, which was originally the official and authoritative exchange website of the Martial Arts Association, also had a dark side. Here you can spend money to buy a lot of things that are not convenient to trade on the surface. For example, resource information, etc. Although it is just an address, the price is 50 million, which is very high. But Liu Sheng also understands. Not everyone dares to take the risk of offending a 7th-level Grandmaster, and even a Ji-Dao martial arts school. Soon, the taxi arrived at the high-speed rail station. Liu Sheng paid the fare and got off the bus. Enter the station with the ticket you bought earlier. When he entered the station and went through the security check, the black travel bag he was carrying with him came out of the security check machine without any accidents. Mental power is really useful. Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing. But he is the one who has been using the 7th-level mental power as a panacea. After the Wujian knife wheel was built, it seemed that the level could not keep up, and it hadn't been used a few times in total. It can't be helped. I can't walk around in the urban area with a large bundle of blades every day. It's too troublesome and I don't need it. The red crystal dragon pattern is now eating ashes in the suitcase. But it's coming soon. Liu Sheng thought silently, it will all come in handy soon. After checking the ticket and entering the station, after a short wait for the train, the high-speed train carrying Liu Sheng departed for the distance. After a few hours, the high-speed rail stops, and Liu Sheng gets off at Feng City. It was another half-hour taxi ride. Liu Sheng went back to the old street covered with golden sycamore leaves. The street is still deserted. A few teenagers and high school students in school uniforms walked towards this side, bouncingly stepping on the leaves on the road. From time to time, there is a happy laugh. Liu Sheng's eyes passed through the gap between the figures of several high school students, and easily caught a familiar figure. It was a black and thin old man with a stooped back and snow-white hair, who looked about 70 or 80 years old. The old man was wearing a white vest that was full of holes and was washed yellow. He was sitting on the edge of the road, staring blankly at several high school students. The old man's eyes still fell more on one of the high school students. It was a girl with a high ponytail, the most cheerful smile among the few people, exuding a youthful and reckless atmosphere all over her body. Perhaps the appearance of an old man, or the straight look in his eyes, caught the attention of several high school students. The laughter among the few people stopped, and their feet began to walk fast. They ran on the street like fleeing, avoiding the old man's gaze, and passed Liu Sheng. It's the old lunatic. Go quickly, be careful that he comes up to catch us. The old man's eyes followed until the figures of the children were completely gone, and then he reluctantly retracted them. Then he took the opportunity to notice Liu Sheng, freeze frame. Liu Sheng looked at the old man calmly. He knew that the other party had clearly recognized him. 0.7. Liu Sheng walked straight towards the old man. Fu Jianming. Liu Sheng walked up to the old man and called out his famous officials. The old man looked up at him, his eyes were as stubborn as ever, as stubborn as an old dog. Opened his mouth and cursed. Roll. I'm here to ask you for money. Liu Sheng was not angry either, he casually threw the black travel bag in front of the old man and said. I brought you what you asked for, can you take a look? Confusion appeared on the old man's face, he stretched out his hand, and carefully unzipped the black travel bag. Then, he seemed to be hit hard by something. The whole person was completely stunned. Liu Sheng squatted down, looked at the things in the black travel bag, and said softly, they say that a master should not be humiliated. Even if he dies, his body can't be like pork sold in a vegetable market. You can take a few pieces off and take it with you. Walk. So there is no other way, only Lian Ye has his head alone. The old man listened, and after a while, muddy tears kept rolling down. An old man in his 60s or 70s cried like a child. The mother-in-law came to the door today, picked her up in the morning, and sent her back later, so there was no time to write. There are 2 more chapters that can only be updated at night. 242 The 28 Nights of the Pole, Ming Yu Tang, 3. Heshen Biwen. In the huge Chinese courtyard, there is a square pool under the patio. There are rockery in the pond, lotus leaves grow, and golden and orange carps swim in the water. Lian Su was sitting by the pool. She completely submerged her feet in the pool water. The white and delicate soleil stepped on the pebbles at the bottom of the water, and the water waves were clear, like 2 tender white lotus joints. What a beautiful picture! Suddenly a wind blew up in the courtyard, blowing the robe on Lian Su's body. Lian Su raised her head, a strand of hair slipped from her temples. She flicked it lightly, her face calm. What are you doing here? The breeze wafts around in the courtyard, bringing up fine dust and floating light and shadow. A golden figure whose face could not be seen clearly was reflected on the pool. You let Zhuang Kui go. There is a sound coming from the water, which mixes with the rippling water waves, giving people a clear and peaceful feeling. Lian Su looked at the figure and sneered. That little bastard killed both my family and my family. Even Ji Bei died, and Zhou was just a trash master. But overnight is different. He is the last only seedling in my Lian family, but now it has been cut off. Someone wants me to have no descendants, why can't I let 2 kill him? The figure said lightly, Lian Yi still has a few illegitimate children, you should know better than me. Lian Su stared at the figure on the water, her beautiful face suddenly turned ferocious, and shouted 02 towards the water. Yes, but so what? People are dead after all. One is my own elder brother, and the other, although ineffective, is also my own nephew. I'm just a woman and I just want to get my debt back. All I know is that they both lost their heads and died horribly. Lian Su vented hysterically at the pool for a while, and she stirred up half of the lotus pond. The water was turbulent, and the carp at the bottom of the pond jumped up in fright. The figure on the water never moved. I don't mean to blame you. The figure's tone suddenly softened a lot. He seemed to want to comfort Lian Su, but he didn't know where to start. Although Zhuang Kui's strength is good, he is still a little bit short in the end, and he may not be able to return with all his achievements. Lian Su frowned, and said, how strong is that little bastard? The figure said indifferently, he is the person Tan's Hongyo likes, and Tan's Hongyo will definitely send someone to protect him. Ming Yu Tang sent anyone out at random, plus the person who killed Lian Jibei Lian Yi, Zhuang Kui couldn't do anything. Then you can send me one more knight. The one with a higher ranking than Zhuang Kui. Lian Su said eagerly. Need not. The figure replied, I sent 12 more shadows to accompany Zhuang Kui. With them around, we can basically achieve the results you want to see. 12 shadows. Even Su Mei's eyes lit up, she seemed to breathe a long sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. She swept away the previous epilepsy and stepped into the lotus pond completely. The robe floated on the clear water, and the green feet stepped forward step by step on the pebbles at the bottom of the pool. In the end, you still care about me after all, and you will always think of me. Lian Su's smile is like a flower, bright and charming. But the figure on the water continued to speak, of course I will help you. But this time, you have passed the secret scroll of extreme Dao to Zhuang Kui without authorization, which is really too much. The smile on Lian Su's face suddenly froze, and his expression quickly turned cold. So what? Apart from this, what do you think I can have? Please move a Ji Dao sect to do it for me. Besides this, what else did you give me? Hee hee. Lian Su continued to sneer, her eyes fixed on the figure in the water wave, her face was full of sarcasm. The figure on the water wavered and slowly shattered in the light. The final voice sounded. Anyway, I don't want a next time. The figure disappeared. Lian Su fixedly stared at the position of the figure just now for a long time. Suddenly giggled and laughed, and danced wantonly, causing waves of water, like a madman. Hi miss! The security inspector at the airport stopped a woman carrying a suitcase and said politely, please show your ticket and ID, then put your luggage on the conveyor belt and cooperate with us to check. The woman approached the security inspector and whispered something in his ear. The security inspector's complexion changed abruptly, and he quickly took a step back, solemnly with a bit of respect, and said, please, I wish you a pleasant journey. The woman smiled and said nothing. Shi Shiran walked through the security check. The people behind her looked around curiously, and couldn't help but guess the other party's identity in their hearts. The woman walked through the waiting hall and walked into a VIP waiting room for one person, and then she sat down in a relaxed manner. The woman took off the sun hat on her head, revealing a smooth and white swan neck, and a beautiful face as white as jade. She looked very young, probably only in her 20s, and she had the temperament of an urban elite who had just returned from an overseas vacation. I just came back from a mission, is there any need to be in such a hurry? The woman reached out and knocked something that looked like an earring on her ear, and opened her mouth to complain. From the earring came a voice only she could hear. No way, Master Wu Sheng personally issued an order, please forgive me. With a helpless expression, the woman whispered, send me the information. It has been sent to you. The woman took out a small tablet from her bag, opened it and browsed it in front of her eyes. While watching, chatting with the voice in the earring. How did you feel going out this time? It's not that good. It's still those old opponents. They fought a few times after they met. However, the activities of the Ring Seal and the Black Demon Society seem to be a bit frequent recently. They have been messed up, and they don't have much thought to pay attention to me. When speaking, the woman's tone is a bit gloating. Suddenly, she looked at the tablet in her hand and gave a low cry with a surprised expression. Not yet 19 years old, Grand Master? Also killed a master of the same level of Ji Dao martial arts? Is this little guy so powerful? What do you think? The voice in the earring echoed, the seed selected by Wu Sheng himself is the first in the past 30 years. Naturally, it is extraordinary. Good guy. The woman flipped through the information on the tablet, and sighed with shock in her eyes, it's even better than seeing Ye Wan back then. I, Ming Yu Tang, want to add another general. Can't add. The voice in the earring muffled, Tan Wuxian wanted to take him in, but he refused. This brat is so bold, he offended the Ji Dao martial arts school, and even tried to fight against him alone. Madman! An incomprehensible look appeared on the woman's face. She really couldn't figure out why someone would refuse to become a martial sage's disciple, and it was on the premise of offending another martial sage. Then why does Marshal Saint want me to go? The woman was a little irritable, and closed the tablet in her hand. The voice in the earring replied, the martial sage is kind, although he can't take it under his family, he doesn't want to see a good seedling of martial arts die in vain. All right. The woman thought for a while and asked, then who is my opponent this time? Is there any news? Tong Kui, star of the 28 constellations, Zhuang Kui. You haven't dealt with him before, but his strength is about the same as yours, he is in the quasi-8th realm, and he has been stuck in the double bridge of heaven and earth for a long time. Tong Kuixing, Zhuang Kui. The woman read the name softly, her eyes flickering. I seem to understand why Master Wu Sheng sent me there. It's good to understand, this is actually an opportunity for you. Take advantage of it. I know, I know. The woman waved 373 and picked up the tablet to flip through it casually. Until the boarding alert sounded. Shi Shiran got up and walked towards the boarding entrance. Elder brother. Exiting the station, Lu Qinghe with an excited face raised his right hand high, and Lu Sheng energized. Lu Qinghe stood beside Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufen. The whole family came. A smile also appeared on Lu Sheng's face, and he walked quickly towards the three of them. How did you get there? Didn't you say the car at 1 o'clock? As soon as she got close, Yufen began to chatter. Lu Sheng explained with a smile, the high-speed train was delayed for half an hour, there is no other way. Let's go, your mother has already prepared the food and put it at home, and you can eat it as soon as you get home. Lu Dehai stretched out his hand with a smile, come on, I'll help you carry your luggage. Let Qinghe take it. Lu Sheng naturally stuffed the few luggage in his hand into Lu Qinghe's arms. Lu Qinghe's expression was blank, and he didn't react for a while. I'm a girl. So what? Lu Sheng glanced at her casually, do you want to take it? With a gritted expression, Lu Qinghe glared at Lu Sheng, and said in a muffled voice. Isn't that right? Lu Sheng immediately felt better. This kind of opportunity to bully Lu Qinghe will become less and less every time in the future. Now I finally know why you can't find a girlfriend. Lu Qinghe hugged the big bag and said angrily, there is a straight guy, he deserves to be single. Lu Sheng didn't bother to talk to her, he just talked to his parents. After the family left the high-speed rail station, Lu Dehai's car was already ready in the parking lot. Get in the car and go home. Lu Haihei pressed the car key, and the blue car blinked, showing a bit of high spirits. 243 The Twin Bridges of Heaven and Earth, the belated Tong Kuixing, 4. Lu Dehai has been driving big goods in the logistics company for decades, and he feels quite comfortable driving a small car. The car drove fast and steady. Lu Sheng sat in the co-pilot's seat, chatting with his family. Brother, what happened after the martial arts tournament? Lu Qinghe asked him as soon as he got in the car, and Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufen were also curious. I searched the internet for a long time, but there is no news, it is really strange. Lu Qinghe muttered. Not only her, but many people on the internet felt that this martial arts conference had a feeling of being anticlimactic. Even, the pictures of the final awards ceremony were not broadcast. However, the official issued an announcement, and the explanation to the outside world is, due to special reasons, the award ceremony was omitted. As for the matter of Lu Sheng challenging the Master of the Extreme Way, it was also a mistake. It coincides with the excuse Lu Sheng made before. A few players at the top of the ranking are either injured or have troubles. Rather than make people laugh at them here and there, it's better not to do it at all. As for the matter of the Master, Lu Sheng turned his head and glanced at Lu Qinghe, and said, look, I'm not standing in front of you properly now. Lu Qinghe suddenly nodded. It's just a pity. I still want to see your prestige when you come to the stage to receive the award. Many of my classmates are also waiting to see. You didn't hold a ceremony, so bad. Your brother is already imposing enough. Lu Haihei said with a smile. How long will you stay this time? Zheng Yufen is most concerned about this issue. Lu Sheng thought for a while and said, I don't know, just stay as long as you can. Anyway, there's nothing to do recently. It's best to stay until after the 9th. Zheng Yufen sighed, it's good to celebrate your birthday at home for you. Yeah, I didn't have a good birthday last year. It's time to have a good birthday this year. Lu Dahai honked his horn, passed a red car, and followed suit. Lu Sheng was taken aback for a moment before he remembered. My birthday is approaching. He subconsciously looked out the window. The leaves on both sides of the road have long since turned yellow and fallen, and the occasional pedestrians on the road are basically wearing coats. It's already December. Lu Sheng has been in Kyoto for a long time. Surrounding them are all martial artists who have achieved martial arts, full of energy and blood, not afraid of cold and heat, and their perception of temperature changes is more slow than ordinary people. At least that's the case with Lu Sheng. He is still running around in short sleeves. After your birthday, you will be 15 years old. Zheng Yufen sat in the back seat with emotion. Only 19 years old. Lu Qinghe also sighed with emotion. His brother Lu Sheng won the first place in the national martial arts competition at the age of 19, what will happen when she is 19? Lu Qinghe suddenly felt in a bad mood. Back home, the family had a simple meal. Zheng Yufen started making arrangements for dinner without stopping. Lu Haihei sat on the sofa and watched TV. Lu Sheng carried Lu Qinghe into the martial arts training room, checked her progress in cultivation, and taught her a few more movements of body training. Don't go out these 2 days, practice hard at home. When I am satisfied with the practice, when will I go to school again? When Lu Qinghe heard this, his expression turned bitter, but he didn't say anything. Past experience told her that with Lu Sheng, resistance will always be more brutally suppressed. After leaving Lu Qinghe alone in the martial arts training room, Lu Sheng went upstairs alone to the big platform on the top of the 3rd floor. He stood on the roof platform, and the spiritual power belonging to the 7th level quickly radiated to the surroundings. Keep going outward until the entire cell is covered. Within the community, every plant and tree is within the monitoring range of Lu Sheng. To put it in an exaggerated way, Lu Sheng knows that there is one more fly and one less mosquito in the community. After being promoted to Grandmaster and taking the shape of Jin Yaeshi, my spiritual power has reached an unprecedentedly terrifying height. Even I don't know how strong my mental power is right now. Lu Sheng thought for a while. A suitcase placed in the room on the 2nd floor opened automatically, and countless fine blades flew up through the window. Make a buzzing vibration sound, like a silver bee swarm. Wujian knife wheel, which has not been used for a long time, is in control again. Lu Sheng feels like he is used to using Guangong knife and then playing fruit knife. Hundreds of blades were constantly combined in front of his eyes, reconstructing lifelike and unimaginable shapes one after another. It's about to be played by Lu Sheng. It's time to upgrade later, and by the way, check if there are any more advanced psychiatrist weapon secret skills. Lu Sheng thought. After killing Lian Jiabei and Lian Yi's father and son, Lu Sheng guessed. I don't know if I have increased the authority of Curry, the kindling resource in the dream space. But the future has definitely changed. He clearly remembers. According to the previous information, he became a master at the age of 19, killed Lian Jiabei at the National Martial Arts Conference, and was accepted by the martial sage Tan's Hongyu as a disciple of the martial sage. The difference in age is negligible, but the subsequent development of killing Lian Jiabei has long been completely different from the established future. He rejected Tan's Hongyu's solicitation. Being under Tan's Hongyu's family is undoubtedly the best solution to eliminate the aftermath of killing Lian Jiabei. Unfortunately, I did not take this path in the end. To be honest, Lu Sheng is very curious about what his future will look like now. But I don't want to watch it. After all, the future shown in the Tinder resource library is always changing, so it can only be used as a reference. Unless it is clearly stated that I can reach level 12 in the future, maybe I will consider following the path indicated by the data. Sheng didn't dare to enter the dream space now. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest in his mental strength, for fear that he would fall asleep all at once. The revenge of the family. Just kill it. It's been a long time, hard work. Sheng stood in front of a straight middle-aged man, talking casually. The latter was respectful and said, "You are being polite, it is our duty." The middle-aged man knew very well what kind of person was standing in front of him. 19 years old, young master. Moreover, he had just killed a veteran grandmaster of the same level, and the blood on his hands hadn't dried completely. Standing in front of Sheng is even more stressful than standing in front of those major generals who are masters in the army. For a moment, he seemed to return to the time when he was still a recruit, when he was on the battlefield for the first time, and he was face to face with a terrifying alien beast. That kind of hairs all over the body exploded, the feeling of creeping. "When you go back, please help me express my gratitude to Master Yu and tell him." Sheng said seriously, "I promised him something, and it will be fulfilled soon." "Must." The middle-aged man nodded, then turned around and quickly disappeared from Sheng's sight. "Brother, why are you still here, waiting for you to eat?" King He's voice came from behind. Sheng responded, turned around and walked back slowly. He stretched out his hand and gently rubbed his temples, his eyes showed a little bit of fatigue. It was almost a week after arriving home, but Sheng didn't even close his eyes. It's okay not to sleep. The main reason is that he has to cover the community with mental power all the time, and occasionally Zheng Yufen and Lu Haihei go out, and he has to follow behind. Fortunately, after Sheng came back, the couple took a special long vacation and stayed at home all the time, wanting to spend time with him. If you still go to work as usual, it will be even more troublesome. Even so, Sheng also felt a little tired. Fortunately, with the natural breathing method, together with the crystal conception, the recovery of mental power is very fast, which can be worth such continuous consumption. Sheng walked to the door of his villa, looked back, and sighed in a low voice, "It's been a long time since I came, so why don't you come one day later? After all, today is my birthday. What's the matter with Tong Kuoxing, hasn't shown up for a week?" Pang Huiyu, who was dressed as an urban beauty, was sitting by the window of a coffee shop, talking to the voice in the earring, while looking at the entrance of the community across the street from time to time. "If he doesn't come, then don't I have to stay here forever? Persist a little longer. He must have been delayed by something. It's really strange. It stands to reason that he should have arrived 4 or 5 days ago. Zunba's master also has procrastination." The voice in the earring muttered. Pang Huiyu rolled his eyes, holding a spoon and stirring the coffee in the cup in front of him boredly. "Grandma, if you don't come again, sister, I will directly fight Tongtian's Shuangjiao, good, and I will be promoted to Grand Master. When we meet at that time, I will instantly kill him with one palm." As Pang Huiyu spoke, she stretched out her hand and made a gesture of splitting palms, like a heroine in a TV movie. At the same time, at a street intersection several kilometers away from Pang Huiyu, a large commercial vehicle slowly stopped. The black reflective door opened, and a figure stepped out of the car. This is a man wearing a simple grey jacket and suit pants. He looks like he is in his early 40s, with short hair, and his facial features are profoundly ordinary. There is only one pair of eyes, shining like diamonds under the direct light, embellishing the whole face into an extraordinary one. "Grown-ups!" A deep voice sounded from the front seat of the commercial vehicle. "Pang Huiyu, who is ranked 13th in Minjiatang, is also here, do you want us?" "Need not." The man said something softly. It might have been needed a week ago, but now. The man stretched out his left hand, gently pressed the position of his left chest pocket, and said calmly and slowly, "No need." The voice in the front seat became respectful, and whispered, "Congratulations, my lord." The corner of the man's mouth twitched, as if he was smiling. Then he walked towards the community. "I'm so tired, I fell asleep after dinner, sorry." 244 Birthday, at a glance, Daezong. 1. Brother, come quickly. As soon as Lu Sheng entered the room, Lu Qinghe waved to him. The whole living room is filled with the smell of food. Dad Lu Haihei specially customized a large round table for the treat, and the table was filled with all kinds of dishes. There has always been no reduction in exotic meat, and there are many more ordinary dishes, all of which are Lu Sheng's favorites. I bought it from your favorite Lo Mei shop. The business is good. I went to queue early to buy it. Lu Dahai was opening a bottle of red wine, and said to Lu Sheng with a smile, "Try it quickly, if it still tastes the same as before." Lu Sheng reached out to pick it up, and his mother Zheng Yufen came out of the kitchen with a bowl of steaming noodles. "Go wash your hands first, even if you become a martial artist, you must wash your hands before eating." Hiss hot. Zheng Yufen quickly put the noodles on the table, and while rubbing her fingers, said with a smile, "Shao Xing Gong first eats a bowl of longevity noodles." Lu Sheng glanced at it. White noodles in clear soup, 2 poached eggs, sprinkled with green onions, and the words "Happy Birthday" on top. Lu Qinghe came up from the side, pointed at the 4 characters and triumphantly said, "I peeled it with carrots, isn't it amazing? Really good." Lu Sheng rubbed Lu Qinghe's head, it was rare to praise her. "Hurry up and wash your hands, and hurry up to eat, or the noodles will fall off in a while." Zheng Yufen drove the two into the bathroom. When Lu Sheng and Lu Qinghe came out after washing their hands, Lu Dahai had already opened the red wine and poured them one by one. "Today, you and your mother will drink some too. This red wine is very precious. It was brought by people from the Hongchuan Martial Art Museum." Lu Dahai told Lu Qinghe. Lu Qinghe yelled, "Dad, red wine has to be sobered up, it's not good if it's not sobered up. How can there be so much attention?" 893 Lu Dahai muttered. Lu Sheng took the red wine glass in front of Lu Qinghe, stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly on the glass wall. Clang! A clear and pleasant voice sounded, and there seemed to be invisible ripples spreading out. "Wake up!" Lu Sheng handed the red wine back to Lu Qinghe. "Real or fake?" Lu Qinghe picked up the cup suspiciously and took a sip. In the next second, his eyes widened, and he let out a low voice, "Brother, you are amazing. Decanting red wine is just to let the red wine breathe, absorb oxygen, and fully oxidize. This can also be achieved by relying on shocks, as long as the strength is well controlled." As Lu Sheng explained, he sobered up his parents' wine. Lu Dahai smiled and said, "What is this called?" "This is called martial arts changing life. Have a meal." Mother Zheng Yufen gave an order, and the family started to move. Lu Qinghe's attention was completely attracted by Lu Sheng's actions and words just now. The eyes have been staring at the red wine glass in front of him, thinking hard, not knowing what to eat. Lu Dahai reminded her several times to no avail, so he simply ignored her. After all, today's protagonist is Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng sat aside and looked funny. The move he just made seemed simple and casual, but if he wanted to shake the force through the wine without hurting the glass, at least he had to have martial arts attainments above the subtlety realm to do it. Lu Qinghe had some thoughts. "After your birthday, you will be 20 years old, you can also consider talking about a girlfriend." "Mom. Your mother is right. When you see someone you like outside, go after it boldly. At the beginning, I chased your mother by relying on my thick skin, and then I got you. Crazy old. Hee hee, aseg. Dot. Lu Sheng listened to Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufen talking, and occasionally answered a few words. Lu Qinghe beside him flicks his wine glass nervously from time to time. The whole family is happy and happy. The softness in Lu Sheng's heart also completely stretched out, enjoying this rare peaceful time. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes moved. His hands holding the noodles with chopsticks froze for a moment. But it quickly returned to normal and sent the noodles into his mouth. Lu Sheng finished the noodles in his mouth slowly, then picked up the noodle bowl and drank a big mouthful of soup. Then he wiped his mouth and said, "Dad, Mom. I suddenly remembered something, I have to go out." Ah! Both Lu Haihei and Zheng Yufen were surprised. "What can't you go after dinner?" "A friend sent me something, I just forgot. I guess he is waiting impatiently now." Lu Sheng explained. "All right." Zheng Yufen looked out the window, it was already dark, and there were street lights outside. "Do you want your dad to drive you there?" "No, it's near the neighborhood, and I'll be back in a while." Lu Haihei seemed to have thought of something, and his smile darkened. Okay, go, don't make people wait." Turning around, she leaned into Zheng Yufen's ear and whispered, "Today is Xia Sheng's birthday, what are you talking about? Friends will come to the neighborhood to find him, or give him something." "Oh!" Zheng Yufen's eyes lit up all of a sudden. "Go! Go!" She started urging Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was amused in his heart, but he was so happy that the two misunderstood. Glancing at Lu Qinghe, who was still in the besotted state, turned around and walked out the door. When he went out the door, he hadn't walked out of the yard yet. Behind him came the sound of footsteps. "Brother, remember to come back early. Waiting for you to blow out the candles, I personally picked the cake." "Good." Lu responded without turning his head, and strode out of the courtyard gate. Lu Qinghe didn't say anything else, she closed the door and went back muttering, "How did you do that?" Lu Sheng quietly looked in the direction of the door with gentle eyes. Then he turned around and walked towards the gate of the community step by step. Every time he took a step, the warmth in his eyes faded, and instead a deep coldness emerged. The street lamps stretched Lu Sheng's shadow very long. He melts into the darkness. "Today is my birthday, so annoying." Okay, let's go back." Peng Huiyu looked at the sky outside, which was completely dark, and the street lamps came on one after another, shaking his head in a dazed manner. "It's another wasted day." She paid the bill and stood up from her seat. "After sitting for a week, my butt is almost flat." Peng Huiyu walked out of the coffee shop and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the entrance of the community. Business as usual. She walked down Long Street in the other direction. This is a high-end residential area. Although the infrastructure is complete, it is located in a remote area, and there are not many people on the street at night. Only the occasional car passed by, bringing the sound of whistling. Car. Peng Huiyu's forward steps suddenly stopped. She turned around abruptly and turned back the same way. There seems to be an extra car at the gate of the community. If she read it right just now. Peng Huiyu quickly walked back to the place he just passed by and glimpsed. Sure enough, under a big tree near the wall, a black commercial vehicle parked there quietly. Peng Huiyu walked over quickly with a sullen face. When she was approaching the car, a cold light suddenly and silently pierced through the open window of the commercial vehicle. Peng Huiyu turned sideways to avoid the cold light. Then he reached out to grab the hand holding the knife expressionlessly. The latter twisted and retracted quickly like a snake. Violence flashed in Peng Huiyu's eyes, and he jumped in through the car window like a cheetah. The car shook violently a few times, and there were several muffled humming sounds. Then everything is calm. The door opens. Peng Huiyu, whose face was as heavy as water, got out of the car. In her hand was a short knife that was more than 1 foot long, and it still shone coldly in the dim light, and it could be seen that the craftsmanship was extraordinary. The shadow of the Jidao Martial Art Museum. Pang Huiyu's face was a little ugly, and he put the knife edge into the carriage. This time things are troublesome. The voice in the earring also became muffled. Although these shadows were all forcibly promoted by Jidao martial saints using secret methods, they can barely be regarded as level 7, and they are not worthy of the word Grandmaster. But with the tactics created by Jidao Wushan himself, 24 shadows have a chance to kill Da Zone. How many did they send out this time? Have no idea. Pang Huiyu shook his head, but there must be more than one, and there must be no less than 6 Jidao shadows every time they are dispatched. That is the lowest standard for launching tactics. Then you have to be quick, otherwise it will be too late. I'm already fast. Pang Huiyu said something. In the next second, his slim body jumped up like a big bird, jumped over the fence and fell into the community. Then it rose and fell rapidly in the shadow of the community, galloping in one direction. Pang Huiyu quickly walked through the huge community. Occasionally someone walked by on the sidewalk of the community, but no one found her. She is light and vigorous, her eyes are searching around like a falcon. Finally, she saw a figure. It was a tall man, wearing a grey coat, walking slowly on the road. The moment Pang Huiyu discovered the other party obviously also discovered her. In the shadows around the man, Michi Taguchi looked at her with cold eyes. Pang Huiyu's face suddenly turned ugly. Plus, including the one who was knocked out by her just now, there are 12 people. Jidao martial arts is for an ordinary family, a young master. A total of 12 shadows were dispatched. Damn it! Pang Huiyu bit the bullet and rushed forward. But at this moment, the walking man in grey stopped and turned to look at her. His eyes pierced the darkness like thunder across the sky. Pang Huiyu's figure suddenly stopped, as if his whole body had been hit by something. He stood still in place, not moving. The man in grey looked at her quietly for a while, then looked away, and continued to move forward unhurriedly. An urgent question came from the earring. Huiyu, what's wrong? Pang Huiyu stood there blankly, with lingering shock and horror in his eyes. After a while, she took a deep breath and said word by word, Jidao Tong Kui Xing has entered the Dazong. What? 245 I will never be friends with the dead? 1, 2. Zhuang Kui strolled on the driveway of the community, walking between the street lamps, and the light and shadow alternated on his tough facial features. Zhuang Kui walks calmly, and his mood has never been so stable and joyful. He has followed the extreme martial arts for 20 years, and is one of the 28 mansions of the extreme, Tong Kuixing, but he is stuck at the peak of the 7th level. It has been too long to completely defeat Tongtian's Shuangqiao and be promoted to Dazong. Zhuang Kui has been waiting for an opportunity for many years. Now, he's finally here. In Zhuang Kui's body, qi and blood condensed into a pill shape, forming an invisible double bridge ditch Tongtian ground. With every breath, Zhuang Kui could feel his blood, and his strength was constantly increasing. Seems endless. A strong will pours into every inch of flesh and blood. Let him walk on the clouds and overlook the common people, just like the gods in ancient folklore. Is this the Dazong realm? Zhuang Kui raised a hand, and the light from the street lamp penetrated through the gap between his 5 fingers, as if catching the light. What a wonderful feeling! Zhuang Kui sighed in a low voice, and his face became calm again. He was suddenly grateful for the target of the operation. If he hadn't shot and killed Lian Jiabei and his son, it would have caused Wu Sheng's relative, Mrs. Su, to be furious. He also couldn't get the martial saint's secret code, thus breaking through the shackles and reaching the current state. I heard that the murderer was still a young master with unparalleled talent. Even the people of Ming Yutang were mobilized for this, which seemed to be the first time. Pity. Zhuang Kui felt a little regretful and sighed in his heart. At this moment, Zhuang Kui sensed clear footsteps coming from the front. He looked up. I saw a slender and tall figure slowly approaching from a distance. He is a handsome young man with a calm expression on his face. When the young man saw him, his eyes fluctuated, and he said lightly, "The people from the Lian family sent you here." Zhuang Kui didn't speak. He tilted his head slightly, and ordered casually, "Go to his house first. Remember to behead, Mrs. Su's roll call depends on the head." A hoarse voice drifted out from the night wind. 11 ghostly figures merged into the darkness, leaped over the boy's figure, and rushed towards a certain direction. Zhuang Kui turned his attention to the young man in front of him again. The next moment showed a little surprise. His figure swayed like a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already tens of meters away. Zhuang Kui's body passed through the boy, who dissipated like a bubble. Interesting. Zhuang Kui's eyes lit up, he became interested, and walked forward. New Moon Divine Wind. Liu Sheng's figure disappeared, and reappeared in front of a figure that had already appeared in front of him. This is a middle-aged man in grey clothes, all of which are ordinary in appearance. He shuttled among the shade of leaves in the green belt of the community, his whereabouts were concealed, and his speed was as fast as a ghost. Liu Sheng appeared beside him silently, reaching out to grab his neck. The casual movement is like grabbing a leaf hanging from the top of a tree. It was only when Liu Sheng pressed his palm on the neck of the man in grey that he realized that Jing Dong was on his face. It wasn't that his reaction was too slow, but that Liu Sheng's speed was really too fast. Before he could react, everything was over. Crack! Liu Sheng pinched the neck of the man in grey, then threw it away into the depths of the green belt. So weak! Liu Sheng was a little surprised at the other party's weakness. In addition to the good speed of qi and blood, the Grand Master's force field is as brittle as a piece of paper, and it shatters with a light pinch. Is this considered a master? Liu Sheng shook his head. When he shook his head, he had already appeared beside the second grey-clothed man. The rabbit rises and the falcon falls. In a few breaths, Liu Sheng's figure appeared in different positions. Every time it flashes and disappears, there will be an extra corpse under it. Not good. The group of people in grey finally realized something was wrong. Their figures suddenly spread out to all directions, disappearing in different directions in all directions. Liu Sheng frowned slightly, and soon relaxed it. He took a step forward and appeared at the door of his villa. Waited quietly for a while. In the darkness around the house, grey figures reappeared, vaguely. All stared at him indifferently. Sharp! Zhuang Kui clapped his hands lightly and stepped out of the shadows. Look at Liu Sheng's eyes with undisguised slight amazement. If we meet in a different situation, Zhuang Kui said seriously, I might choose to be friends with you. Liu Sheng shook his head. Impossible. He moved his shoulders and elbows lightly, and the invisible and powerful mental power fluctuations of Rizao spread out. Covering the entire house behind him like a barrier, the light will become slightly distorted when it shines on it. I'd never be friends with a dead man. Liu Sheng spoke calmly. Zhuang Kui's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth twitched, as if he was smiling. Interesting. What are you going to do now? The voice in the earring asked in a deep voice. Pang Huiyu remained silent and stood still. There was a look of struggle on her face. Tong Kuoxing's original strength was about the same as mine, and now he has completely conquered Tongtian's second bridge and was promoted to Daizong realm. Coupled with the shadow of Ji Dao martial arts. The voice in the earrings filled in the rest of the sentence for her. Even if you go, then Liu Sheng's family will die. Not only can't save them, even they are in danger. Yes. Pang Huiyu nodded with a complex expression. Then don't go. The voice in the earring persuaded, Lord Wu Sheng, let me help you explain. Tong Kuoxing's promotion to Daizong is far beyond your ability. Pang Huiyu was a little moved. But after struggling for a while, I finally chose. Never mind. Peng Huiyu shook his head, calmly considered and said, I'd better go and have a look. I can't even run back without knowing the final result. Then you must be careful. The voice in the earrings said, although there is the face of Lord Marshal Saint, there is a high probability that Tong Kuoxing will not do anything to you. But, what if he has a cramp? I know it. Peng Huiyu took a deep breath, and galloped towards the original direction like a big bird. She shuttles between the flowers and trees and the road. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stopped and walked into a nearby bush. A corpse with twisted neck and completely lost all signs of life appeared in front of Peng Huiyu. Peng Huiyu squatted down, took a rough look, and then stood up with a slightly shocked expression. What's wrong? One of the shadows of Jidao martial arts, dead. Killed with one move. Killed by that Lu Sheng. Could there be anyone but himself? The voice in the earrings was a bit amazed. It seems that his strength is not bad. Yes, after all, he can kill Lian Jiabei's evildoer with one move. Although Lian Jiabei is not strong, it is not comparable to a single shadow. 0 for flowers 00. Peng Huiyu thought more. The strength of a single shadow in the Jidao martial arts hall is not very strong, but if you want to be so straightforward, you can kill it with one move. It is not something that ordinary masters can do. Not to mention, it is better to do this under the nose of Dazong Tong Kuoxing. Is it possible? A bold plan and idea popped up in Peng Huiyu's mind. If she joins forces with Lu Sheng, can she force Tong Kuoxing back? Although the latter is a big sect, he has only been promoted for a few days. This idea was quickly extinguished by Peng Huiyu himself. Even if there is a chance, I am not related to him, so why should I risk my life to accompany him? Peng Huiyu hid the body again, and came back to clean it up later. Keep going. But she didn't go for long, and found the second grey-clothed man's body deep in the same green belt again. After that, the third one, the fourth one. Peng Huiyu's expression was completely moved. It may be a fluke to be able to kill a shadow under Dazong Tong Kuoxing's nose. But kill 2, kill 3. It's beyond luck. No matter how weak the individual shadows of Jidao martial arts are, they are still at level 7. Killing level 7 is like killing a chicken? She can't do it, so easily. What kind of martial arts monster is that? Peng Huiyu murmured in a low voice, and hurried forward with great curiosity and shock. Soon, she came near the target location. From a distance, Peng Huiyu saw Jidao Tong Kuoxing, the man who had scared her away with just one look. There are also the remaining 7 shadows of Jidao martial arts. The 8 people faintly formed an encircling circle. Surrounded by an extremely young figure standing at the entrance of the villa and on the driveway. Peng Huiyu was considering whether he should step forward, when he stepped forward to intervene. Everyone inside and outside the encirclement circle moved. Fighting broke out. Then, Peng Huiyu saw a scene that she would never forget. I'll deal with him, you, go in and get his head. Zhuang Kui lightly ordered the remaining shadows. This time he lost a total of 4 shadows. If it was before, he must have been terrified, worried that he would be punished by the martial saint when he returned. But now, never mind. Zhuang Kui took a deep breath. Inside the body, there was a whirl of turbulence, and a large amount of qi and blood surged like a river. In just an instant, Zhuang Kui's qi and blood strength exceeded his previous peak. And it keeps going up. The martial arts will that was more than 10 times purer poured into the whole body, and an invisible wolf smoke formed by the fusion of will and essence rose from the top of Zhuang Kui's head and went straight into the sky. An unprecedented terrifying aura spread. The lights of the street lamps on both sides fell around Zhuang Kui, and the light became dim and distorted. A terrifying sense of depression enveloped the audience. For a moment, Zhuang Kui felt that he was the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon. A trace of intoxication appeared on his face, and he murmured in a low voice, come and feel the strength of the 8th level Daizong. At this moment, a strange wave came out in front of him. Zhuang Kui raised his eyes. He saw the young man standing not far in front of him looking at him calmly and indifferently. The boy's eyes shone with a strange light, and his pupils turned grey at some point. The boy opened his mouth softly, and a math appeared in his eyes. In the next second, the boy's figure disappeared. 0. 246 Are you Daizong? I am God. 3. When the boy didn't say one, the shadows of Qidao Jidao have rushed to the villa garden behind Liu Sheng from all directions. Their figures crossed Liu Sheng's figure, jumped high, and then freeze. Liu Sheng's eyes turned grey. The grey roulette spins and vibrates. An invisible pointer fell down. Valkyrie State, quietly entered. Liu Sheng calmly reported a number. The huge spiritual power shrouded outside the villa, in the state of Valkyrie, like a living thing, suddenly dispersed and then quickly condensed into 7 invisible and qualitative spiritual chains. Extended from the back of Liu Sheng. Faster than the speed of light. The figures of the 7 shadows froze instantly. It's like being pressed the pause button at the same time. Next second. Boom. 7 balls of blood exploded behind Liu Sheng, and all the bloody limbs were suspended in the air, falling lightly, and then gathered together. Zhuang Kui took a small step forward suddenly, his pupils constricted, and his expression was a bit unbelievable. 3. Liu Sheng spat out the 3rd number. The martial arts instinct of the great master made Zhuang Kui recover from the shock immediately. Qi and blood and 240 Gang Qi surged up in waves, and the invisible aura became more and more distorted. A trace of indescribable terrifying aura emanated, and the mountains roared and the tsunami roared. It's as if a small nuclear bomb is brewing, generated. Extreme martial arts. Zhuang Kui took a deep breath, his eyes were shining like diamonds, and he slowly uttered 2 words. But before he finished speaking, the aura as condensed as a nuclear bomb was severely shattered by a more terrifying, majestic, and condensed force. Boom! A clenched arm suddenly appeared on Zhuang Kui's chest. It was like being hit head-on by a speeding train. The time seems to be severely stretched, turning into a slow-motion movie. Zhuang Kui's chest clicked bit by bit, and collapsed irresistibly. The aftermath of the extremely terrifying power started from Zhuang Kui's chest, spreading out wave after wave to his whole body, showing ups and downs visible to the naked eye. Under the aftermath, Zhuang Kui's muscles disintegrated inch by inch, blood penetrated, and then disintegrated again. Zhuang Kui's whole person showed a state of enlargement, fatness, and shattering. Logically speaking, under such a terrifying impact, even a also be knocked out. However, Zhuang Kui's body remained motionless. That terrifying power, after touching his skin, completely melted into his body, without leaking out at all. 4. When Liu Sheng reported the last number, his grey eyes were always as calm as the sea. Just when he was about to finish Zhuang Kui smoothly, his expression fluctuated slightly. The next breath, the figures of Liu Sheng and Zhuang Kui suddenly disappeared. Yi! At the end of the road, a woman in a knitted sweater led a 4 or 5-year-old boy slowly walking towards the distance. Woman holds a bag of fruit and takeaway in her hands. The little boy stepped on the shadow under the street lamp, jumping up and down. Mom, look at that ant! The little boy stopped suddenly, pointed to a beautiful woman standing under a street lamp with a dull expression, and shouted crisply, "It's like the fool on TV. Don't talk nonsense!" The woman quickly covered the little boy's mouth, and bowed apologetically to the beautiful woman in the distance. Then he dragged the little boy across the street quickly. When passing by a villa house with lights on in the living room, the woman couldn't help but said to the little boy, "Succulent, have you seen it? This is the home of the national champion of martial arts. I will come here more often in the future. When I grow up, I can be a succulent." A champion of martial arts. Mom, what is a champion of martial arts? A martial arts champion is a person who is very, very good at practicing martial arts, and has a very big book. The mother and son were talking, passed through the area, and disappeared into the distance. Call _________. Lu Sheng's figure reappeared. He glanced at the direction where the mother and son were going away, and then through Zhuang Kui, whose bones and internal organs were all shattered, with a blood hole in his chest, casually thrown on the ground like throwing garbage. At this moment, Zhuang Kui lost his face. He was lying on the ground softly, like a tattered sack, and like a pool of melting ice. His eyes are dazed and dull, his mouth is wide open, opening and closing like a catfish. 4. Why? He stared at Lu Sheng fixedly, and squeezed the remaining words out of his chest with the last of his vitality. I am Daizong. Lu Sheng leaned down to look at him, narrowing his eyes slightly, the grey eyes still hadn't completely faded. I am God. Lu Sheng replied calmly. The light in Zhuang Kui's eyes completely dissipated. Then die. Call. Lu Sheng exhaled lightly, and completely withdrew from the martial god state. Although he broke away from the state of omniscience and omnipotence, like the god of martial arts. But Lu Sheng still wanted to say something. This is the 8th level Grand Master. Of course, it may also have something to do with the fact that the guy in front of him was just promoted. The qi and blood in his body were churning, even Lu Sheng could feel his vainness. It seems that the way of breaking through is not very orthodox, giving people a sense of crooked ways. This is the result of Zhang He, the chairman of the Martial Arts Conference. But it can also give Lu Sheng a certain understanding of his current strength. Should have the strength to crush ordinary 8th level Grandmasters, after all. Lu Sheng glanced at Zhuang Kui's body on the ground, and said in a low voice, I haven't even used the Grandmaster skill Shattering the Void yet. Fully relying on the state of Valkyrie, almost turning decay into a magical collision of inspiration and talent, abnormal power control ability. It easily killed the great master of this Ji-Dao martial arts school in seconds. It's time to dig out the spiritual power. In the past, I was pure violence. I didn't realize how amazing the spiritual power was when I was in the state of Valkyrie. Lu Sheng was manipulating his mental power to randomly sweep the corpses of Zhuang Kui and several Ji-Dao shadows into the nearby green belt. By the way, they also searched the body, and accidentally found a thin piece of paper from the tattered Zhuang Kui's pocket, with some words written on it. Lu Sheng didn't look carefully, and stuffed it into his pocket casually. Then turned around. His eyes crossed the long street and fell on a woman who had been standing under the street lamp for a long time. When Lu Sheng looked at her, the guy visibly trembled violently. Lu Sheng looked at her, his lips moved, as if talking. Then, he turned around and walked towards his own yard at a leisurely pace. If brainwaves present images, Peng Huiyu's current brain is like this. Shocked in a straight line. From the inside out, the whole person was completely numb. Huiyu! Huiyu! Can you hear me? Quickly talk back. From half a minute ago, the voice in the earring began to urge her anxiously. Peng Huiyu struggled to recover from the unprecedented shock and shock. Her lips moved and she made several sounds. I am here. The voice in the earring was greatly relieved. I was scared to death, so quiet, I thought something happened to you. Oh, by the way, have you arrived at the target's house? The situation, how is it? Peng Huiyu was silent for a while, and replied, it's miserable. The voice of the earring also fell silent for a while, and then comforted, this is something that can't be helped, you can't do anything either. Let's take a look, and help their family get better and better. Peng Huiyu interrupted the voice in the earring, and said in a tone that he didn't know how to describe, you made a mistake. I mean, the people at the Ji-Dao Martial Arts Hall, are miserable. Well, The voice in the earring was stunned, a little caught off guard. On Pang Huiya's side, he said slowly, 3 breaths, Da Zong Tong Kui Xing, and Ji Dao Shadow, were all wiped out by Liu Sheng alone. After a pause, he added, no one left Zhiju. Quiet. There was deathly silence over the earring. A few seconds later, there was a broken sound like a cup, followed by a rustling noise, which was very noisy. Pang Huiyu simply took off the earrings. She took a deep breath, and walked quickly to the place where Ji Dao martial arts and his party died. She still has work to do. When the boy entered the room just now, he said a word to her silently. Pang Huiyu could barely make out the meaning of those words. It seems to say, trouble, wash it off. I'm back. Liu Sheng pushed the door into room 1.3, greeted him with a natural expression, then walked to the sink and began to wash his hands. So fast. Liu Dahai and Zheng Yufen stood up and looked at Liu Sheng curiously, and asked in surprise, didn't you say that your friend gave you something? Where are things? Accepted, in pocket. While wiping his hands, Liu Sheng pointed to his trouser pocket. Liu Dahai and Zheng Yufen looked at each other, with a we all understand expression on their faces. Love letter, haha. Liu Dahai smiled happily, as if he had already embraced his grandson. Okay. Zheng Yufen patted him and greeted him, it's time to blow out the candles and eat the cake. Oh yes. Liu Dahai hurriedly greeted Liu Qinghe, go and take out the cake I bought for your brother. Liu Qinghe hurriedly ran into the kitchen and brought out a colorful cake. Light a candle and hold it in front of Liu Sheng. Brother, make a wish. Liu Sheng closed his eyes and blew out the candle. Brother, what wish did you make? Liu Qinghe blinked at him. Liu Sheng thought for a while, then calmly said, I am very strong, and I hope to become even stronger next year. 247 New Information Chaoju, the strongest under the sky. 4. Liu Sheng waited at home for another 3 days. I thought that Ji Dao martial arts would send people over later. But unexpectedly, all he got was a phone call from Zhao Kangtai. Never mind. Zhao Kangtai also acted a little strangely. Tan Wuxian made it clear that the matter at the Ji Dao martial arts hall has subsided, and he won't bother you anymore. After a pause, he added, at least the Ji Dao Martial Art Museum will not trouble your family anymore. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Liu Sheng was surprised. Tan Wuxian intervened. I don't know. Zhao Kangtai said hesitantly, but based on what I know about Lord Martial Saint, if he can send someone from Ming Yutang to help you once, it should be the limit. Only then did Liu Sheng know that it turned out that Tan's Hongaiu had sent him to help him to clean the floor. Ming Yutang. Is it the power under Tan's Hongaiu's seat? Liu Sheng thought about whether he should also try to cultivate power. At least, next time you encounter this similar situation, you don't have to be so passive and troublesome. Everything needs to be done by yourself. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Kangtai told him about some things in the school, mainly about his graduation certificate, remaining credits, and the medal bonus of the martial arts conference. At the end, Zhao Kangtai added another sentence, do you want to find time to come to the Kyoto General Assembly to certify the Master? Junior Grand Master. Not to mention the 7 sages, even in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom, there are not many of them. Not mentioning the future, but only talking about the present, that is the ultimate glory. If it is publicized, it will greatly improve the reputation of the entire 7th Saint Martial Arts University. As the vice principal of the 027th Shengguo University, Zhao Kangtai naturally cared about this. Liu Sheng really didn't want to go back to Kyoto. At least for a while now. The next time I come to get my graduation certificate, let's go together. Liu Sheng thought for a while and replied. Zhao Kangtai didn't force it, he just said hello and hung up the phone. Why did Ji Dao martial arts compromise, and after the death of an 8th level Grandmaster, shouldn't it be more violent revenge? Liu Sheng thought about this question. Although the result is good for him, he always feels incomprehensible. Like Zhao Kangtai, Liu Sheng didn't think it was the reason for Tan Zhong's pressure. Tan Zhongai, whose martial arts tends to be dog, and it is unlikely to offend a strong person of the same level for a person who has little relationship. No matter how outstanding Liu Sheng's talent is. At this time, the second call answered Liu Sheng's confusion. The call came from the Eastern Military Region, and it was Yu Fei who made it himself. The Jidao Martial Arts Hall is protected by the military department. Yu Fei's voice seemed a little tired, but there was still a deep sense of relief and a smile. Boy, now you can't run even if you want to. I have accepted the favor of the military department, unless you want to be targeted by Wu Sheng again, otherwise come to the military region obediently. Liu Sheng was really surprised this time. The military department came forward to mediate? Why? Why? Why don't you know it yourself? Yu Fei was suddenly happy. How old are you, kid? You have killed a dozen Grandmasters. There is also Tong Koaxing, one of the 28 mansions of the Extreme Way. Be good, the palm I slapped you before, but don't take it to heart. Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing. He still prefers to deal with people in the military like Yu Fei. He speaks straightforwardly, with no heart, bold and generous. Did the news spread so fast? Even the military knows about it. What news can be hidden from the eyes and ears of the military department? Yu Fei said something casually, then lowered his voice, and asked Liu Sheng mysteriously, Boy Liu, tell me honestly, has the Tong Kui star you killed broken through the 8th level? Liu Sheng was silent for a while, and replied honestly, yes, but he is not a serious 8th grade. It used the forbidden technique of Jidao martial arts to forcibly raise it to the 8th level. Hey, hey! Yu Fei on the other end of the phone heaved a few times, but couldn't speak a word. Liu Sheng knew how hard Yu Fei had been hit, but he couldn't find any suitable comfort, so he could only choose to change the topic. Master, the military department has paid a lot of price for the Jidao martial saint to compromise this time. Yu Fei eased his emotions, and replied, there must be a price, but it's not as expensive as you imagined. To become a martial saint, the mindset is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. And you don't have too much psychological pressure and feel that you owe the military department something. For people in your situation, the military department accepts many people every year. Yu Fei paused when he said this, and said slowly, there are currently 3 martial saint level powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, and none of them are from the military. Liu Sheng, do you understand what I mean? Liu Sheng suddenly realized. Yu Fei's meaning is already obvious. Military. There is too much need for a martial saint level powerhouse to support the situation. So much so that they far exceed the desire of other forces for any good seedlings who have the potential to become martial saints, and they do everything possible to recruit them. No matter how much the price is paid, we only want to cultivate a top-level strong man who can truly stand for the military. Understand? Liu Sheng nodded. Yu Fei continued, let me not stress you out, and don't relax too much. The ability you have demonstrated so far is still valued by many people in mainland China. Even if it's not the most important one, it's definitely in the top few. Work hard Liu Sheng, as long as you are better, the more resources you can get, the more. Relax, teach your seat. Liu Sheng said seriously, when I become a martial artist in the future, I will definitely promote you. What the hell, cough cough cough. Yu Fei on the other end of the phone choked hard and coughed hard. Liu Sheng smiled, chatted with Yu Fei for a few more words, and hung up the phone. Throw the phone aside. Liu Sheng really relaxed at the moment. The ideal ending is much better than I expected. Liu Sheng leaned back on the chair, looking at the clear sky outside the window, feeling relieved. Joining the military region has always been the route that Liu Sheng has set long ago. He made up his mind to go to the front. So he has never been afraid of owing Yu Fei's favor. The same goes for Yu Fei. The more favors he owed, the more at ease Yu Fei felt. After the incident at the Jidao Martial Art Museum this time, I will almost be completely regarded as one of my own by the military. Liu Sheng didn't mind at all, on the contrary, he was looking forward to his upcoming career on the battlefield. The yellow sand wears the golden armor in 100 battles, and if you don't break Lulan, you won't return it. This is the real romance that belongs to men. Liu Sheng sighed. Looking back, there was a piece of paper full of words on the table in front of him. It was the one I got from Zhuang Kui. Liu Sheng scanned it roughly, and what was introduced above was a secret method to break through the second bridge of Tongtian by another way. It's pretty much useless to him. This kind of thing, if you search it casually with an optical brain in the dream space, you will get hundreds or thousands of G. Liu Sheng shook his head, casually rubbed the pieces of paper into a ball of black ash, and scattered them into the trash can at his feet. After doing all this, Liu Sheng suddenly felt exhausted like a tidal wave. Although he is still very energetic now. However, after 10 days and 10 nights of intense mental tension, and killing someone in the middle, Liu Sheng couldn't bear it anymore. As soon as the mind is relaxed, it immediately becomes sleepy. Liu Sheng walked to the bed and lay down heavily in a large font. It's just right, let's go to the dream space to see the harvest. After one breath, there was loud snoring in the room. Dream space. Liu Sheng stood at the intersection of several streets. The ground that seemed to have been trampled and plowed by giant beasts still had traces of his last battle. It's been a long time. Liu Sheng looked around and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now, he is moved by the feeling of retreating at home for a month before sprinting for the high school entrance examination, and then returning to the internet cafe. Even looking at the zombies wandering around, I feel very cordial. No fights today. Everyone has a day off. LUSHENG 180 stood on the deserted street, shouting at the group of zombies wandering in the distance. A few zombies were attracted by the sound, turned their heads quietly, and looked at him speechlessly. Old rules, first look at personal information. Liu Sheng found his optical brain hidden in a corner, and sat down on the ground cross-legged. Then turn on the optical computer and call up your personal information. Retrieving data. In the next second, a brand new data room appeared in front of Luxin. Just at the first glance, Liu Sheng had a clue in his heart. There is a high probability that your own information has undergone relatively large changes. The photo on his personal profile changed to an old man in his 50s with grey hair. The appearance is thin, and the handsome outline can be seen, and the deep eyes seem to contain many truths. Name, Liu Sheng. Sex, male. Lifespan, June 297 Budo, February 657 Budo. Martial arts strength, super 9th level martial artist. Liu Sheng was slightly happy when he saw his lifespan. In this life, he actually lived for more than 300 years, which is definitely the longest life among all his resumes. Then he looked down and was stunned when he saw that his strength was super 9th level warrior. Either it's level 9, or it's quasi 10. What does super 9 mean? Liu Sheng didn't realize it until he saw the back. Life experience, the posture of the sky. Won the first place in the National Martial Arts Conference for college students, beheading the Jidao Martial Arts School Zhongnan Jibei. The 7th level body kills the 8th level master of the Jidao Martial Art Museum, and kills the 11th level and 17th level. Entered the Eastern Military Region in the same year. Promoted to the 8th level Grand Master at the age of 25. Promoted to the 9th level of martial arts at the age of 40. At the age of 50, Zhao Ji, the martial sage of Zanji Dao, Yu Shengshan. In the same year, Tanz Honggaiu, the sage of martial arts, and the sage of martial arts surpassed him, and won 2 World War IIS. At the age of 60, he traveled around the world and defeated the world's 9th rank. Known as the most powerful man under the sky. One of the top 10 outstanding martial arts saints in the 3,000 years of martial arts, he has made great contributions to the exploration of the 10th level of Tao. 248 Immortal Cells, stars extinct but I am immortal, everything perishes but I am immortal. 1. The strongest under the sky. Make a great contribution to the exploration of the 10th level of martial arts. No wonder it is called Super 9, because the strength has already surpassed the 9th level, but at that time, the road to the 10th level has not been fully opened. In this life, I can be regarded as a pioneer. After being evaluated as Super 9 in this life, Liu Sheng suddenly relaxed. Sooner or later, I will really reach level 10. The 10th level of the road is difficult, the main difficulty lies in its unknown. Martial arts have been around for 3,000 years, and there are not many people with astonishing talents like Liu Sheng. There are at least 10 of them. But why is no one rated 10? It's not because they are not strong enough or talented enough. It's because the road to the 10th level has not been determined. Maybe some people have already set foot in that field, but they are not sure whether the step they took is right, whether it is the real 10th level way, or whether they will go astray and lead future generations. Every one of the pioneers who walk forward with fire in the dark is worthy of admiration. It is precisely because of these martial arts ancestors with great fearlessness, great wisdom, and great spirit of sacrifice that there are 11th level martial arts civilizations that are as brilliant as the Milky Way. The last 10 level Tao was opened 3,000 years later, this life. Liu Sheng said in a low voice, the 10th level path will be opened by me, Liu Sheng. The 10th and 11th level Dao already existed in the dream space. Liu Sheng only needs to step by step and increase the authority of the Fire Resource Bank, and sooner or later he will be able to get the 9th level and 10th level Dao. Liu Sheng thought, by that time, it may not matter whether I can take out the Fire Resource Curry's future skills. The road ahead has been opened, and there are countless martial arts talents moving forward bravely, and the inspiration collides with even more amazing martial arts cultivation method. The road ahead suddenly became clear. Liu Sheng looked at his profile again. When he saw himself killing the ultimate martial saint, defeating Tan's Hongyu and transcending martial saint, most of the depression in his heart dissipated immediately. It's my style. I have suffered a lot. I will get it back sooner or later. Then there is the experience of pushing the current world horizontally. It gets better and better. It's refreshing to watch it again and again. Jiaozi seems to be the #1 powerhouse under the sky now. Cool finished, and then look down. Character Historical Evaluation, 7 stars. Tinder Resource Library Permission, Level 7. That's the real benefit. Privilege Escalation, this time enabled. It will be the excitement of the 8th level Grandmaster Realm. Liu Sheng couldn't wait. Inquire about the follow-up exercises of Star Body Refining Technique, Natural Breathing Method, and Crystal Conception Thoughts. Querying. Soon, the light brain took out the follow-up chapters of the 3 exercises and presented them to Liu Sheng. In the first article, Liu Sheng was given a big surprise. The Immortal Stellar Tactic. The name of the exercise in Star Body Refining Technique was directly changed to Star Immortality Ju. Is this the real Dongji Ziyang Level 11 Martial Arts Inheritance? The previous Body Refining Technique, Immortal Golden Body, etc., are all basic chapters, the most superficial part? The core inheritance, only now really begins. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he read on carefully. The opening chapter of The Art of Immortality of the Stars does not talk about exercises, but the principle of promotion from the 7th level to the 8th level. Liu Sheng was not in a hurry, he read it carefully, and combined with the extreme secret technique he had obtained from Zhuang Kui before, he probably understood it. The key to advancing from the 6th level to the 7th level is martial arts will. The spirit, energy, and spirit are fused into one furnace, and then fed back to the body, so that the physique can be further improved. And to advance from level 7 to level 8, you have to go deeper. From the 6th level to the 7th level, martial arts will is the key point, and the body is only incidental. And 7 into 8, you need two parallel. The physical body breaks through the bridge of the earth, the chi and blood metamorphose, coagulates the blood into a pill, and mortals respond to the immortal species. Martial arts will is as condensed as a gun, like a sword, hitting the Tongtian bridge, and ditching the Tongtian ground naturally. Make martial arts will instill every inch of flesh and blood in your body. Every gesture contains a trace of the natural power of heaven and earth, and the lethality exceeds the 7th level by countless times. This is also the biggest difference between level 7 and level 8. When a 7th level Grandmaster makes a move, he brings his own condensed martial arts will, as if he has enchanted a weapon and added a buff, so he can strike far beyond the 6th level power. And the 8th level is to burn this enchantment and buff into the weapon itself. The weapon has evolved from ordinary iron to a magic weapon, and its realm is far beyond the 7th level. Advancement from the 7th level to the 8th level is about a natural process. You have to polish your physical body and martial arts will to the extreme before you can take a step forward. The heaven and earth twin bridges open automatically. Tong Kui Sing of the Jidao Martial Art Museum is lacking in this point. His 8th level was forcibly raised by secret techniques, and his foundation is lacking, so he can't be regarded as a serious 8th level master. From this, Liu Sheng thought of the concept of the natural breathing method and the emptiness that comes with the practice of natural breathing method. The emptiness state seems to be very helpful for this kind of breakthrough, but the level seems to be higher, especially the 2nd level of the emptiness state. It is obviously overkill to use it in the 7th and 8th stages. Liu Sheng comprehended the 2nd level of emptiness on Mount Cumulus. I also tried it in private. He who has entered the 2nd level of the state of emptiness can use all the power of the magic whale rubbed on the roulette of Shiquan Grandmaster's will, and even create the phantom of the magic whale out of thin air. What is this? This can almost be said to be a weakened version of the martial arts method. Martial Dao Dharma is a supernatural power possessed only by 9th level martial saints. Although the divine whale aura he played might not even have 1% of the power of the real divine whale aura. Also scary enough. The 8th level is the real inheritance of these three 11th level exercises. After reading the big chapter Natural Breathing Method, maybe it can solve the doubts in my heart. Liu Sheng thought about it, and continued to check the content under the Art of Immortality of the Stars. After reading it once, Liu Sheng looked away, sat where he was, and took a deep breath. His mind, shocked. Immortal cells. The true inheritance of stellar body refining technique puts forward the concept of immortal cells, broken blood pills, feed back the body with qi and blood, in order to achieve the real realm where stars destroy me without fire, and things die without me being immortal. Amazing. Horrible. Liu Sheng couldn't imagine how the creator of this martial arts came up with such earth-shattering martial arts concepts. When he first came into contact with stellar body refining technique, and even started to practice the immortal golden body, he still felt. The body is like a star, and the power of a star is just an exaggeration, a metaphor. Just a yearning for martial arts. It's as if someone compares a 9th level martial saint to the sun and the moon in the sky. Is the 9th level martial saint really as bright as the sun and the moon? Of course not. But now, the art of immortality of the stars abruptly turned this impossible into a possibility. Let myths mirror reality. Prove immortality for yourself. The ancient and modern martial arts, although it is still as difficult as the sky, but at least a little bit of possibility has been raised. If you can really transform all the cells in your body into immortal cells. The art of immortality of the stars is at the 8th level, and it begins to walk a path that is completely different from that of normal warriors. For a normal 8th level master, the core of the body is the blood pill formed by the condensed blood in the body. This blood pill Liu Sheng also has, and it is also the proof that his 7th level body is comparable to the 8th level Daizong. As for the Jew of Immortality of the Stars, the first thing to come up is to train the practitioner to break the pill. The huge qi and blood of Sui Danho, together with the will of martial arts, cultivated a cell. This cell is the immortal cell. One immortal cell is cultivated, and then the second, third, until the cells of the whole body are immortal. At that time, you will be able to truly be with the heaven and the earth, master the stars, and be immortal. It is estimated that Wang He has not reached that level. This is a larger project than the Shenzhou Hades level. If Shenzhou Pluto Sutra is meticulous to the extreme, then the concept of immortal cells is magnificent to the extreme. If you really achieve an immortal martial body, you will be reborn from a drop of blood at that time, and the immortal martial arts supernatural powers of your physical body will be completely possible. Liu Sheng couldn't help feeling, but to achieve that, how many resources are needed to water it? God knows. Swallowing a star alive might not be enough. No matter what, it's an invincible skill. One immortal cell can make my martial body surpass the general Daizong, 2 pushes horizontally, and 3 is invincible. Liu Sheng carefully read the big chapter of the Jew of Immortality of the Stars dozens of times, and confirmed, Hao Zhao, that he had not misunderstood it. Finally, he couldn't help the impulse in his heart and planned to try it out for himself. Anyway, in the dream space, even if something goes wrong in practice, it will have little impact on reality. Don't be afraid. There is no conflict between immortal cells and Diao's practice. Liu Sheng simply put the optical brain aside temporarily and started to practice. He set his posture cross-legged on the ground, because of himself. Clearly visible in the middle of the chest, a blood pill the size of a chicken ball is spinning around. All the time, he was swallowing and spitting out blood, washing his whole body. This is the certificate of the 8th level, the core of the bulk, but now it is going to be broken. A trace of unbearableness flashed in Liu Sheng's heart, but he soon became firm again. His mental power is attached to the blood pill. The blood pill stopped spinning, and Liu Sheng suddenly felt stagnation in the circulation of qi and blood all over his body, and an indescribable uncomfortable feeling arose spontaneously. But this is only the first step. Inverse. In the second step, under the influence of powerful spiritual power, the Yuan Swaden began to rotate counterclockwise. The qi and blood in Liu Sheng's whole body flowed back, and his fair and handsome face immediately turned red. A hint of ferocity flashed across his face, and he made a third step with a low growl. It is also the most critical step. Broken. The reversed blood pill suddenly stopped. Next second, it shattered. 249 God and number 039, S grip, the coveted method of warfare praying for heaven and number 039, S wish wheel knife. 2. In an instant, the huge qi and blood contained in the blood pill rushed out like a river breaking its embankment. The qi and blood flood dragon in the blood vessel reappeared. Compared with the last time, it became stronger, more majestic, and more unruly. At this time, the benefits of Liu Sheng's strong mental power were revealed. Receive. The invisible spiritual power is like a big net, which catches the blood dragon running wantonly in the blood vessels, and then all converges to the position between the eyebrows. The first immortal cell should occupy the position of Yintang Shrine. This cell was specially selected by Liu Sheng, it was the largest and strongest. A huge torrent of qi and blood, as well as Liu Sheng's martial arts were all instilled in it. In an instant, this selected lucky cell grew rapidly. In 1 second, crazy transformations 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, million times. When the number of cell metamorphosis reaches 100 million times, quantitative changes lead to real qualitative changes. Strange rays of light emanated from the cells. Boom! With the appearance of the glow, a piece of cells in the Yintang shrine between Liu Sheng's eyebrows were all pushed aside. It is like a king in flesh and blood, standing aloft and looking down on the surroundings. The glow is getting stronger and stronger. It radiates gold. This golden color is not the manifestation of the will of the stars, but another level of meaning. Represents the extraordinary. Represents immortality. Also represents divinity. Immortal cells, success. Liu Sheng suddenly stood up from the ground like a ghost and appeared on the street. He punched hard at the wall of a tall building in front of him. When he punched out, there was a golden glow accompanying him. It is lighter than the color of the stellar will and stellar energy he used in the past, but it has a sacred aura that looks like it is high above and bows down to all living beings. The moment Liu 590 Sheng punched, the qi and blood in his body soared wildly. It soared more than 10 times in an instant. Immortal cells shine brightly, and the blood in the body is high. Just like the sun and the moon move the tide, and all people worship the sacred. Boom! Liu Sheng punched the wall, and the wall trembled violently. Leave a fist mark that is neither deep nor shallow. But when Liu Sheng retracted his fist, large cracks appeared around the fist print. This crack is like a living thing, climbing up quickly, extending. Like a spider web, it spread all over the entire building in an instant. In the blink of an eye, this majestic building with a height of nearly 100 meters was full of cracks, like a piece of delicate and fragile porcelain. Then it collapsed. Call! Liu Sheng exhaled, and the breath blew a moderate hurricane in front of him. Blow away all the dust and sand that is about to fall on him. Too strong. Liu Sheng looked at his right fist and sighed sincerely. His punch just now only invoked a small part of the power of the immortal cells. But it directly surpassed any punch he had thrown before. His stellar will, stellar energy, qi and blood, stellar power, stellar grip, four-dimensional boxing. All were smelted into one punch by immortal cells. A blend of extreme strength and extreme skill. This punch can be named. Liu Sheng thought about it, and thought of a more appropriate name, God's Grip. Liu Sheng, who has cultivated immortal cells, in a sense, his life form has changed. Therefore, this blow dominated by immortal cells is an attack that surpasses the current level of human life, and it is a blow that surpasses ordinary Daizong and even 9th-level martial saints. Like the sanction from the heavens, the wrath of the gods, the sudden thunder. After all, I still underestimated the power of immortal cells. Although it seems that the energy and blood on the surface has been depleted a lot, and the strength has regressed, the peak energy and blood value that burst out in an instant is more than 10 times stronger than that of Tong Kuixing. Even if Tong Kui star Zhuang Kui can only be regarded as a relatively weak Daizong, but Liu Sheng estimates that he is 3 or 4 times stronger than the average Daizong. Immortal cells contain a trace of inexplicable divinity, which means immortality. It controlled Liu Sheng's physical body to the point of nuance. It will never cause any useless power consumption, so that Liu Sheng's current blood has changed from the previous smooth flow to the tide induction method. With the use of immortal cells, the qi and blood soared more than 10 times, just like a rising tide. Usually it is like an ebb tide, and from the outside, it is no different from an ordinary 7th-level Grandmaster. It's mainly related to my lack of qi and blood, otherwise I wouldn't have declined like this. Liu Sheng can also feel his own weakness. This is also impossible, the immortal cells require too much energy, and it is not enough for a Grandmaster blood pill to feed back all of them. In the future, I will need more and more resources. Fortunately, I'm going to the war zone soon. On the battlefield full of strange beasts, danger also represents wealth. Just enough to fill the bottomless pits that are about to appear in Liu Sheng's body. One immortal cell is so powerful, what about 2 or 3, or even more? A bold idea came to Liu Sheng's mind. If I can have 10 immortal cells, will I be able to fight against the martial saint with a 7th-level body? 10 is not enough, what about 100? Or 1,000? Thousands of cells are immortal, I guess I can take out all the ghosts that got stuck with just stretching out my hand. Sheng shook his head, stopping this boring idea. Once the immortal cells become 100%, his strength will directly undergo a qualitative transformation and rapidly improve. Not to mention anything else, just the Valkyrie state plus immortal cells is an extremely exciting thing. Hurry up and read the rest of the exercises, so that we can formally cultivate the immortal cells. Sheng thought, already very impatient. He continued to check the bulk chapters of the remaining 2 exercises, Ak Fei. The first is the natural breathing method. The content of the bulk of natural breathing method is more profound, even though Sheng's brain development level is dozens of times higher than that of normal people, it is also a headache to read. Obscure, involving too much knowledge that I have never understood. It's like asking a foreigner to learn the ancient books of our Dragon Kingdom. Even the world's top scientists have to nod their heads. This natural breathing method belongs to a very unpopular and niche school of martial arts, even if it has been in martial arts for 10,000 years. Sheng inherited the memories of so many 7th level masters and 8th level grand masters, but he didn't inherit any knowledge about the natural breathing method. It's mysterious and powerful. Sheng reread the bulk of natural breathing method dozens of times, and finally figured out the general content. It involves the process of playing Tongtian's double bridge, but it is more esoteric. Natural breathing method seems to be pursuing the twin bridges of Tongtian at all times, so as to achieve the great harmony between man and nature. Sheng's eyes lit up. If it is really as described in the natural breathing method, you will be in a state of harmony between man and nature all the time. Then how fast will my martial arts practice be? The blood value in martial arts are in a state of skyrocketing every minute. For ordinary people, this may just speed up the progress from level 8 to level 9, because the physical body of ordinary people has limits, even for a large number of people. The physical body is like a container, and when it is full, it is necessary to seek a breakthrough to the next level. But I'm different. The cultivation of immortal cells is a bottomless pit, no amount of energy can come in too much. If you can enter the 3rd level of the emptiness state, the progress of immortal cells will be greatly reduced. Maybe it will no longer be a series of lifetimes. The 1st level of emptiness state, the increase in the ability to control the elements. The 2nd level of the state of emptiness, the ability to control the elements has been enhanced, and the additive phase rubbing. The 3rd level of the state of emptiness, the unity of man and nature, always maintain the state of enlightenment and the double bridge of heaven and earth. When you reach the 4th level of emptiness, will you even be able to increase the power of martial saints? Sheng guessed. Not necessarily impossible. The bulk of the natural breathing method did not disappoint him, it was simply an accelerator tailored for immortal cells. Finally, crystal view thoughts. It's such a cliché follow-up technique. After the golden obsidian figure, it became the Guangzai amethyst figure. A visualization of an amethyst figure is also provided. The inner structure is more complex and solid than gold obsidian, with dots like purple stardust. Sheng casually searched with his optical brain, and found that this kind of amethyst is clearer, stronger, and more powerful than gold obsidian. It turned out to be completely fictional. In other words, there is no such crystal in reality. Sheng was speechless. So, if you want to create an earth-shattering supreme skill, imagination is also very important, isn't it? Sheng shook his head. Originally, he wanted to put the idea of the amethyst view aside first, and then pay attention to it later. But when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, he found that there was actually a content under the exercises. Drop down. Next second, a big surprise appeared. I'll just say it. I'll just say it. When Sheng saw this content, he was almost moved and cried. The dignified 11th level exercise, which has reached the Daizong realm, has not given me any attack methods yet. Do you really want me to cultivate my spiritual power and use it as a display of ashes? Liu Sheng hurriedly looked down. After reading the whole article, I feel like drinking ice water on a scorching summer day, from head to toe, from the inside out. How can a comfortable person explain everything he can? Crystal Conception Bulk Chapter, Supporting Mental Power Tactics. It was created by Duan Yifeng, the creator of Crystal Conception, and it is also the stunt he is famous for. It is also included in the Tinder project, and only those with a level 7 or higher authority can view it. The name of this spiritual warfare is Praying for the Wheel of Wishes. It is not only the inheritance of the top-level sword technique, but also the inheritance of the top-level spiritual teacher's combat method. The pinnacle of dual skills. 250 out of the world and refined, transcendental into the holy. 3. The inheritance of prayer wheel knife is mainly composed of two parts. One is the inheritance of techniques and sword techniques. The second is the weapon composition of the wish wheel knife. Putting aside the inheritance of techniques for the time being, Liu Sheng mainly focused on the composition of weapons. If this weapon can't be forged in the 300 years of martial arts, it will be nothing. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng became nervous instead. Even a little nervous. The weapon of the prayer wheel is shaped like a crescent moon. Bright golden crescent. Crescent knife wheel. The size is much larger than ordinary handheld long knives, almost the same as Liu Sheng's seamless knife wheel. Wishing wheel knife has two forms in total. One is the form of mental power warfare, which is the huge crescent moon state that Liu Sheng just saw. Another form is the form of holding a long knife. The golden crescent disintegrated layer by layer, revealing a long, dark, long knife with a glimmering blade inside. It can be used for both melee combat and long-distance attack. It is divided into inner and outer layers. Is the melee sword hidden in the long-distance sword wheel? Liu Sheng was slightly amazed at this delicate conception. Simulation, 300 years of martial arts, creating a wish wheel knife. Liu Sheng gave instructions to the optical brain. The optical brain quickly came up with the result, building success rate, 38%. Black lines appeared on Liu Sheng's face. The most worrying problem still happened. Stabilize your mind and take a deep breath. Call up the simulation process. Calling out. After reading the entire simulation report, Liu Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. It turns out that the main problem lies in the material of the inner blade. The material of the inner wheel of the praying wheel knife is very high, and it is a precious material called broken moxing iron. Liu Sheng made a mistake. This iron came from the cave of strange beasts. It is not the original material of this world, it is very likely to come from another world, that is, the world where the alien beast came from. Because the performance is extremely superior, even a little doping with ordinary materials can greatly improve the firmness and flexibility of the weapon. Therefore, even in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, it will be an extremely precious material. To be able to forge a long knife entirely out of broken black star iron, I am afraid that only 11th level powerhouses have this qualification. It's no wonder the success rate is so low. Not to mention whether or not there is broken ink star iron in the 300 years of martial arts, even if there is, the smelting technology of this era may not be able to forge it. Since it's just a matter of material, that's fine. Liu Sheng thought about it, and gave instructions to the optical brain again. Simulation, 300 years of martial arts, praying for the best alternative forging scheme for round knives. Simulating. Soon, a brand new design proposal was presented to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng took a rough look. Okay. Apart from the cost issue, there are no major problems in other aspects. For the money matter, we will think of a way later. Liu Sheng put this plan aside for the time being, and then looked back at the previous techniques. Since the weapons are fine, the rest is the technique inheritance. The technique inheritance of praying for heaven and wishing wheel knife includes too many techniques of manipulating mental power, as well as inheritance techniques of sword techniques. There are tens of thousands of words in eloquence, as well as a large number of videos and pictures for detailed explanations. Liu Sheng had a headache from seeing it, and couldn't comprehend and digest it for a while. Come slowly, the road has to be walked step by step, and the meal has to be eaten bite by bite. This time the authority was raised, and the inheritance of skills obtained greatly improved Liu Sheng's entire martial arts system, and Liu Sheng was quite satisfied. He didn't break his promise. If you don't fight today, you really don't fight. After writing down the content of the exercises, he directly exited the dream space and did not bother those wandering zombies. Call. Opening his eyes, Liu Sheng saw a white ceiling. The sunlight came in through the window, and some of it fell on Liu Sheng's face, bringing a warm feeling. In December, such bright and sunny weather is rare. This sleep, I slept for 12 hours directly. Liu Sheng glanced at the time and got up from the bed. Washed up a bit, then went downstairs. In the living room, Mother Zheng Yufen was sitting on the sofa watching TV while choosing dishes. Seeing him coming down, he stood up quickly. Get up, I'll make you some breakfast. Liu Sheng didn't stop him either. The mental power radiated out, and saw Liu Dahai playing chess with the neighbor's old professor in the yard next door. Liu Qinghe practiced the new exercises he taught her a few days ago in the martial arts training room in the basement. Liu Sheng was a little relieved. Suddenly thinking about it, it seems that there is no need to be so careful and nervous anymore. Now that Zhao Kangtai and Yu Fei have told him personally, Ji Dao martial arts will not bother him again. Surely not. Actually, there is nothing on the side of Ji Dao martial saint. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he sat down at the dining table, thinking silently. After a good night's sleep, my mind is clear, and now I think about things that I couldn't figure out before, and I suddenly feel cheerful. Even if he kills Tong Kuoxing, there are still 11 7th-level powerhouses in Ji Dao martial arts. But with the mediation of the military department, coupled with the terrifying talent he showed from it, there is no need for Ji Dao martial saint to be reluctant. To put it bluntly, Lian Jiabei is a jerk. Even with Lian Su's relationship, Lian's father and son are nothing in the eyes of Ji Dao Wu Sheng. Could it be that you let Ji Dao Wu Sheng Zhen come to live with Liu Sheng because of two scumbags who are somewhat related? Sky. Liu Sheng is only 19 years old. You are shameless, even a martial sage of the extreme way is shameless. The main thing is Lian Su, that crazy woman. When Liu Sheng thought of this name, murderous intent surged in his chest. Because the military department and Ji Dao Wushan reached a settlement, they may be more honest for the time being, but no one can tell whether they will make a comeback in the future. So, the danger must be nip in the cradle. I have to find a chance. Liu Sheng thought to himself, squeeze this woman, Lian Su, to death. At this time, Zheng Yufen quickly walked out of the kitchen with pots of breakfast. Eat whatever you want to fill your belly, lunch will be soon. Okay. With a sound, Liu Cheng picked up a steamed bun and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. However, as soon as Lian Su dies, anyone can guess that it must be me. It is a complete feud with the Ji Dao martial saint. After Liu Sheng finished eating one bun, he picked up the second one. It's no wonder that according to the data, I will fight Zhao Ji in the holy mountain of meteor and kill him. 0. Ask for flowers. Kill a warrior. Liu Sheng was suddenly a little worried. That must be the result of blood and deep hatred. He doesn't want that. So I need to be quick, to raise my strength to the point where, at least I can protect myself in front of martial saints. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng stopped eating breakfast and stood up directly. Mom, I'm full. Go upstairs and stay for a while, don't call me for lunch. After speaking, he disappeared into the restaurant in a flash. Zheng Yufen, who had just walked out of the kitchen with a large bowl of fried rice with exotic animal meat in her hand, was stunned. Is this enough? Why? Sitting on the yoga mat in the center of the floor of the room, Sheng could hear flesh and blood colliding all over his body, and the sounds of bones intermingling. The flesh and bones of his whole body are moving, and his body undulates like waves. The surging qi and blood emitted unimaginably high temperatures, making the air around Sheng distorted. The tassels at the bottom of the drapery drapes were slightly curled. Suddenly, Sheng's flesh shrank rapidly and collapsed. 00. The temperature in the room plummeted. Immediately afterwards, a little divine golden glow bloomed from the center of Sheng's brow. It appears and disappears, like a third eye. Sheng slowly opened his eyes with a relaxed expression. Because of using the Pluto Sutra to amplify qi and blood, the immortal cells achieved in reality are stronger than those tested in the dream space. The application of Shen Zhao Pluto Sutra on immortal cells is simply a stroke of magic. It added nearly 50% of Sheng's huge vitality. 50%, with the blood of his previous body. 50% is already an exaggerated value. That's why the spiritual illumination of the underworld king must not be left behind, you have to practice hard. And then there is one thing. The moment the blood pill shattered, the torrent of energy and blood poured out violently, and when it washed over my whole body, my physique also skyrocketed, and the cultivation progress of the immortal golden body improved by leaps and bounds. If it is broken several times, maybe the third stage of the immortal golden body can reach perfection in one go. A pleasant surprise. It's still a while before we go to the military area. During this time, we should practice the newly acquired exercises. Try to learn all of them. Also, the forging of the original round knife has to be put on the process as soon as possible. Sheng thought, stood up from the yoga mat, and walked into the bathroom. The scalding hot water poured on Sheng, washing away the dirt and exhaustion on his body. There was no need to use any soap or shower gel, and the places on Sheng's body that had been washed by water showed an indescribable smoothness and cleanliness. Because of the generation of immortal cells, my body also has a trace of divinity. It is difficult for ordinary dirt to contaminate my body. Somewhat similar to some characters described in the novel. Refined from the world, extraordinary and holy. After taking a shower, Sheng stood naked in front of the mirror. As soon as he thought about it, the water mist on the mirror quickly dissipated, and what appeared inside was a handsome young man with white jade skin and an extremely well-proportioned figure. Sure enough, I lost weight. Sheng glanced at the outline of the muscles on his body, and thought, for the few days at home, let's prepare some tonics for the time being. I hope to go to the war zone as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.